Hello, dreamers, and welcome to Haunted Sleep. Just a small heads up, there are a few ads during the first 10 minutes. After that, the experience is completely ad-free. These stories are created with care, and I hope you'll give them a chance. There's something special here that's hard to find elsewhere. If you enjoy the atmosphere, a like or a subscribe means more than you know, but only if you genuinely want to. Before we begin, tell us where you're listening from and what time it is for you. It's always comforting to see how connected we all are across the world. Now settle in, and let's begin our night together. When I first downloaded Duolingo onto my phone, I did it for the same simple reason most people do. I wanted an easy, low-pressure way to brush up on a language I had let slip through my fingers. My name is Claire. I am 29 years old, and I grew up with a mother who taught German for a living. Up until college, she spoke German around the house so routinely that it felt as natural as English. Then life took its crooked turns. We argued, we drifted. I married a woman my mother never quite accepted, though she insists that my wife is not the reason she kept her distance. Whichever explanation you prefer, the outcome remains the same: years of minimal contact. Years in which German slid down the slope from second language to dim memory. By the time my mother and I patched things up well enough to exchange friendly messages, I could understand German just fine but could no longer spell it, could no longer remember which nouns were masculine, feminine, or neuter, and certainly could not put a coherent sentence on paper. A smarter person might have enrolled in an actual class, but I was content to fit 5-minute lessons into my commute. I opened the app, took its placement test, and landed somewhere near the middle of the curriculum. I assumed the next few weeks would be a blur of goofy sample sentences, things like, "I do not want to live without my cheese slicer," or, "The vegetables do not like vegetarians," the kind of oddities Duolingo is famous for. Everything went as expected until I reached the exercises that require you to speak. The app shows a phrase, you tap a button, you recite what is written, and the software judges whether your pronunciation is close enough. In theory, those phrases should be modern German. What came out of the speaker sounded like German's rough older cousin, recognizably Germanic, yet harsher, more primal. The alphabet matched, but the vowels were different, as if the accent belonged to a time when the language was still shedding its medieval skin. On several occasions I heard the word Valhalla buried inside a sentence. The app displayed standard letters, not runes, but the whole effect felt ancient. At first the anomaly amused me. Everyone knows Duolingo throws strange examples at random. Maybe somebody on the content team had slipped in a little old High German for laughs. I finished each odd prompt, earned my experience points, and moved along. But the glitch repeated, not once or twice, but again and again. Half a dozen times in one session, the microphone icon would flash, and the phrase waiting for me would be this quasi-German snippet that none of my university textbooks had ever printed. When I spoke the sentence out loud, the app not only accepted my answer, it flushed green and cheered me for perfect pronunciation. Apparently, in whatever hidden database powered this system, those phrases were valid. I decided to be a responsible user. I collected 3 screenshots, one of the screen before recording, one of the waveform afterward, and one of the correct confirmation. Then I wrote a polite message to Duolingo's support. "Hi, I believe there may be an error in the German course. Some speaking exercises appear to use an older or different language. Possibly Nordic? Please advise." I attached the images, thanked them, and hit send. The reply landed within the hour. A cheerful technician thanked me for my vigilance, asked whether my app was up to date, and wrapped up with a gentle hint that perhaps I was playing an April Fool's prank. I double-checked my version number. Everything was current. The only prank was the assumption that I would invent archaic German for likes. I ignored their skepticism and, out of habit, continued my daily practice. I had a 268-day streak going and could not bear to break it over something that might resolve itself in the next patch. Besides, 99% of the app worked perfectly. Still, curiosity nagged at me. I forwarded the screenshots and audio clips to my younger brother Liam, a travel writer who picks up language scraps wherever he lands. I also emailed them to Professor Lang, a linguist at my former university who had taught history of Germanic languages. I asked Liam whether he recognized these half-familiar syllables, and I asked Professor Lang whether he would mind passing the puzzle around the department. While I waited for their thoughts, small disturbances crept into my routine. When I practiced indoors, nothing happened. When I stepped onto the back porch and spoke one of the mystery sentences, thunder cracked so loud that the railing shook. On another occasion, sunny sky, no forecast of rain, I uttered a single word from the exercise set, and lightning flashed on the horizon as if answering a cue. Coincidence, I told myself. Climate change makes the weather twitchy. Yet the pattern persisted. Every outdoor session ended with clouds, gusts, or the low growl of distant storm. Even more unsettling was the sense of another presence whenever I used the app while walking or jogging. The phone would chirp, I would repeat the phrase, and then I would swear I heard a second pair of feet behind me, shoe soles on pavement synchronized with mine, always half a beat late, always gone the moment I spun around. Those footsteps persuaded me to stop. I backed up my streak data, uninstalled Duolingo, and vowed to take a month off until the developers fixed whatever hidden lesson file had invaded my phone. That night I went to bed confident in my decision. The next thing I remember is opening my eyes at 2 in the morning, sitting upright on the couch, phone in hand, microphone icon glowing. I had no memory of downloading the app again, no idea how I had navigated half a dozen menus, yet there it was, lesson in progress. My mouth hurt, as though I had spent the last hour forcing alien consonants through jaws never built to shape them. I tapped the home button, but the screen refused to close. Every swipe returned me to the same speaking exercise. The app allowed no escape until I recited the phrase, accepted my correct badge, and watched the lesson advance of its own accord. Only then did the phone obey the home button. I shut it down, slumped against the couch cushions, and did not sleep for the rest of the night. The following afternoon, Liam replied. He guessed the language was Icelandic mixed with odd dialectal forms. Looks like someone's having fun with Old Norse loanwords, he wrote. But the syntax is modern. That explained nothing. If anything, his answer pointed in two directions at once: old vocabulary, new grammar. I thanked him and promised to keep him posted. Professor Lang wrote later that evening. He had forwarded my materials to colleagues in Scandinavian studies, historical phonology, and digital humanities. One name on his list, Dr. Lena Sigurdsson, specialized in Old West Norse. According to Lang, she listened to my clips on repeat, slowed them to quarter speed, then called him at midnight to insist the words were genuine Old Norse, circa 12th century, perhaps older, and not one of the canonical poems, either. She urged me to send any additional samples so she could transcribe them. The time stamp on her message coincided almost exactly with a fresh storm. I had been standing by the window, trying to summon the courage to delete the app a second time, when thunder rolled loud enough to rattle the dishes in their cabinets. The sky tore itself open. Rain hammered the roof. Lightning split the dark. One more coincidence, Claire? Or are you ready to connect the dots? I connected nothing. I decided I was tired, that paranoia follows insomnia, that the weather is the weather. I answered Dr. Sigurdsson, thanked her, and promised new recordings. I climbed into bed, locked the phone in my bedside drawer, and braced my head beneath two pillows so any late-night notification sounds would fail to reach my ears. Morning came. The drawer was still closed. The phone was still inside. I breathed relief, opened the drawer, and saw the lock screen. Duolingo banner alert, 6:07 a.m. We noticed you haven't practiced yet today. Tap to keep your streak alive. The notification badge was not unusual. What chilled me was the background image. Sometime during the night my phone had replaced its wallpaper with a high-resolution photo of storm clouds over a jagged mountain ridge. I capped the peaks, and in the swirling gray above, I saw the faint outline of horns. That Sunday, against better judgment, I dared one more speaking lesson. I sat on the patio, phone balanced on my knee, finger hovering over the microphone icon. The paragraph waiting on screen was the longest I had ever seen from the app. The English prompt read, "Say the sentence exactly as written." Underneath lay 6 lines of Old Norse text littered with sharpened vowels and unfamiliar consonant clusters. My lips shaped a single syllable, lightning cracked, and a column of gray descended through the clouds onto the park field across the street. The pillar morphed as my voice faltered. Arms the width of tree trunks reached toward earth. A torso materialized, forged of smoke and rain. No legs yet, no head, but the size alone dwarfed the tennis courts and parking lot. I swallowed, attempted the second syllable, choked on the guttural consonant. The presence shimmered, its half-born torso vibrating with silent fury. I lost my nerve, mumbled nonsense, and bolted inside. By the time I dared peek through the blinds, the figure had vanished, leaving only a soaked stretch of grass under an otherwise tranquil sky. Barely 2 hours later, both Liam and Professor Lang followed up. Liam admitted he was stumped. More recordings only deepened his confusion. These phrases lacked words for modern concepts. No. Car, telephone. Or school. Every sentence felt ritualistic, full of references to blades, storms, beasts, and halls of the dead. Meanwhile, Professor Lang forwarded a frantic email from Dr. Sigurdsson. She confirmed definitively that the speech was Old Norse, but not any documented poem or saga. She suspected a ritual charm, perhaps an invocation for battle. She urged me in terms that bordered on panic to stop reciting the lines, to delete the app, and to quarantine my phone in case someone had embedded harmful code. I obeyed, at least the quarantine part. I wrapped the phone in 2 layers of foil, slipped it into a metal cookie tin, and buried the tin in the garage beneath a stack of moving boxes. Then I drove to the nearest electronics store, bought a cheap prepaid handset, and left my address with the young clerk so the warranty could be registered. On that device I installed nothing but a new Gmail account for work emergencies. That should have been the end. Except I missed the quick dopamine spike of the streak counter, the friendly green owl, the gamified tower of unlocked skills. My brain craved that tiny daily reward. 33 hours after I sealed my first phone in its metal coffin, I almost brought it back into the house. Instead, I opened the prepaid to search for old-school phrasebooks. I found none. What I found was the Duolingo icon sitting on the home screen, as if pre-installed by some invisible hand. I swore I had not downloaded it. The Play Store did not list it under recent installs. Yet the owl stared, all bright feathers and eager cartoon indifference. I pressed and held, dragged the icon to uninstall. The owl dissolved. Relief flooded me, until the home screen reloaded and the icon perched exactly where it had been. Attempt after attempt yielded the same result. The app would appear, I would remove it, the app would reappear. I powered off the phone. When it rebooted, the lock screen displayed a new wallpaper, the same storm-shrouded mountain, horns etched in swirling cloud. Red notification bubble over the owl's head. Streak lost! We can let that slide if you practice right now. A sense of something older than me, older than cities, older than printed type settled behind my eyes. I did not want to practice, but my thumb tapped without permission. The lesson loaded. No cheerful cartoon, no coins. Only white text on a black screen. Speak! Beneath the command, 2 lines of jagged words. I tried to resist, clenched my jaw so tight the molars hurt. Air bled between teeth. The first syllable escaped, rough and rasping. The phone speaker repeated the phrase, each consonant loud enough to prick my eardrums. A thunderclap rattled the windows. The prepaid phone grew hot in my hand, screen flickering like candlelight. I flung the device across the kitchen. It struck the tile, battery cover popping free, power dying. Silence. 10 seconds later the front door groaned inward. The latch remained locked, yet would yawn against frame as if shoved by a wind from underground. The sky outside was still, no breeze, yet my hallway filled with the smell of wet earth and iron. I slammed the door shut, bolted it, hauled a bookcase across it for good measure. Then I stood in the middle of the living room, heart ricocheting inside ribs. I could not stay here. I grabbed keys, wallet, a hoodie, and staggered out the back door. My car started on the second crank. I drove without destination, looping the city ring road 3 times until the panic ebbed. I called Liam from a gas station. He offered to fly over. I told him not to, afraid the odd energy might spread to anyone nearby. He asked what I planned to do. I said I needed a professional exorcism, half joking, half serious. He suggested I contact a cybersecurity firm to analyze the phone for malicious firmware, then laughed because even he could hear how ridiculous that sounded. We hung up around midnight after promising to check in every hour. I parked beneath a street lamp and napped in the driver's seat. Dawn's first pale strip pulled me from uneasy dreams. I drove home. The bookcase still braced the front door. No sign of forced entry. I entered through the side gate, unlocked the kitchen door, and paused on the threshold. The prepaid phone rested on the countertop, freshly reassembled, battery indicator at full. A notification banner slid down. A storm seeks passage. Granted voice. My stomach lurched. I backed out, locked the door behind me, and called Professor Lang. 8 rings, voicemail. I texted him everything. No reply. I reopened the phone contacts, scrolled to Sigurdsson, hesitated, then dialed. 2 rings. She answered calm but curt. I explained the night's events. She asked me to recount the latest phrases. I told her I had smashed the phone. She said, "Open the app and look. You must transcribe. Precise syllables matter." I argued. She insisted. Her voice carried fatigue, maybe dread, but no hesitation. I relented. Inside again, I lifted the phone. The owl winked. The lesson read, "Say the sentence exactly as written. 1 line today, not 6. I transcribed it into phonetic English. Ropa e.g. elder, ropa e.g. stormer, ropa e.g. jotun, hefna dala ok biel taka. Dr. Sigurdsson translated on the fly. I call fire, I call storm, I call the giant, avenge death and claim blood. She inhaled sharply, told me not to speak it aloud, warned me that reciting the full charm might tear a rift between our world and the ancestral realm of violent spirits. She begged me to destroy the phone. Before I could answer, a low vibration hummed through the device. Words rearranged on the screen, letters folding into new shapes. Fresh instruction appeared. Your voice or hers? Choose. I told Sigurdsson what I saw. She whispered something in Danish, maybe a prayer, then asked, "What did you choose?" I admitted I had chosen nothing yet. She advised me to place the phone at the bottom of a running freezer, pack ice around it, and do not speak a single syllable. Cold iron can restrain spirits, she claimed, and the hum of compressor motors disrupts old magic. It sounded half medieval, half pseudoscience, but I was desperate. I thanked her, ended the call, and drove to an appliance store. My story convinced the manager I was staging an art piece about data privacy and needed to film a scene. Cash under the table bought me 5 minutes alone in the warehouse aisle. I pried open a chest freezer, dropped the phone inside, buried it under plastic swaddled ice packs, and slammed the lid. My breath steamed in the fluorescent air. Back home, quiet reigned. 2 hours passed. I kept waiting for thunder that never came. I convinced myself the ordeal was over. At 4 in the afternoon I unlocked the back door, exhaled relief, and found the living room window shattered inward. Shards glinted on hardwood. Rain blew through the gap though the sky above was empty of clouds. On the patio outside stood a shape coalescing from damp air, a torso the color of slate, ribs of dark fog, arms long enough to graze the grass. It gazed through the broken glass with blank stone eyes, a giant between worlds, summoned partly, denied the final syllable required to cross fully. I closed the door. I did not breathe. The creature lifted one arm, palm out, as though waiting to receive the missing word. A choice. My voice or hers. I considered speaking, finishing the charm, surrendering. Instead I searched my contacts for my mother. I had not called her in months. The phone rang once, twice. She answered mispronouncing my wife's name the way she always did. I told her I loved her, told her I missed hearing German, told her every trivial thing that came to mind. Words of family, words of love, words she had not heard in years. Outside, the figure flickered. Storm gray melted to dawn gray, then to faint streaks of mist. Rain stopped. The patio grew still. I talked until my throat hurt. When I finally ended the call, nothing stood beyond the window but an empty yard. I do not know if the freezer trick will hold forever. I do not know whether old magic can tunnel through cellular networks again, find another voice eager for daily badges. I know only this: the language app no longer appears on any of my devices. My streak lies broken. My German remains imperfect. Now and then thunder rolls on a cloudless day, and I remember the syllables that tried to borrow my tongue. I do not repeat them. Instead, I practice ordinary sentences about shoes on cats and cheese slicers too precious to lose. Modern nonsense, harmless and light. When the sky rumbles, I speak nothing older than yesterday. My name is Jed, and until a few months ago I was as much a city person as anyone you might bump into on a crowded sidewalk at rush hour. I grew up among brick high-rises, neon storefronts, and the steady pulse of traffic lights marching down long, straight avenues. Noise comforted me. Strangers brushing past on the subway comforted me. As long as life bustled on all sides, I felt that I was part of something, even if that something was nothing more than the shared hum of people trying to make ends meet. In my mid-20s, I rented a tiny apartment 2 flights above a corner grocery. The place was rough, paint flaking from the windowsills, radiators that hissed like angry cats. But the location let me grab coffee at 6 in the morning and dumplings at 1 at night, which counted for a lot. I worked out warehouse shifts, my wages rose slower than my rent, and month after month the numbers tilted the wrong way. By the time I hit 27, every new 12-month lease arrived with a bump so steep I had to borrow from my sister or juggle overdue notices. The day the landlord announced another increase, I finally admitted defeat. My credit was lousy, my savings thin, and no bank would touch me for a mortgage inside the city limits. I had to look farther out, much farther. Through a classified ad I found a used single-wide trailer for sale along a gravel road in a county I had never visited. The price barely exceeded 2 months of rent. The lot fee was laughably low. The only catch, according to the ad, was that the trailer sat near the edge of state forest, miles from the nearest convenience store, and whoever bought it needed a reliable vehicle to brave the rutted lane after heavy rain. When I called the number, a weary man explained that he kept his own home and a small farm at the lane's far end. The trailer had belonged to a hired hand who moved away. If I could pay cash and promise not to complain about isolation, the place was mine. 4 hours of highway driving separated the trailer from my apartment. I begged my older sister, her name is Melissa, for help. She grumbled because she teaches high school math and hates wasting a Saturday, but she borrowed a friend's pickup, arrived before sunrise, and helped me load everything I owned: 1 futon, 2 suitcases of clothes, a thrift store dresser, 3 cardboard boxes of dishes, and a string of white mini lights I had never found time to hang. The moment we backed the futon against the trailer's forward wall and set the last box on the kitchenette counter, Melissa dusted her hands and asked if I was sure. I lied and said yes. She hugged me, climbed into the pickup, and disappeared down the lane, tires spraying pebbles. Silence clamped over the clearing the instant her tail lights vanished. Tall pines bracketed the rectangle of patchy lawn. Beyond their trunks, unmapped shadows stretched ridge after ridge. In that hush I felt the forest standing around me, patient, unfriendly, waiting to see if I would break. City noise had always been my lullaby. Out here the only sound was my pulse booming in my ears. For the first time I understood the phrase, "Pin drop quiet." Alone beneath unfamiliar branches, I realized how small one person is away from crowds. To calm myself, I unpacked. Noon sunlight slanted through yellow curtains while I shoved t-shirts into drawers and stacked plates above a 2-burner stove. The trailer smelled of cold metal and stale air, not unpleasant, just empty. An hour later boredom nudged me toward the one neighbor I knew existed, the farmer who had sold me the place. I decided to introduce myself. Company would prove I wasn't utterly cut off. Following the lane to its end, I found a one-story house of sun-bleached clapboard, a pair of rusted tractors parked beside a collapsing shed, and cornfields stretched gold beyond a wire fence. I knocked. After several seconds, the door eased inward to reveal an old man in denim overalls, white hair clipped close, a stubble of beard, and eyes the uncertain shade between gray and sky. He studied me, expression unreadable, then said, "Afternoon. You must be the young fella took the trailer." I admitted I was and offered my hand. He gripped it with work-thick fingers. "Name's Otis," he said. "You drink coffee?" I answered yes without thought. He stepped aside. The kitchen behind him glowed amber, wood stove rattling, kettle sighing on an iron plate. He filled 2 chip mugs, added a spoon of sugar to his own, and waved me toward a chair near the window. Otis was lonely, anyone could see that, and grateful for any distraction from routine. He spoke little at first. Instead, he watched steam curl above the mug and seemed to measure how much of himself to reveal. He asked where I grew up, what job I hoped to find, whether I minded the seclusion. I explained my financial squeeze, confessed I had no plan except to keep working warehouse shifts in the nearest small town, and admitted the forest unnerved me. That earned a short laugh. "Forests don't scare me," he said, "but critters in it will if you turn your back." He fell silent after that, and when I tried some harmless joke about raccoons he raised his eyes until the humor died on my tongue. Then he asked if city boys like me knew how to spot vermins. I assumed he meant possums, skunks, groundhogs, the usual thieves who dig gardens. I said I would learn fast. Otis drank, set the mug down with a click, and told me vermins weren't animals I'd recognize. "Most folks see 'em once and swear they were people lost in the woods. But you look twice, you know different. They nearly pass, but not quite." He refused to expand. I chalked his words up to rural folklore, the kind old men tell outsiders. Before I left, he pressed 6 ears of sweet corn into my arms and reminded me to lock the trailer tight at night. Days settled into pattern. Every morning I drove 30 miles to a distribution center, pushed boxes until my shoulders ached, then returned to solitude. I cooked noodles on my stove, hiked scrub paths behind the trailer, and visited Otis once or twice a week. He welcomed my help hoeing rows or repairing sagging wire. Sometimes, as dusk cooled the fields, we sat on his porch steps and counted whippoorwill calls. His stories poured easier with time. He spoke of his wife, dead 5 years, and of grown children who visited only at Christmas and Easter. He never stopped warning me about vermins. He said they prowled near the tree line when clouds covered the moon, imitating voices they had overheard, testing doors with hands that looked almost human. He said they smiled too wide and carried the smell of damp leaves. If they sensed fear, they pressed closer, eager to taste it. Otis admitted he had never been brave enough to shoot one. "You know rabbits from cats, though," he said. "Keep your eyes sharp and dog your latch. That's enough most nights." City upbringing or not, I knew a campfire tale when I heard one. I listened politely, nodded, moved the conversation back to trucks or weather, and assumed his warnings would fade once he trusted me. They never did. Every goodbye concluded with the same grim reminder: vermins don't look real. Don't let them fool you. Late October painted the maples orange. Daylight shortened, and isolation weighed heavier when shadows rose early. One Thursday I helped Otis stack hay in his loft, and didn't notice the hour until violet dusk settled beyond the barn door. He insisted I stay for dinner: canned beans, fried bacon, cornbread. Over the final crumbs he leaned back, pipe curling sweet smoke, and asked if I ever missed apartment buzz. I said I did. We sat quiet a minute. He tapped ash into a saucer, rubbed his knuckles, and repeated his oldest advice: lock up tight. They roam more when air turns cold, they hunt what's unguarded. The path home glimmered under my headlights. Drizzle prickled the windshield. By the time I stepped onto my porch, rain drummed steady, a rhythm that should have lulled me. Inside, I switched on the ancient box television the trailer's previous tenant had abandoned, found a fuzzy sitcom rerun, and stretched on the futon. The drone of laugh track blended with rain's hiss. Drowsiness crept over me. Half an hour later I noticed the rain sounded uneven, as though someone walked the length of the trailer roof, neither hurried nor cautious, just pacing in rubber-soled shoes. I muted the TV. The irregular patter continued, 3 quick taps overhead, then pause, then 2 taps near the kitchen. My pulse stumbled. Maybe branches swayed above shingles, I told myself. Yet the roofline sat clear of trees. I rose, feet bare on linoleum, made for the kitchen window. The glass looked black from interior glare, so I reached for the pull chain of the ceiling light to kill the reflection. Before my fingers found it, an outdoor flood lamp flashed on. Motion sensor. Bright surge lit the space between trailer and tree-line, revealing nothing but wet grass, and a hand pressed to the outside of the window. Not a glove. Skin, grayish, small scars cross-hatching the palm. 5 fingers splayed wide, tips white where they flattened against the pane. Above those fingers hovered a face. I registered details out of order. A mane of tangled red hair exploding sideways, cheeks smeared with mud or worse, eyes bright, frantic, and below them, a smile stretched so far that lips tore. The grin never moved, but the eyes darted left, right, then stabbed directly at me. I staggered backward. My hips struck the counter. The woman, or what imitated a woman, leaned closer until her forehead bumped glass. Her mouth kept that impossible crescent. Twin canine teeth, longer than thumb joints, protruded over her bottom lip, dripping a thread of spit or rainwater. She wore a hairdresser's smock ripped at the shoulders, streaked with dark stains. One bare foot peeked from under the hem, toes curling against wet soil. She raised her free hand and tapped the window exactly once with nail or claw. Tap. The sound was delicate, polite, awful. My lungs convulsed. I spun, almost fell, bolted down the narrow hall, slammed the bedroom door, twisted the lock. Adrenaline blurred edges, muted the TV still glowing blue in the front room. Every breath rasped like sheet metal. No fists pummeled the walls. No glass shattered. Minutes crawled until dawn's gauze filtered through blinds. When at last I braved the hallway, the living area stood empty. The sensor light outside had switched off. Rain had stopped. I convinced myself shock had exaggerated what I'd seen. Maybe a lost hiker, meth addict, more likely, had stumbled to my trailer, tapped the window, fled when I disappeared. The fond detail? A brain misfire under stress. I showered, dressed, and inhaled black coffee while plotting errands. One errand mattered most, warned Otis. If strangers lurked this deep in the forest, he needed to know. His truck sat under the carport when I arrived. I honked twice, stepped onto the porch, and knocked. No answer. The door stood ajar. I called his name, pushed lightly, and entered. Chaos met me. Chairs overturned, lamps smashed. Fridge magnets lay scattered across linoleum like dropped coins. On the living room carpet sprawled Otis, eyes open, mouth parted as though caught mid-breath. A gash split him from collarbone to groin. Something, or someone, had taken what it wanted and left the rest. Shock froze me kneeling beside him, one hand hovering inches above his shoulder. A movement at the hallway threshold lifted my head. She was there, red hair wilder, face wet with blood, that same fixed grin painting insanity over terror. In her fist she clutched a tool I recognized with a horrid jolt, my garden shears. Mud streaked the blades. Brownish drool clung to her chin. We stared. Her smile seemed carved into muscle, as though the upward pull of cheeks were locked. Yet her eyes brimmed regret, or confusion, or hunger. I saw no malice, only compulsion, and that frightened me worse. She could not choose. I bolted for the back door, snatched a notebook and pen from the cluttered counter on reflex, and plunged into the yard. Behind the barn stretched rows of towering corn nearly ripe, their stalks dense enough to swallow a body whole. I crashed between rows, leaves slapping my arms, earth sucking at boot soles. Wind whipped tassels overhead into a hush of whispers. I did not slow until no house roof, no porch light showed through slits. There I crouched, lungs burning, and listened. Nothing but crows somewhere distant. For the first time Otis's warning rang clear. Vermins don't look real. They come close to human but the mask slips. They cannot hide hunger. I wandered hours through maze after maze, praying distance would save me. At intervals I scrawled notes in the small spiral pad, times, landmarks, snatches of thought, trying to prove I still commanded language, still lived. I wrote this account too, adding details whenever I rested against a broken stump, pen shaking. Daylight lingers in these woods, yet sun never shifts angle. Clouds hang motionless. My phone battery died long ago. Hunger gnaws. I cannot risk returning to the lane, she may track me. The forest itself feels wrong now, time stretched or stalled. Every tree leans as if listening. Sometimes I think I glimpse her hair between trunks, a copper flash. I squeeze my eyes shut, count to 50, look again. Empty. If you find these pages, believe what I tell you. Something hunts beyond the borders of towns, wearing faces that almost pass. They are vermins, and they do not look real. Do not let them fool you. Lock your doors, hold your will steady, and never follow their smiles into the trees. Outside, the night was raw and soaking, but inside the snug front room of Laburnum Villa the curtains were drawn, and a lively fire filled the grate. Old Mr. White and his son Herbert were deep in a game of chess. Mr. White, fond of risky moves, had once again pushed his king into danger, which made Mrs. White, seated close by, calmly knitting, lift her eyes from her needles. "Listen to that wind," Mr. White said as a sudden gust rattled the window panes. He was hoping the noise might distract Herbert from spotting an obvious blunder on the board. "I hear it," Herbert answered, leaning forward to study the pieces. "Check. I doubt he'll brave weather like this," Mr. White muttered while hovering his hand above the board, still debating a hopeless move. "Mate," Herbert declared, ending the game. "That's the price of living out here," Mr. White burst out, louder than he meant. "Of all the muddy, out-of-the-way places, this must be the worst. The field path is a swamp, the road a raging stream. Only 2 houses on the whole lane are occupied, so nobody bothers keeping it up." "Never mind, dear," Mrs. White said in the gentle voice she used whenever her husband lost. "You may win the next one." Mr. White looked up quickly and caught a knowing glance flashing between wife and son. He hid a guilty grin in his beard, preparing to set the pieces for another round, when the garden gate slammed. Heavy boots crunched up the path. "There he is," Herbert said. Mr. White hurried to the door and greeted the visitor with friendly complaints about the storm. Moments later he ushered a big, broad-shouldered man into the glow of the fire. "Sergeant Major Morris," he announced. The sergeant major shook hands all round and settled into a chair, warming his red face while Mr. White fetched whiskey, tumblers, and a copper kettle to heat water on the coals. After a couple of glasses, Morris's eyes brightened and stories began pouring out. Tales of distant lands, fierce battles, plagues, and curious customs. The little family listened in wide-eyed fascination as he spoke about his 21 years in India, where he had once been a skinny youth in a warehouse and had returned a seasoned soldier. "I'd fancy a look at India myself," Mr. White said, stirring his drink. "Stay where you are," Morris advised, shaking his head. Mr. White leaned forward. "You told me a strange thing once, something about a monkey's paw. What was that?" "Nothing worth repeating," Morris replied too quickly. "A monkey's paw?" Mrs. White echoed, intrigued. "It's a little bit of magic," Morris said, trying to make light of it. Nevertheless, he reached into his pocket and slowly drew out a dried, shriveled paw, no bigger than a child's hand. Mrs. White frowned, but Herbert took the object and turned it over curiously. Mr. White inspected it next and laid it on the table. "What makes it special?" "A holy man, a fakir, put a spell on it," Morris said. "He wanted to show people that fate rules our lives no matter what we do. He fixed it so 3 separate men could each make 3 wishes." The room grew hushed. Herbert laughed first. "So why haven't you used your wishes, sir?" "I have," Morris answered quietly, the color draining from his face. And the wishes came true? Mrs. White asked. They did, he said, the glass in his hand clinking against his teeth. Did anyone else try? She persisted. The first man used his 3 wishes. I don't know what his first 2 were. The third was for death. That's how I ended up with the paw. Silence lingered until Mr. White said, If you've had your turn, Morris, the paw is no use to you now. Why keep it? Habit, perhaps, the sergeant major muttered. I thought of selling it, but it's brought enough trouble already, and buyers either laugh it off or want to test it first and pay after. If you could wish again, would you? Mr. White pressed. I don't know, Morris murmured. He dangled the paw by a finger and thumb, then suddenly tossed it onto the fire. With a cry, Mr. White snatched it from the flames. Better to let it burn, Morris warned. If you don't want it, give it to me, Mr. White said. I won't, Morris growled. Throw it back in and spare yourself. If you keep it, don't blame me for what happens. Yet when Mr. White insisted, Morris explained the simple ritual. Hold it in your right hand and speak your wish aloud, but be ready for the consequences. Mrs. White set the table for supper and joked that her husband should wish for extra hands to speed her work. The 3 of them laughed, though Morris grabbed Mr. White's arm with sudden alarm. If you must wish, he said, wish for something sensible. Later, after they had eaten and listened to more of Morris's adventures, he caught the last train back to town. Herbert closed the door behind him and teased. If that tale about the monkey's paw is as true as the others, we won't see any fortune from it. Did you pay him for it? Mrs. White asked her husband. A token, he admitted, a bit embarrassed. He didn't want money, but I forced it on him. Herbert began to caper around the room. We're going to be rich and famous. Wish to be emperor, father, and to stop mother from bossing you. Mrs. White swiped at him with a doily while Mr. White pulled the ugly talisman from his pocket. I don't know what to wish for, he said. We have everything we need. Clear the debt on the house, then, Herbert suggested. £200 would do it. Feeling foolish, Mr. White raised the paw. Herbert sat at the piano and played a dramatic chord. Mr. White said clearly, I wish for £200. The piano banged, and Mr. White cried out, dropping the paw. It moved, he said, staring. It wriggled like a snake. I don't see the money. Herbert laughed, returning the paw to the table. Mrs. White tried to comfort her husband, who insisted he had felt a twist, but eventually they all settled by the hearth. Wind howled outside, rattling upstairs doors, yet conversation lagged and a gloomy stillness fell. At last the old couple retired, and Herbert, left alone, poked the dying fire until bizarre faces seemed to form in the embers. One monstrous, ape-like face startled him so that he reached for a glass of water to dash on the coals. His hand brushed the paw instead, and shuddering, he wiped his fingers on his coat and trudged to bed. Morning sunlight banished the night's unease. Laughing at their own superstitions, the family joked over breakfast. Herbert pulled on his coat for work and warned his parents not to squander their imaginary fortune before he returned. His mother, cheerful again, made fun of her husband's credulity. Still, when the postman delivered only a bill, she grumbled about tipsy old soldiers filling people's heads with nonsense. At dinner Mr. White repeated that the paw had definitely moved in his grip, but his wife soothed him. Just then she spotted a well-dressed stranger hesitating at their gate. After pacing back and forth, the man finally strode up the path. Mrs. White hid her apron, ushered him in, apologized for the untidy room, and waited anxiously. The visitor introduced himself as a representative of Ma and Megan's, the factory where Herbert worked. He fidgeted with a loose thread on his trousers before speaking. I was asked to call, he began. Is anything the matter? Mrs. White asked sharply. Has something happened to Herbert? The stranger rubbed his hat brim. He was caught in the machinery. Badly hurt, he said, but he suffered no pain. Relief flooded her face, only for horror to follow when she realized what his words implied. Mr. White squeezed her hand. The visitor turned to the window, struggling with his duty. "The firm wishes me to convey their sincere sympathy," he said. "They admit no liability, but in recognition of your son's services, they offer you a sum of money." Barely breathing, Mr. White whispered, "How much?" £200. Mrs. White screamed and fainted. Her husband smiled a ghastly smile and collapsed. A week later, Herbert was buried in a sprawling cemetery 2 miles away. Grief dulled the house, and the couple moved like shadows. One cold night, Mr. White woke to find his wife sobbing at the window. He begged her to return to bed, but she murmured, "It's colder for my son." Hours later, she sat bolt upright. "The paw!" she cried. "Why didn't we think of it? Fetch it! Wish him back!" Horrified, Mr. White refused. She lit a candle and insisted. Against his better judgment, he crept downstairs, groped for the talisman, terrified that his mutilated son might appear in the dark before he escaped. He carried the paw upstairs, where his wife's face shone with desperate hope. "Wish!" she commanded. "It's wicked," he said. "Wish!" Hands trembling, he lifted the paw. "I wish my son alive again." The paw dropped to the floor. Mrs. White rushed to the window, blind raised, eyes searching the deserted road. They waited. Nothing happened. At last they returned to bed, hearts pounding, listening to the ticking clock, the creaking stairs, the rustle of mice. Then came a faint knock at the front door, so soft it might have been imagined. Matches spilled from Mr. White's shaking hand. A second knock, louder, echoed through the house. He fled to the bedroom, blocking his wife's path, but she broke free, convinced Herbert stood outside. She struggled with locks while her husband hunted the floor for the paw, determined to stop whatever waited beyond. As bolts slid, chairs scraped, and pounding grew frantic, his fingers closed on the talisman. With a final breath, he uttered his third wish. The knocking ceased. Wind whisked through the open door. Mrs. White wailed in despair, stumbling onto the empty path. Mr. White followed her to the gate. Under the flickering street lamp, only rain-wet stones and a silent road met their eyes. The night I first met Adrian Borlsover, I was only a small boy, no more than 8 or 9, and I went with my father to call on him in a neat little house that looked toward the sea. While my father tried to collect a charitable subscription, I sat on the carpet and stroked a sleepy black spaniel. At the end of the visit, my father asked if I might shake hands with Mr. Borlsover. He said it would give me something to remember when I grew up. I walked to the bed where the old man lay propped on cushions, and he took my tiny fingers in his large, cool hand. His face was pale and beautifully calm, and he spoke so gently that I felt an ache rise in my throat. He asked God to bless me and placed his right hand on my head. My father answered, "Amen," and a moment later we were outside in the salty evening air. While I struggled to hold back tears, my father, cheerful and satisfied, explained that the old gentleman had been completely blind for 10 years. I could not understand that. I had seen Adler Borlsover's wide, shining eyes. They were not shut like a puppy's eyes, so how could he see nothing? That day stayed with me only a short time, yet the name Borlsover soon meant a great deal to me. Adrian belonged to a family who were forever tinkering at odd little sciences and almost forgotten arts. They had founded strange sects, explored tiny corners of knowledge, supported causes no one else cared about. They were never quite brilliant enough to change the world, never quite foolish enough to be laughed out of it. Their discoveries and their defeats each faded more quickly than the last. Adrian himself had begun as a young clergyman at Borlsover Conyers, the village where his ancestors had lived for centuries. Weak lungs forced him south to a milder coast. There he worked as an expert on orchid pollination, preached from time to time in local pulpits, and carved delicate figures in wood whenever his strength allowed. His fingers were steady and clever. Even after blindness overtook him at 50, people whispered that he could still tell one flower from another simply by brushing the petals with his lips. Some said he could run a ribbon between thumb and forefinger, and name its color without hesitation. My father, who admired Adrian deeply, never confirmed the rumor nor denied it. Adrian never married. His elder brother George did, but only late in life, and produced one son, Eustace. That son grew up to be as original as any Bolsover before him. He studied in Germany, Italy, and South America, collected facts by the basketful, and returned to the family house at Bolsover Conyers to write a grand book on heredity. He hired a secretary named Saunders, an able mathematician with an uncertain past, and the two shut themselves indoors with microscopes, breeding cages, and notebooks. They rarely visited Adrian, yet they cared for the old man in their own stiff way. When Adrian was 65, something curious happened. Sitting up in bed one evening, his left hand tracing the raised braille characters of a heavy botanical treatise, he held a pencil loosely in the fingers of his idle right hand. Eustace, who that week was visiting him, noticed the pencil moving. The hand was writing, slowly, crabwise, across the margin of the printed page. No one had taught Adrian automatic writing. He did not even know it was possible. Intrigued, Eustace watched lines of nonsense letters and scraps of proverbs appear. He said nothing to his uncle, but when the old man dozed he placed an empty exercise book and a sharpened pencil beside the bed. What followed during the next weeks astonished Eustace. Again and again the sightless man's right hand reached for the pencil, and filled page after page. The writing was neat at first, then neater still, as though the hand were practicing. Once Eustace whispered a question and saw words leap smoothly onto the paper in reply, words that hinted at independent thought and sly humor. He began to suspect that some other mind was guiding those skillful fingers. On the last day of his visit, Eustace watched the hand joke, tease, and even scold. Blundering Bolsovers, it wrote. Curious, culpable, extraordinarily eccentric. The words were not cruel, merely playful, but a shiver crept down his spine. He asked who was writing. The answer came in graceful pencil strokes. Never you mind. Then it added, You'll see me very soon. And later, when poor old Adrian is dead. Eustace stared at the sleeping face on the pillows. His uncle's lips barely moved with each breath. That afternoon Adrian woke, discussed sermon texts in a faint voice, blessed his nephew once more, and grew drowsy again. Eustace left the next day with a promise to return in December. He never saw his uncle alive again. Adrian died quietly in his sleep, and the local papers printed warm stories of his patience and genius. Eustace, traveling in Italy, read the obituary with honest grief. He told himself that a keen but harmless intellect had been released from a failing body. Then he noticed a sentence that puzzled him. The funeral instructions, changed at the last moment, now ordered that Adrian's right hand be embalmed separately and sent to his nephew. The solicitor's letter that arrived a few days later confirmed every detail. Adrian, or someone using Adrian's elegant script, had insisted that Eustace receive the hand as a personal legacy. The box arrived at Bolsover Conyers on a damp November evening. The secretary, Saunders, greeted it with good-natured contempt. So that's the famous relic, he said, poking the crate with his foot. We'll open it after dinner. Perhaps we can use it to illustrate your chapter on inherited deformities. He and Eustace dined, drank a bottle of claret, and retired to the library. They unscrewed the lid by the firelight, half expecting a shriveled, mummified claw. What they saw instead was a hand that looked freshly cut, the skin pale and supple, the nails long and faintly tinted. Eustace shuddered. Seal it in the old desk, he said. They locked it away, and for 6 months neither man opened the drawer. Then came a spring night of wind and rain. Eustace sat alone in the library reading letters. Saunders had gone to play bridge. At 10 o'clock a maid brought Eustace a timber box addressed in a scrawl. The box kicked and thumped as though a wild animal were trapped inside. Probably the 6-toed albino rat I ordered, Eustace remarked, setting it on a side table, but he decided to finish his correspondence before dealing with it. When he returned 3 minutes later, the lid lay open, the thing inside had vanished, and faint scratches sounded behind the books in one of the deep alcoves. He fetched a lantern but saw nothing except dusty rows of leather spines. Restless, he rang for brandy and resumed his letters. The lights flickered and went out. At the far end of the room, something climbed the iron corkscrew stair to the gallery, knocking down heavy volumes as it passed. Eustace, sweating, followed with a candle. On the topmost landing he saw a human hand, white and swift, crawling like an inchworm along the floor. Before his nerve returned, it slipped between books and disappeared. He blocked the gap with fat folios, wedged planks before the shelf, and waited until Saunders came home. Saunders' reaction was half disbelief, half excited horror. Together they removed the barricade, coaxed the hand into the open, and trapped it in a metal cake tin. They lugged the tin upstairs to Eustace's bedroom, bolted every door, jammed every window, and sat smoking to steady their nerves. Just after midnight the hand broke loose, squeezed under the tin's rim, and slid toward them across the Turkish rug. Saunders slammed a suitcase down on it. Eustace hammered a nail straight through the palm into the boarding of the floor. The fingers writhed and curled like burning parchment. They wrapped the thing in an antimacassar, shoved it into the empty safe, spun the dial, and swore never to unlock that door again. From that night the house grew uneasy. Bells rang when no one pulled a cord. Footsteps pattered in dark passages. Servants met a cold shape brushing against them in the hall, or felt a small weight drop on the bedcovers after the candles were out. 2 maids left without notice. The housekeeper, Mrs. Merritt, handed in her resignation, writing that she would not stay. In a place where half-frozen toads tumble down the stairs and something white dries its fingers on the roller towel. Eustace, pale and jumpy, tried persuasion. Saunders suggested a higher wage. Nothing helped. The butler Morton, loyal but nervous, remained. One day he confessed that he had opened the safe 6 weeks earlier, freeing the hand, after receiving a note that appeared to be from his master. Eustace had written no such note. Windows were shuttered, fires kept burning even in July, and the 2 men seldom left each other's company. They agreed to abandon the great house on the 1st of September, taking only the clothes on their backs so that no lurking passenger could travel with them. But at the end of August Saunders arrived in Brighton with the motor car, cold, muddy, and cross. Eustace had rented rooms in a quiet terrace run by an old college servant who asked no questions. They locked the shutters, bolted the connecting bedroom doors, and tried to laugh at their fears. Late on the 31st, Saunders tossed a heavy pair of fur-lined driving gloves through the doorway onto Eustace's bed. A second later he heard a scream. The hand had been hiding in the glove, waiting. Eustace hurled it into the bathroom. It clung to the porcelain of the tub. They fetched a collar box to trap it, but by the time they returned it had vanished through the open window. Eustace fainted. Saunders saw a misshapen shadow sliding down the ivy outside. For 2 weeks Eustace lay in bed, the curtains drawn, a lamp burning all night, Morton sleeping on a cot across the door. At last the doctor insisted on fresh air. Saunders wheeled Eustace along the promenade in a bath chair and tried to talk of anything except fearful things. They planned to flee the country on September 1st. But as daylight faded on the evening before their escape, something tapped at the window pane of their sitting room, softly at first, then sharper, a tiny blade picking at the catch. Saunders pulled the shutters tight. Eustace poured wine and forced himself to drink. "It cannot pass walls and bolts," he said. "It obeys the limits of flesh." Yet after a pause he spoke again. "We have forgotten the bedroom chimney." They ran to Saunders' room. Inside the fireplace the hand was already descending, fingers spread like a ghastly spider. They snatched lamp oil, cotton wool, matches. Flames roared up the chimney, but a drenching splash sent burning oil across the hearthrug and curtains. The blaze leapt to the ceiling. Smoke filled the corridor. Saunders sprinted for water and raised the alarm. Eustace, dragging smoldering fabric away from the door, saw the hand creep from the fire, blackened, its nails still gleaming. It crawled toward him. He flung a blanket, stumbled back, and felt hot breathless darkness close around him. Minutes later the staff of the boarding house roused neighbors, and hoses doused the blaze. They found Eustace unconscious on the landing, no burns on his body, but a crushed, blackened hand clenched around his throat. When they pried the fingers loose, the hand dropped to the floor, shriveled at last into lifeless ash. Eustace survived, weakened but saying, In hospital he spoke little of the thing that had haunted him. He said only that some curiosities of science are better left alone, that certain channels opened by accident can never safely be blocked again, and that clever fingers may sometimes learn too much for their own peace. He never returned to Bolsover Conyers, and the fire-scarred library was sealed shut. The story of the Bolsover hand slipped quietly into rumor, like all the other unlikely achievements of that curious family. I grew up in Elm Grove, just a short drive from Waukesha, Wisconsin, and for years I heard people whisper about the deserted Nike missile base hidden in Hillcrest Park. Kids called the place the Doom Tower because of the tall blue radar frame that still rose above the trees, but the real name was Nike Battery 74. From 1956 until the summer of 1964, the Army kept Ajax and Hercules missiles there. Old posts online repeat the basics: designation, dates, the usual Cold War trivia, but no one explains why the site went silent months before other batteries shut down. That loose end fascinated me, so I decided to investigate on my own. My first stop was the Waukesha Public Library. Local history lives on dusty microfilm reels, and after 3 afternoons hunched over a viewer I finally struck gold. I found a photograph dated July 31st, 1964, one day before the Army labeled the base inactive. The picture showed a dozen officers in front of the barracks. Someone had written their names on the back in fading ink. The highest-ranking man, circled twice in pen, was Captain Charles Gunderson. A little more digging at the county records office told me he was still alive, still in Waukesha, and now in his late 80s. I copied the photo, took a deep breath, and called the number listed for him. He answered on the third ring, his voice thin and tired. When I introduced myself as a local historian and mentioned a missile site, silence followed. I thought the line had dropped, so I asked if he was still there. He spoke again, but the words were shaky. "I don't know what you're talking about," he said, then hung up. Worried, I dialed back twice, no answer either time. Anxiety got the best of me. If the man had collapsed after hanging up, I would feel responsible for not checking. His address was only a couple of miles from downtown, though Waukesha's winding streets made the trip longer than the map promised. I reached his sandy brick ranch house on the corner of Garfield and Wilson, eased past an overgrown hedge, and knocked. Captain Gunderson opened the door after a long pause. His shoulders were narrow, his face drawn, but his blue eyes looked alert and wary. "What do you want?" he asked. I apologized for the surprise visit, and said I feared he might need help after our call. He tried to close the door, yet I gently held out the old photo. As soon as he saw the red circle around his own younger face, his hands began to tremble. Tears pooled in his eyes. "Why couldn't you let it rest?" he whispered, then turned and shuffled down the hall before I could answer. A muffled bang followed, louder than a door slam. I hurried inside and found him crumpled in his study, a revolver on the carpet, blood and bone misting the bookcase behind him. The smell of cordite, metal, and something raw hit me at once. I stumbled into the bathroom and threw up, then called the police from his kitchen phone, my fingers sticky with adrenaline and sweat. They questioned me for hours but soon ruled the death a suicide. My story matched the evidence. Still, the captain's last words echoed in my head. Something about Hillcrest Park had driven him to keep silent his whole life, and my sudden curiosity snapped the last thread holding him together. I felt guilty yet even more determined to find the truth. The next day I knocked on doors along Wilson Avenue, asking neighbors about Charles. They described him as polite, solitary, sometimes seen tending roses or walking slowly to the mailbox. When I mentioned the missile base, many dismissed it as ancient history, but one older man, pushing a rusty mower, told me a rumor. "Chuck always said that tower should never come down," he recalled. "Paid the city to keep people out of the blast building. Said it was dangerous in there." That warning only sharpened my resolve. Early the following afternoon I turned off Davidson Avenue onto the narrow dirt lane that served as the park drive. Thick trees hid the squad car blue radar frame until the last bend. I parked near the square concrete blast bunker, grabbed my camera and a digital voice recorder, and started documenting. Graffiti covered the troop barracks, the roof sagged, and raccoons had chewed holes through the screens. The radar tower, though, looked almost new. The paint hardly peeled, the steel cross braces shone. Someone must have been maintaining it. Curiosity pulled me up the ladder. From the top platform I could see downtown Waukesha in the valley, and the curving snake of I-43 glinting far to the south. A hollow tube supported the tower's center. I leaned over the guardrail and shone my flashlight down that pipe, half expecting to see the bottom. It swallowed the beam. Then a sound drifted up, deep, lonely, almost like a child crying out a single syllable. Chaw! The echo multiplied, fading into the dark. I shivered. Probably a raccoon trapped below, I told myself. Still, the cry carried an odd cadence, almost human. I climbed down in a hurry. Before I could enter the blast building, a police cruiser rumbled up the lane. The officer inside asked what I was doing. I explained my project, showed him the photocopy, and offered him the binder of article notes in my backpack. He stared at the tower, then back at me. Technically, the city runs the playground, he said, nodding toward the swing sets hidden behind pines. But this side is private. Belongs to Gunderson's estate. We're supposed to escort trespassers out. I told him I'd been the one who found the captain. He frowned, recognized the address, and softened. You get 1 hour, he said. From his belt he pulled a heavy flashlight and handed it to me. If you're not out by then, you're on your own. He unlocked the blast building padlock, swung the rusted door open, and let me slip inside. The air stank of wet gypsum and rotten eggs. My own LED light and his backup beam barely reached the opposite wall. I narrated into the recorder, stamped the time, 3:23 p.m., and went forward. The first room looked like a mudroom. Old boots, a coat half-eaten by moths, a poster for Lyndon Johnson's re-election curling off the plaster. The next door groaned loud enough to shake dust from the ceiling, then dropped off its hinges completely and crashed, the sound echoing down the shaft ahead. Again I heard the low cry. Chaw! Louder this time, closer, fueled by frustration. My hands tingled, but I pressed on. Metal stairs spiraled into the darkness. After 30 steps I reached a landing where doors branched into side rooms. Something huge thudded deeper in the level below, rattling the catwalk. I pushed through the nearest doorway into a lounge. Mildewed carpet squished underfoot. Among overturned chairs lay a red playground ball, faded except for a small date stamp, 2003. Too wide to fit down the tower pipe, too new for a building sealed in the 60s. Someone had been here within the last decade. Another knock shook the stairs outside, heavier than before. I squeezed between cracked couches to an interior door, hoping to find records. The handle stuck, then opened into a narrow archive filled floor to ceiling with binders. The smell of paper, mold, and something sour settled deep in my throat. I grabbed a volume marked 0-1964 and flipped to the entries kept by Captain Gunderson himself. The handwriting was neat. President has ordered decommission of certain batteries. Ours will stay ready for new scientific directive. The next short lines made my skin crawl. The base hadn't closed, it had changed purpose. The officers received a sample of slag from Bikini Atoll and began testing radiation effects. Rats exploded. Cats liquefied. Eventually, after months of dilution, they prepared to test the serum on a human subject, Graham Phelps, an arson convict. A slam hit the archive door. My light trembled. Something enormous was out there. Wood splintered, shelves collapsed in a chain, and a wall of ancient books tumbled like bricks. When the dust settled, a hulking figure filled the doorway. He stood at least 3 meters tall, shoulders scraping the frame, skin stretched and scarred under scraps of olive-green uniform. Tufts of hair clung to his skull. One eye milk-white, the other glaring. "Shaw?" he asked, voice booming yet slurred, puzzled to see me instead of someone else. The journal pages flashed through my head. The injected prisoner exploded. 3 officers ran in. The radiation poured over them. 2 died. The third, Staff Sergeant James, Jimmy Strauss, mutated. Gunderson sealed him underground, promised to care for him. Now Gunderson was dead, and this, somehow, was Jimmy. He sniffed, sensed I was no friend, and roared, "Not Chaw!" His arm swung like a wrecking bar, sent me flying through the common room door, then heaved me over the stair railing. I fell, hit metal, slid, and struck the bottom level hard. I woke on a carpet of decayed fur and bones. The buzzing in my ears came from a cloud of flies. My flashlight flickered, showing layers of half-eaten rabbits, squirrels, raccoons, a private pantry replenished by decades of unlucky animals that wandered through vents or down the tower pipe. Maggots crawled over my pant leg. I gagged, crawled to the wall, and heaved until my stomach emptied. When I could stand, I aimed the beam upward. The spiral rose high, but one bulkhead door nearby was marked in rusted letters, J57. The same label from Gunderson's note. Inside sat the control room with broken glass looking into the sealed chamber. Dried blood still streaked the smashed window, and skeletal hands drooped from melted suits on the floor. In the center chair remained the open rib cage of another corpse, probably Phelps, the condemned prisoner. I found the last page of Gunderson's diary lying near the controls. He had sealed Jimmy inside and accepted life as caretaker, alone with his guilt. "No man should suffer alone," he wrote. "So I will stay until death frees us both." The captain had kept his word, feeding Jimmy, maintaining the tower, until age and despair won. From the dark hallway, a slow thump echoed, Jimmy searching. I crawled back into the stairwell and began climbing. Halfway up, he burst through a wall mid-level, shoving broken cinder blocks aside like foam. He looked up at me with that single bright eye, recognition dawning. "Shaw?" he asked again, softer. I swallowed. "Charles is gone," I said. "He died 3 days ago." He hung his head, emitting a low moan that rattled my chest. Tears leaked down his scarred cheeks. After a minute he looked at the catwalk, at his own huge arms, then at me. "You go." "No," he said. I hesitated. He repeated himself, slowly, clearly. "Go. Now." Then he drew back and slammed his fist into the stairwell wall. Steel groaned. He hit again, concrete cracking. The entire frame shook. I sprinted upward. Jimmy kept pounding. Half a flight below me, rivets popped, rails twisted. I dove through the entranceway as the catwalk tore free behind me. A roar, metal shrieking, and the spine of the stairwell collapsed, tumbling downward in a thunder like a freight train, burying Jimmy forever. The blast doors buckled behind me, but the lobby and outer door held. I stumbled into daylight, lungs burning, and found a ring of police cars. The same officer jumped from his cruiser, pinned me with wide eyes. His radio still crackled with reports of a shockwave heard across town. He cuffed me, drove me to the station, and sat silent for half the ride. At last he asked what happened. I told him pieces, an old experiment, a trapped survivor, a sacrifice, but I left out the towering figure and the word, Chaw. No one would believe me, and Jimmy had chosen his own ending when he brought down the stairwell. They released me at dawn after verifying I had entered with permission. I drove home through empty streets, replaying Jimmy's last words and Gunderson's sudden suicide. The Doom Tower still stands, but whatever its purpose during the Cold War, the last secret now lies crushed beneath 30 feet of twisted steel, known only to me, and to the wind whistling through a blue radar frame above Hillcrest Park. Julie Parker had always been the kind of woman who believed a calm mind could solve most problems. She prided herself on being practical, sensible, and able to think her way through any crisis. Friends came to her with tangled lives and left with neat, tidy solutions. That same confidence pushed her to answer the Craigslist post on a gray Tuesday morning in late October. She told herself the job sounded perfect. A small suburban house, 2 little girls, room and board included, weekends off. She had taken other live-in nanny positions before, though never for an older single parent, and never for children she had not met first. Still, the ad was short, polite, and carried the urgency of a grandfather who clearly needed help sooner rather than later. The email response arrived within an hour. The writer signed his name, Alexander Klein, and apologized for replying so briefly. He explained that his granddaughters, twins named Masha and Dasha, had lost their mother in an accident and were having a hard time accepting new faces. They suffered from severe anxiety and rarely left the house. He asked Julie to come by early that afternoon, promising to pay twice the usual rate if she was willing to start that week. Julie wrestled with caution. Every nanny blog she followed preached at length about safe meetings and formal interviews. But the promise of steady work after 3 weeks of temp jobs tempted her. She imagined a cozy house, bedtime stories, and maybe, if things went well, a permanent position that would finally let her pay off the last of her student loans. She replied yes, requested the address, then spent the next hour running through routine background checks. She found a handful of Alexander Kleins in the state, but the phone number he provided matched one listed for a retiree living on the outskirts of town. No red flags, no lawsuits, no criminal record. Relieved, she grabbed her car keys, stuffed her resume and references into a folder, and drove across the river, humming along with the radio. The neighborhood lay several miles from the closest strip mall, tucked behind rows of maples still clinging to their rusty fall leaves. As she cruised slow enough to read house numbers, she noticed how quiet the street sounded, even for midday. No dogs barking, no children chasing soccer balls across lawns. At last she found the address, a 2-story Victorian painted a once cheerful shade of peach, now faded by time. A wrought iron gate stood open, inviting her along a flagstone path toward a dark mahogany door. On the porch, 3 jack-o'-lanterns sat grinning beneath the eaves, their candles cold and gutted. Julie paused on the top step and tapped a quick text to her roommate, standard safety check, then pressed the doorbell. The chime echoed like an organ pipe through the interior hall. Footsteps shuffled inside. Her hand fluttered to her hair, smoothing stray strands before the door opened. A thin, elderly man with a gentle stoop and silver wisps across his crown blinked at her through pince-nez spectacles. Deep wrinkles framed a mouth that tried for a smile yet failed to reach his eyes. "Miss Parker?" he asked, voice raspy but warm. "Thank you for coming on such short notice." The moment he spoke, Julie felt her shoulders relax. He looked tired, yes, but more frail than frightening, the sort of grandfather who collected stamps and forgot his reading glasses. She introduced herself, handed him the folder of paperwork. He waved it away with a trembling hand. Later, he said. "The girls are resting upstairs. I'd rather keep the house quiet for their sake." He ushered her through a narrow foyer lined with sepia family photographs. Most frames showed the same young woman holding 2 identical toddlers, all laughing beneath a sunny sky. The twins, Masha and Dasha, no doubt, looked maybe 5 years old in those images, though Julie guessed they would be closer to 8 or 9 by now. She followed Mr. Klein to a sitting room where lace curtains filtered the muted light. Overstuffed armchairs huddled around a low tea table bearing an old porcelain set. Everything smelled faintly of lavender, as though someone had sprayed fresh fragrance minutes before she arrived. "Please forgive me," he said, motioning for her to sit. "Interviewing makes them nervous. Children," he added, touching his temple as if the reminder might slip away otherwise. He spoke in short, halting sentences, as though each idea required careful arrangement in his mind before release. "I hoped you could stay the rest of the day. Get acquainted. Let them see you are patient. Kind." Normally Julie would insist on meeting the kids and seeing her living quarters before agreeing, yet his plea sounded almost desperate. She imagined the heartbreak of losing a mother, then thought of her own teenage years after her father's sudden heart attack. How silence filled every inch of the house back then. How even a stranger's humming would have comforted her. She nodded. Alexander's shoulders sagged, part gratitude, part exhaustion. "I'll bring tea," he said. He retreated through a pocket door toward what must be the kitchen. Julie remained on the sofa, smoothing the edge of her skirt, coaching herself to stay open, ask gentle questions, guide the twins out of their shell. She pictured stepping softly up the stairs, leaning into a bedroom doorway, and seeing 2 shy faces peeking from behind a bedpost. The house was so silent she could hear the clock on the mantel tick. 10 minutes passed. Then 15. She cleared her throat. "Mr. Klein?" she called. No answer. The grandfather clock chimed once, a single hollow note, marking the half-hour. Worry pinched her stomach. Maybe he had fallen. She rose and crossed the parlor. The pocket door slid halfway, jammed on its track. She wedged her fingers into the gap and pulled. Hinge grease squealed. Inside, fluorescent light glared across stainless steel counters. Her eyes adjusted in time to see Alexander Klein standing near the back door, one hand braced on the frame, the other holding a tea tray that rattled from palsy tremors. "I'm sorry," he said, not turning around. "Clumsy today." Julie approached, relieved. She reached for the tray. "Let me help." He let her take the service, and for a second, his shoulders relaxed. Then she noticed something odd. 2 empty teacups, one adult size and one toddler size. No second child's cup. Before she could ask, he motioned her out. "Wait in the hall, please," he murmured. She obeyed, stepping backward until the tray wobbled in her grip. He followed slowly and shut the kitchen door behind them. When he turned, she saw tears glistening in the corners of his eyes. "The girls will come down if you set the cups on the table," he whispered. "They're shy." Julie tried to smile reassuringly, yet his expression, somewhere between grief and hope, made her throat tighten. She arranged the tray on the low table and perched on the sofa again. The china clinked softly. The room seemed to exhale lavender. A minute passed. Then another. Julie listened for footsteps overhead. None. But from deeper in the house came a faint scraping, a swish like satin brushing wood. A giggle, high-pitched, playful. She felt the hairs along her arms lift. She told herself children laughed, especially at new guests, especially behind doors. Still, her fingers curled around the armrest. "Mr. Klein?" she said louder this time. No reply. She stood, fighting the urge to tiptoe. "Mr. Klein, I'm not sure where you are, but—" The world spun. Something heavy struck her from behind. Stars burst across her vision. The teacup in her hand shattered on the carpet. She tried to shout, but a cloth pressed over her mouth, thick with a chemical sweetness that burned her nostrils. Her knees buckled. Darkness rolled over her before she landed on the floor. When she woke, panic was immediate, as sharp as the cold strap digging into her wrist. She lay horizontal, arms and ankles bound to what felt like a steel gurney. A floodlight blazed overhead, erasing the room's edges. Shapes moved at the periphery. 2, maybe 3 dark outlines gliding without sound. Julie's pulse hammered. She tested the restraints. Leather cuffs enclosed her wrists. A second strap pinned her biceps, another her thighs and shins. She strained until the leather left fire-hot welts. No use. Air rasped through her nose. Something filled her mouth, thick cloth knotted behind her head. A whisper, almost joyful. "She's perfect, Daddy." "Thank you." Julie froze. The voice was small, clearly a child's, but strangely steady, as though delivering lines rehearsed many times. Fabric rustled near her scalp. Fingers combed her hair, light, delicate strokes. Another voice giggled from the foot of the table. 2 different children. Only 2 hours earlier she had parked outside a normal house, hoping to read bedtime stories and bake cookies. Now she was captive in some hidden room. Her mind flashed through safety tips. Look for exits, remember details, humanize yourself by saying their name, but fear drowned strategy. She screamed against the gag, throat shredding, producing only muffled wails. The overhead light snapped off. Dark rings floated across her sight. When vision returned, a face loomed inches from her own. The skin sagged like crumpled paper, lips pale and gum-pink, eyes watery under yellow lids. Alexander Klein. He smelled of menthol and old wool. He smiled, revealing a mouth mostly void of teeth. "It's all right," he cooed, voice a lullaby turned rotten. "You won't be gagged if you promise to behave. The girls dislike noise." He untied the cloth. Julie coughed air, jaw aching. She gulped words, please, threats, bargains, but her tongue felt wooden. Where are they? She whispered. Alexander stepped aside, gesturing grandly. Two life-size dolls perched on child-sized chairs a few yards away. Their porcelain faces were painted with rosebud mouths and sky-blue eyes that reflected the weak light. Blonde ringlets framed cheeks dusted pink. Silk dresses, one ruby, one sapphire, lay smooth across stiff laps. Their feet pointed slightly inward, as though shy. Meet my daughters, he said tenderly. On the right is Masha, on the left Dasha. Say hello to your new mommy, girls. Both heads remained immobile, but a synchronized chorus chimed from the dim corner. Hi, Julie. Sound came from behind the dolls rather than within. Still, the effect was monstrous. Identical voices emerging from slack porcelain lips. Julie's breath hitched. She stared, waiting for a blink. My girls need a mommy. Alexander continued, stroking the curls of one doll, then the other. You will love them, yes? Julie swallowed, brain racing. Play along, by time. She nodded. Please, maybe I could sit up so I can see them better? He considered, rubbing an age-spotted hand across his jaw. The last candidate screamed. Terrible for the girl's nerves. He leaned closer, whispering. You won't scream? She shook her head, locking eyes with him. He loosened the gag and straightened. Good. Julie inhaled deeply, then shrieked, a ragged, animal cry that clawed the room. Instantly the old man's fragile posture vanished. His fist cracked her temple. Stars burst. Again. Again. Bone met bone. Pain shattered across her skull. She tasted copper. Blow after blow rained, swift despite his frail frame. She lost count. Vision blurred. A click echoed, footsteps retreating. The door shut. Darkness swallowed her. She woke to throbbing lightness in her limbs, a balloon feeling lifting her head. Her cheek burned where the skin split. Something warm trickled into her ear. She blinked, gauging time. Minutes? Hours? The room smelled of iron and baby powder. The dolls sat opposite, unchanged. She jerked her wrists. Leather squeaked. The strap across her chest shifted, looser than before, perhaps shaken free under the assault. She rocked her torso side to side, coaxing slack into the buckle. Pain ripped through her bruised ribs, but the strap stretched another millimeter. She worked her right wrist, twist, pull, twist. Sweat slicked the leather. It slid a fraction. A floorboard creaked behind her. Julie froze. The dolls' chairs were empty. Heart plunged. Soft taps, like kitten paws, approached. You're a bad mommy. A voice sang directly behind her ear, playful yet edged with malice. Cold porcelain touched her cheek, tracing the cut. Julie squeezed her eyes shut. Fingers toyed with her earlobe, light and cold. Then weight shifted, footsteps padding to the side. One porcelain face entered her peripheral vision. Glassy eyes stared, lips curled in permanent innocence. Yet no ventriloquist crouched there. The doll's head tilted, a mechanical jerk, and a stainless steel scalpel glinted in its tiny hand. Julie's mind faltered. Dolls could not move alone. Nothing about this made sense. She jerked again at the chest strap. The buckle groaned. Night-night, Mommy, the doll whispered. The blade pressed into her throat, shallow but biting. She gasped. The doll's other hand reached for her hair, stroking gently. Sleep tight. Julie bucked hard. The chest strap tore free. She flung her torso upward, wrenching one wrist sideways. A flash of fire shot through her elbow, ligaments screaming. But the leather slid over her slick skin, and her right hand ripped free. The doll lunged, slicing air. Julie caught its porcelain wrist. Shock coursed through her, solid flesh beneath silk, not the brittle hollow clay she expected. The arm felt rubbery, sinew under porcelain veneer. She twisted. The doll shrieked, voice warping deep, no longer childlike. It swung the blade again. She yanked, smashing the doll's elbow on the steel edge of the table. The porcelain cracked. A fluid, thick and dark, oozed from the fracture, smelling like embalmed rot. Julie hurled the doll across the room. It collided with the second doll, both tumbling behind a trunk. She slashed the ankle straps with the scalpel now in her possession, pain screaming through her half-numb limbs. She staggered toward the door, half bent from bruises. Behind her a low growl rumbled, something feral trapped in a child's tinny voice. Chairs toppled. Glass shattered under tiny feet. The hallway glimmered green under emergency bulbs. She limped, favoring her right knee. From the stairs came faint music, a lullaby crackling through static speakers. She crept toward it, searching for an exit. The melody staggered, slowed, then cut, replaced by a metallic scrape. Alexander Klein emerged at the top of the stairs, every inch the frail retiree except for the 12-gauge shotgun balanced in his arms. "Come back!" he rasped, cheeks blotched purple with rage. "They need you!" Julie stepped onto the first tread, one hand sliding along the banister. He raised the barrel. A crash behind her, ceramic shards flung against the wall. She darted down the stairs just as the shotgun roared, with splinters stinging her scalp. She rolled, landed awkwardly, and dashed through the foyer, ignoring the throb in her ankle. Front door dead-bolted. She veered into the kitchen, slammed the pocket door behind her. Lockless. She shoved the T-card against it, scanned for exit. Back door dead-bolted too, keyhole empty. Windows? Bars outside. Panic threatened to choke her. Upstairs, tiny feet pitter-pattered along wood. Alexander barked orders, or maybe coaxing, she couldn't tell. She searched cabinets, flung open drawers until her trembling hands closed around a cast-iron skillet. Not ideal, but weighty. She braced beside the door. Silence. Then a single giggle floated through the scene. The girls? The dolls? Something scratched the wood, methodical, testing. Julie's breath quivered. The door slid an inch. Skillet raised, she waited. A china hand slipped inside, fingers clicking. She slammed the pan down. Porcelain cracked. The hand withdrew, shrieking. Immediately the shotgun butt smashed the door off its track. It skidded across tiles, nearly toppling Julie. Alexander shuffled in, gun reloaded. "Stop!" he croaked. "Don't hurt them." Julie backed against the stove, skillet raised. "They attacked me!" she shouted. He shook his head, mouth trembling. "They're sick, lost. I cured them." Tears streaked dusty cheeks. "All they need is a mother." Behind him, the damaged doll hobbled, arm dangling askew, glaze fractured like spiderweb. Dark fluid dripped, leaving snail trails on the floor. Its twin emerged beside it, scalpel gleaming. Julie swung the skillet at Alexander's wrist. The shotgun clattered. She kicked it across the room. The dolls shrieked, rushing her. She hurled the skillet, missed. She grabbed a chair and slammed its leg into the counter, splintering off a jagged stake. The first doll leaped, inhumanly fast. Julie rammed the stake through its torso. The porcelain cracked, revealing beneath a shriveled, leathery tissue fused to clockwork gears. The doll convulsed, arms flailing. She swung the body into the second doll, bowling both onto the hearth. Flames from a gas pilot licked the silk skirts. Cloth whooshed. The dolls ignited, their painted faces blistering. They thrashed, voices gurgling, then fell silent, melting into a single charred mound. Alexander wailed, dropping to his knees. Julie seized the moment. She yanked the key ring from his belt, sprinted to the back door, found a match, and flung it open. Cold night air knifed inside. She limped across the porch, down the stone path, through the gate, barefoot on gravel, adrenaline-numbing pain. Sirens approached. Someone must have reported the gunshot. She collapsed on the curb, sobbing, as blue lights scissored the darkness. In the weeks that followed, police uncovered a labyrinth beneath the old house: surgical tables, formaldehyde vats, shelves of porcelain shells. Alexander Klein had preserved the bodies of his twin granddaughters after they died in a car accident 3 years earlier. Through crude machinery and chemicals he attempted to restore motion, voice, life. The dolls contained what remained of Masha and Dasha, skin dried and bound to metal frames. Journals revealed his plan: capture a woman, designate her as Mother, complete the family. Julie testified from a hospital bed, ankle fractured, skull stitched. Alexander died in custody before trial, complications of pneumonia. The dolls were destroyed on court order, their ashes sealed in a state evidence vault. Sometimes, late at night, Julie dreams of delicate fingers twining in her hair, of a voice whispering in the dark. "Sleep tight, Mommy." She wakes, heart racing, convinced she hears twin giggles fading down the hall. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I need to explain, even if no one else ever reads it, how I ended up here, sitting alone in a dark house with a notebook, knowing that once these pages are filled I will take my own life. Writing is my last chance to feel calm. If, after I finish, I have the courage to post this somewhere online, all I ask is that whoever finds it understands. As you read these words, I am finally at peace. The animal I loved most on my fiancé Anthony's farm was a huge sound named Sausage. She was so big she could have looked scary, yet she treated people like they were her favorite toys. Whenever I walked to her pen, she acted like a friendly dog, pressing her head against the fence so I could scratch behind her ears, snorting in a happy rhythm if I stopped too soon. She alone convinced me that farm life might not be as frightening as I first thought. I had grown up in a suburb and owned exactly 2 goldfish and a hermit crab. When Anthony asked me to marry him and move on to his 40-acre Midwestern property, a place packed with sheep, goats, chickens, turkeys, pigs, a donkey, and half a dozen cats, I nearly fainted at the idea. Still, I loved him, and he loved me even with all my worries, so I said yes. He inherited the farm after his father died the year before Anthony and I met. At first, I tried to talk him into selling the land so we could start fresh near a city. After 3 days on the property, I stopped pushing. It took that little time for Sausage to show me that farm animals could be affectionate friends rather than mysterious, judging creatures. My feelings spread from Sausage to every living thing that wandered the fields or sat chewing in the shade. When I moved in, Sausage was pregnant, and her piglets were due a week after Anthony and I planned to return from our honeymoon. I was so anxious I could barely breathe, yet I helped Anthony deliver all 4 babies. I watched them slip into the straw slick and pink, helped dry them with towels, and whispered encouragement to their swollen mother. The next morning Anthony invited the little boys from across the road to carry on the local tradition of naming new arrivals. The smallest piglet, which could fit in a child's palm, ended up with the name Pee-wee. The first days after birth were busy but heart-melting. Whenever I worried I might do something wrong, I reminded myself that Sausage's calm nature and Anthony's experience would cover my mistakes. The horror started late one night. Anthony and I had finished chores, showered, and fallen asleep still tangled in each other's arms. A scream cut through the dark. A pig screamed so high and sharp it felt like glass in my ears. Both of us bolted upright, then sprinted downstairs, across the yard, and through the pasture toward the pig pen. The shriek faded only when we reached the gate, as though a switch had clicked off. Moonlight painted everything silver. At first I saw nothing except Sausage's hulking shadow. Then my eyes adjusted, and I noticed the small, broken shape in the dirt. Pee-wee. His body looked as if someone had used it to pound nails, legs twisted the wrong way, purple bruises blooming everywhere, ribs loose under thin skin, nose stuttering for breath that could not save him. Sausage stood above him, silent and deliberate. She gripped her runt by the scruff of his neck and jerked him upward. I shouted, stepped forward, but Anthony caught my arm. Before I could pull free, Sausage slammed her baby against the ground. A crack like splitting firewood echoed through the field. I would have collapsed if Anthony had not tightened his grip. "It's over," he whispered. He was right. Pee-wee must have died the first time his body struck the dirt. How many times had Sausage done this before we woke? If we forced her to stop now, we would only prolong the agony. Nature could be cruel, Anthony said, So sometimes the kindest thing was to let nature finish its terrible work. But what I had just seen felt anything but natural. Anthony scooped up the 3 remaining piglets, each squealing, confused, and trembling, and carried them to an empty pen next door, where a stretch of fence would keep them safe. Sausage poked at Pee-wee's body with her nose until she seemed satisfied that he was dead, then ambled toward the feed tub and buried her snout in leftover slop. Anthony asked me to go inside and wait while he buried the runt. He looked exhausted when he returned to our bedroom. Dirt clung to his clothes and sweatier hair flattened against his forehead. He sat on the edge of the mattress, stared at his boots, and said nothing for a long time. Finally, he lifted his eyes to mine. "Juanita," he said. He only used my full name when he was scared. "There's something I never told you." A hush flooded the room, as thick as thunder before a storm. "What?" My voice sounded smaller than I felt. "What happened tonight isn't new. Every animal on this farm will try to kill its newborns unless the babies are taken away right after birth." He rubbed both hands over his face. "I've never found an explanation, scientific, superstitious, anything. But it has always been like this here." I tried to sit straighter. "How is that possible?" "I don't know." He shook his head, knuckles white against his knees. "You're probably wondering why I didn't separate the piglets right away like my father always did. I guess I was selfish. Dad's gone. You and I are building a future. Part of me hoped the curse, or whatever it is, died with him. I wanted to believe it was all in my head. That's why I waited. Now Pee-wee's dead, and I had to tell you anyway." He covered his eyes with one trembling hand, and a single tear fell. From that night forward, Anthony could barely meet my gaze. He carried guilt so visible I thought it might crush him. Watching him hurt made me love him more fiercely. I told him, over and over, that none of this was his fault. He never fully believed me. That was the first act of infanticide I witnessed on the farm. Over the next 4 years, no matter how carefully we watched or how quickly we separated newborns from their mothers, we failed again and again. Sometimes we discovered a fresh litter only after screams or silence told us it was too late. I cannot list every incident, I still dream about many of them, but one stands out like a knife pressed between my ribs: the kittens. Snoozes was a scruffy orange barn cat who liked to nap wherever sunbeams landed. She might vanish for 2 days, then reappear in the hayloft, stretching and yawning as if she had invented the idea of leisure. When her belly began to swell, Anthony and I tried to track her movements, but cats answered to no one. Soon she disappeared for nearly 2 weeks. We suspected she had delivered her litter somewhere hidden, inside a hollow wall, beneath a pile of boards, maybe into one of the old sheds. My stomach twisted whenever I pictured those helpless creatures. Anthony's new job with the USDA required travel, so the days Snoozers chose to return I was alone doing chores. She lounged atop a hay mound in the goat pen, noticeably thinner, eyes half closed in lazy satisfaction. I spoke her name, relieved to see her alive, yet terrified of what I might not see. No kittens followed her. For a moment I felt grateful. Maybe she had hidden them in a safe place. Maybe this time nature had spared something small and innocent. I knelt to stroke her fur. She flicked her tail in pleasure, blinking that slow cat blink that means everything is fine. The goats bleated impatiently, so I stood to swap out the huge black tub that served as their water dish, something we did every few days. 2 hands barely managed its weight. I hoisted the filthy water over the fence and let it pour onto the dirt. The splash was followed by a series of soft thuds, almost like heavy raindrops. When I looked down, 5 tiny bodies lay among the wet hay, Snoozes' kittens. Their eyes were still sealed shut by birth membranes. No scratches, no bite marks. They had drowned, defenseless, while their mother likely crouched above them holding each under until bubbles stopped. I dropped the tub. The world tilted. Somehow I walked back to the house, locked the door, climbed into bed, and cried until my throat bled. Anthony was 2 states away, unreachable in a training session. When he finally returned my call, He told me to lay a towel over the kittens and leave them until he came home the next evening. He promised to bury them. I curled into a ball and remained in that position for hours, as if stillness could erase the image of water closing over newborn faces. The farm taught me to fear sleep. Nightmares chased away any refuge dreams could offer. Still, nothing that happened with animals prepared me for what would happen after I gave birth myself. When I discovered I was pregnant, Anthony and I sat on the porch swing under the low, buzzing stars. I clutched his arm and asked what now felt inevitable. What if the curse affects me? What if I hurt our baby? He kissed my forehead. Sweetheart, you're not an animal in the barn. You're the woman I love. You'll be a wonderful mother. He told me again that he had grown up here and survived untouched by whatever madness lived in the pens. He ignored that he was raised only by his father. His mother, he said, died giving birth. At night, lying awake, I wondered if that was true or simply a story designed to keep a child from asking unbearable questions. Our son, JJ, was born 10 days ago. Since the first contraction, someone has always been in the house. Anthony, my parents, his cousins, neighbors dropping casseroles. The attention distracted me from the storm building inside my skull. At first, whenever I nursed JJ, I felt pure love, warm as sunlight, bright as sausage's happy grunt when I scratched her ears. Yet beneath that glow a cold, terrible thought whispered, "Kill him." At 3 a.m. I scrolled through articles on postpartum depression, psychosis, sudden intrusive thoughts. I tried to convince myself the impulse was an illness I could medicate or an anxiety I could meditate away. Instead, the voice in my head grew stronger. I never said a word to Anthony. If he suspected our son was in danger, would he lock me in a room? Call the doctor? Smother me in my sleep, as I now feared his own father might have smothered his mother? Night after night the nightmares worsened. The last evening before Anthony left for a regional training, I dreamed JJ and I were running through a cornfield. A killer chased us. My lungs burned. The corn parted, revealing a farmhouse. I ran inside, slammed the door, locked it. I sat on the sofa, JJ cradled against my chest, rocking until my heart slowed. Then, still in the dream, I set him on the coffee table and began peeling his skin from his tiny body, strip by strip, arranging each piece like pressed flowers. He did not cry. He watched me with calm, wise eyes. Only after I removed everything but the small patch between his eyebrows did his eyes roll back. I woke, vomiting into the bathroom sink and blaming spoiled milk for my nausea. Anthony left the next morning. He kissed me, kissed JJ, promised to return in 2 nights. I felt the walls closing around me the moment his truck disappeared beyond the trees. That afternoon I fed JJ, changed him, rocked him. Every time I looked down at his fragile head, the dark voice inside me said, "Press your thumbs into his soft spots, snap his neck, hold him underwater." I paced the living room until midnight, nursing the baby, laying him in the crib, staring until sunrise. Tonight I managed to put dinner in the microwave, swallow 3 bites, and settled JJ in his crib before turning on a mindless TV show. My eyelids drooped. I thought I was drifting, not sleeping. Then, like a camera flash in a cave, awareness returned, and I realized I was halfway up the stairs with a kitchen knife in my hand. I screamed, flung the blade down the steps, collapsed, and sobbed so violently my chest cramped. The blackout, the lost minutes, broke me. I no longer trust myself to stay conscious, or sane, or alive without hurting my child. JJ is crying now. His wails echo through the quiet house. He is hungry. I haven't nursed him since morning because I am terrified that the instant I hold him the voice will take over and I will smother him against my breast. Calling Anthony or my mother would take 10 minutes. In those 10 minutes I could kill JJ in 100 ways. I feel the urge pulsing in my fingertips. Writing these words delays action, but words are running out. The longer I sit, the louder JJ cries. Milk seeps through my shirt. The smell of him, powder and innocence, floods my senses, and the voice inside me screams, "End him." I cannot let that happen. I cannot trust another blackout. so I have decided on a different ending. When this page is filled, I will go into the barn and loop a rope over a beam. I will leave a note on the kitchen table for Anthony, one final plea: burn this farm to the ground. Salt the earth. Sell the ashes. Whatever haunts the animals, whatever stalks the mothers who live here, must never hurt another living thing. Anthony, my love, I wish I could have grown old beside you, watching fields turn gold each autumn and green each spring. JJ, my sweet boy, I love you beyond every word in every language. I pray you grow strong, kind, unafraid. And I beg whoever someday owns this land to torch every building, every fence, every cursed corner where life begins only to be destroyed. The fire will cleanse. My death will protect my son. And at last, when I step off that stool and feel the rope close around my neck, the voice in my head will have no power left. Goodbye. Eve Lawson wrapped the telephone cord around her fingers while she spoke, her painted nails tapping against the receiver as though it were a drum. Thank you for calling the law offices of Mr. Henry S. Murray. How may we help you today? Her voice was pleasant, but under the sweetness lay a restlessness that never quite disappeared. People who passed her desk assumed she was only bored. The truth, however, was more complicated. Every click of the clock reminded her that time was running out for what she wanted most. She sat in the lobby behind a solid oak counter so glossy it reflected the light that poured through the tall windows. To her left and right cushioned chairs rested on rugs that smelled faintly of new leather. Opposite her, two imposing cherrywood doors guarded the private office of Henry S. Murray. Esque those doors meant everything to Eve. They shielded the man she adored, the man she planned to marry, even if he did not yet understand that plan. When Henry allowed her inside with a light knock, Eve felt her pulse quicken. He was in his early 40s, tall and lean. With dark hair he combed back each morning as though preparing for a photograph. His suit jackets fit with the ease of habit, and his smile, though muted, warmed Eve more than any sunbeam. He rarely liked interruptions, but she carried his messages to him anyway. She liked the hush of the carpet beneath her shoes. She liked the way he thanked her in a voice that rumbled gently from his throat. "Come in, Eve," he said, glancing up from his laptop. She stepped inside, clutching her notepad. "Your 2 o'clock appointment cancelled, Mr. Murray. Would you like me to order lunch before your next meeting?" He closed the computer with a snap. "I'm taking lunch with Janet at the bistro. She wants to talk wedding details before she drives back to Chicago. The date is coming quickly, email." Eve nodded, her carefully rehearsed smile stretching a bit too wide. "Of course. Anything else?" "One small thing. Call Harold Bradford and move our 3 o'clock. I won't make it today." Her mouth formed the words, "Yes, sir," but the sound barely left her lips. As Henry slipped on his coat, Eve noticed a woman waiting in the lobby. Janet Bennett, rich, confident, a year younger than Henry and eager to remind everyone of her family name, sprang from her chair. Henry greeted her with an embrace so enthusiastic Eve felt it echo inside her own chest. He lifted Janet, spun her once, and carried her out the door laughing. The bell above the frame jingled a bright farewell. When the glass settled, Eve's pencil snapped in two. For months she had offered hints of her feelings. A light touch on Henry's arm when she set papers on his desk. A bit of extra perfume on days when he met no one but her. A lingering laugh at a joke not especially funny. She saw him notice. His eyes dipped down her blouse when he thought she was typing. He smiled when their fingers brushed as she handed him a pen. Surely, she thought, he felt the same spark. Surely, he could not truly love the woman whose clothing looked plucked from dusty trunks, and whose voice carried the edge of entitlement. Janet didn't understand Henry the way Eve did. Janet lived in a world of fundraisers and grand hotels. Henry belonged with someone who saw him every day, someone close, someone eager to please. That afternoon Eve drove home, tore off her blouse and pencil skirt, and chose a summer dress the color of ripe peaches. The hem landed high on her thighs, and the neckline suggested rather than revealed. She curled her hair, added gloss, and sped back to the office before anyone noticed her absence. The reception area stood silent except for the ticking clock. She sat straight-backed, ankles crossed, eyes fixed on the door, rehearsing the dozens of ways Henry might compliment her appearance. The minute hand crawled. 5 o'clock came and went. The sky blushed into evening. Nearly 6, the lock turned. Henry entered with his briefcase swinging. His gaze landed on Eve, slid away, then hurried back. He paused mid-step, eyebrows raised. "Did you change?" he asked. She rose and spun slowly. "I'm testing it for my sister's dinner party. What do you think?" He cleared his throat. "You look lovely. Wear it with confidence." Quickly he added, "Any messages?" "A few." She fluttered her lashes. "Shall I bring them in?" He nodded, but before entering his office he hesitated. "Eve, could you come in when you're finished? I have something important to discuss." "Important." The words sang inside her. She gathered the message slips, most blank, 1 or 2 real, slid them into a neat stack, and stepped into Henry's sanctuary. The scent of pine polish and aftershave met her nose. Lamps glowed amber. She placed the notes on his desk, bending low so her dress stretched tight. Then she circled to the chairs opposite him. He motioned for her to sit. "I wanted you to hear this from me," he began. "Janet and I chose a date. 2 weeks from Saturday. We'll marry at Madison Avenue Church in Chicago. I hope you can attend, though I realize the distance may be inconvenient." Eve pressed her knees together. A candle flame of panic flickered in her belly. She forced a polite nod. "There's more," Henry continued. "After the wedding I'm relocating. Janet believes the firm could thrive in a bigger market, and I agree. I'll close this branch and open one downtown near her family's building." The flicker inside Eve shot upward, scorching. "And me?" she whispered, tearing her eyes from his. "I would never leave you stranded," Henry said, leaning forward, his hands folded. "Robert Sullivan needs a new receptionist. I'll call him. He'll be lucky to have you." A thin sound escaped Eve's throat. She could not tell whether it was laughter or pain. "Why do you always call me dear if you're so eager to discard me? I've given you everything. Haven't you felt how much I care?" "I do care," Henry insisted, standing to place a comforting hand on her shoulder. "You're a valued employee and a friend." The touch traveled through her skin like electricity. She gripped his arm, rose, and pressed herself against him. Tears glimmered in her eyes. "Henry, I need you. I love you. Janet doesn't deserve you. Stay here with me." His face reddened. Gently he tried to free himself. "Eve, that's impossible. I'm marrying Janet. We'll build a life together." She tightened her embrace. Her nails dug into the fabric of his jacket. He muttered her name, half command, half plea. She slid one hand up his neck, pinched something between her fingers, and jabbed. Henry felt a brief sting, then heat filled his chest, spread down his arms, seeped into his legs. His knees folded. "Why?" he mouthed, no air behind the word. The room swam. The last thing he saw before darkness was Eve's radiant smile. When the world returned, Henry found himself lying on the daybed pressed against the office wall. Eve's silhouette hovered. Lamps burned low. The blinds leaked moonlight. Henry tried to speak. Only a hoarse croak emerged. Eve slipped a cushion behind his shoulders and lifted a glass of bourbon to his lips. "Drink, sweetheart. It'll steady you." The liquor burned. His tongue felt swollen. "What happened?" he managed. "You fainted," she said, brushing hair from his forehead. "Don't worry. I'll take care of you." She set the glass aside and traced her fingertip along his jaw. "While you were resting, I thought about our future. When we're married, I'd love red roses down the church aisle. My baby sister can scatter petals. Afterward, we'll buy a house on a hill, children playing on a tire swing." Henry tried to sit upright. His limbs rebelled. "Eve, listen to me. You need rest," she soothed. She guided his arms around her waist. "Dance with me, darling. Just one song." Humming, she pulled him to his feet. His body moved like wet sand, but she supported his weight, swaying in slow circles, whispering promises. After several minutes she laid him back on the daybed, smoothed his hair, curled beside him, and closed her eyes, content. Morning light fanned across the room. A telephone rang on Henry's desk. Eve stirred, slipped free, and answered. "Hello? Eve, this is Janet. Put Henry on. The driver's arriving soon, and he promised to see me off." Eve leaned against the desk, eyes roaming Henry's still form. "I'm afraid he stepped out with a client for breakfast," she said. "Important business. On the morning I leave for Chicago? Are you sure?" Janet's voice sharpened. "Quite sure. He asked not to be disturbed." Eve's tone brightened. "Have a safe trip." Janet sputtered, but the line went dead. Eve yanked the cord from the wall and tossed the phone into the trash. Hours passed in a haze of whispered vows. Eve fed Henry water and crackers, wiped sweat from his brow, arranged and rearranged papers on his desk as though planning invitations. By late afternoon she poured herself a second bourbon, then a third. When footsteps sounded in the lobby, she jerked upright. Someone knocked hard. She peeked through the crack between doors. Janet stood outside, hair perfect, face twisted in anger. Beside her loomed a sheriff's deputy. Eve's jaw clenched. She slammed the inner doors, locked them, dragged a wooden chair beneath the handle. "Henry," she said, returning to him, "they're here to steal you. But I won't let them." From the lobby, the deputy called, "Ma'am, open up." His fist struck wood like a gavel. Janet shouted Henry's name. Eve covered Henry's ears. He opened his eyes, cloudy, distant. "Eve, let them in," he whispered. "This isn't right. Don't worry, love. We belong together." The deputy kicked. Screws squealed. The chair slid an inch. Eve pressed her forehead to Henry's. "Tell her you love me," she begged, tears shining. "Tell her you choose me." Henry's lips moved, but no sound arrived. Eve heard splintering wood. She kissed him fiercely. The door burst. Janet rushed forward, only to stumble at the sight before her. Henry lay motionless, skin pale as candle wax, eyes fixed on nothing. A thread of dried blood traced from his nostril to his upper lip. Eve cradled him, stroking his hair. "I told you," Eve said, beaming at Janet. "He loves me. We're getting married." Janet collapsed, sobbing. The deputy gripped Eve's shoulders, snapped cold cuffs around her wrists. She did not struggle. She pressed one last kiss to Henry's silent mouth. Outside, sirens were already wailing. I noticed the spots after I came in from the garden. They started as small red patches on the backs of my calves, nothing I had seen before, but nothing that set off alarms either. I assumed they were heat rash, the kind of irritation you get when sweat has nowhere to go and burrows into the first layer of skin. Doctors call that miliaria, a name that sounds half like malaria and half like a pretty girl you might meet at a party. Heat rash burns a little, itches a little, and feels like you rubbed your leg against very fine sandpaper. I thought, all right, my skin is dry. I spent the morning kneeling in dirt under the sun, so this makes sense. I keep a shelf of creams and oils in the bathroom, aloe blended with cucumber, oatmeal lotion, lavender salve, chamomile spray, and I know which ones clog pores and which ones let the skin breathe. Latex gloves are out of the question for skin care because they trap heat, so I pulled on thin cotton ones, scooped a generous swirl of the cucumber aloe mixture, and smoothed it from ankle to knee. The jar is chilled. The cream felt heavenly. For 30 seconds I believed it was already working. Then the burning doubled. Instead of fading, the spots stretched, thinning into scratch-like lines that climbed toward my knees. One thin red mark forked into two, like tree roots, and those roots kept going. I peeled off the gloves and ran cold water over my legs, but the water stung too. All right, I told myself, maybe this is not heat rash. Perhaps it is an allergy. Ragweed has been brutal this year, and I already felt it in my sinuses. A single plant can throw a billion specks of pollen into the air, tiny grains you never see but that invade every pore. If pollen can make me sneeze and clog my head, why couldn't it irritate my skin as well? That idea made sense, so I opened my herbal cabinet, took 2 butterbur capsules, my go-to natural antihistamine, waited an hour, then took 2 more. After that I made a pot of nettle tea, which always calms an allergic flare. Butterbur also makes me drowsy, and the tea's warmth spread through my chest like bedtime milk. Before napping I stripped my bed, in case my new detergent was to blame. The bottle says it is 99% organic, but the last 1% is a natural lavender essence. And companies can hide all sorts of garbage behind that word. I washed the sheets with plain baking soda, made the bed with hospital corners, and lay down naked so no fabric could rub the rash. When I woke it was late afternoon. I expected, hoped, the spots would be lighter. Instead they had advanced. They covered my knees and were halfway up my thighs. The original angry red had softened into a pale strawberry color, pretty from far away, like melted ice cream, but terrible up close because tiny dark flecks dotted the pink. Under my fingernails I found delicate half-moons of dried blood. I must have scratched myself in my sleep. Panic is useless, I reminded myself, but worry and panic are close cousins. A dermatologist would charge half a paycheck to tell me something I can research myself, so I returned to my computer. I read countless pages about contact dermatitis, photosensitivity caused by antibiotics, rare plant allergies, even obscure parasites that enter through cat scratches. Every click led to another possibility. While I searched I became aware of how ridiculous I looked, naked, red-legged, pacing between bathroom and bedroom, curtains drawn against the summer light. I closed the blinds completely, more for privacy than for sun, though photosensitivity was still on my list. A month ago I caved and took a tetracycline antibiotic for a chest cold, a decision that went against everything I usually do. Antibiotics can linger in tissue and cause rashes when exposed to bright light. Maybe that was it, I thought. Food crossed my mind next, although I eat a strict raw vegan diet and grow most of what passes my lips. Still, one can never rule out hidden pesticides or a strange cross-reaction. I decided to fast through the evening, only glass-bottled water, plus 1 modest glass of red wine to relax. I only drink wine that is organic and unfiltered, 8 ounces measured exactly. Too much wine cancels its benefits. The right amount raises HDL, the good cholesterol, and supplies antioxidants my body loves. I reached for my favorite Spanish Merlot and frowned. Daniel, my boyfriend, had finished it last night. He loves to tease while he pours, talking about antioxidants with a cigarette in his fingers. The smoke spirals around the glass and makes me cringe. The only bottle left was a Jacob's Creek Cabernet, not my first choice but acceptable, full of eucalyptus notes that tingle the nose like mint. I took a clean glass from the cupboard and saw a single white hair clinging to the rim. Snowflake. That cat sheds invisible threads that drift everywhere. She is Daniel's cat, not mine, a fragile albino with pink eyes that look like dawn through fog. Sometimes she rubs against my calf when I stand at the counter, and I can't help picturing microscopic parasites hidden in her fur. Toxoplasma gondii lives in cats' intestines and can cause skin lesions in rare cases. A chill ran down my arms. Another possible answer. Rather than drink yet, I decided to vacuum. Cleaning calms me, and the hum of the machine would drown spiraling thoughts. I took the vacuum from the closet, along with 2 citrus-based disinfectants that leave the air smelling like a summer grove. The vacuum roared to life, and the room filled with lemon. I felt better. Movement matters. Circulation might help the rash. Snowflake appeared in the doorway, back arched, eyes wide at the sound. She spat once, turned, and dashed away. The cat flap clacked shut behind her. I smiled, pleased she would spread her dander somewhere outside. A moment later I heard glass tip and shatter. I hurried back to the kitchen. My half-full wineglass lay on its side, dark red soaking into the carpet like slow ink. I cursed under my breath. That cat has no respect for my home or my nerves. I scooped the glass shards, dabbed at the stain with club soda, but the red darkened, turning the pale carpet into a patch of dried blood. Snowflake's paw prints dotted the tile. A smear of liquid trailed to the back door. I found her on the porch nibbling at her injured paw, crimson speckles across her white fur. I reached for her, but she hissed. The spots on her body looked exactly like mine had in the morning. Coincidence snapped into clarity. The rash must be mold from under the house. Snowflake sneaks beneath the wooden floorboards. She returns coated with spores, rubs against my legs, and seeds the fungus into my pores. My scalp tingled. I imagined colonies of mold growing beneath my skin, ruining me from the inside. If mold was the source, my next step was obvious. Locate the cat's tunnel, seal it, and clean the contamination. At the back of the house is a narrow shed where I mix salves, press oil, and keep every tool I need for repairs. The shed sits against the porch, its floor level with the crawl space. I forced my feet into old garden clogs and went outside, night air cool on my bare shoulders. The ground felt damp and alive. Inside the shed smelled of earth and rosemary. A single lantern dangled from a hook. I steadied it, and golden light spilled over shelves of jars, bags of potting soil, and my small wooden worktable. In the center of the floor, bound hand and foot, lay Daniel. His wrists were raw from rope, and a tattered bandana gagged his mouth. He blinked up at me, eyes glossy from valerian root extract. "Not now," I muttered when he tried to speak. He reached for my ankle, but I stepped away. Daniel does not understand discipline. He thinks psychology can explain every impulse, that a label like psychosomatic makes fear any less real. I prefer action. We had argued about the cat, about drinking from plastic bottles, about antibiotics, about everything that entered our bodies. He laughed when he stubbed one cigarette after another on my porch rail. He laughed when I taped his wrists. He was not laughing now. I found the loose board along the wall, the one Snowflake must have pushed aside. A gap led straight beneath the floorboards into a space filled with spiderwebs and damp leaves. I called the cat with gentle clicks, sugar in my voice. She limped out, miserable. I grabbed her by the scruff and slammed the board shut, driving a nail through wood with 2 solid swings of my hammer. The cat yelled in my grip, claws slashing. A line of blood appeared on my forearm. "Quiet," I told her. I dropped her beside an empty planter, and she curled around her wounded paw, a low keen humming in her throat. The hammer dripped a spot of blood. I set the tool in a jar of grain alcohol and tea tree oil, strong antiseptics, and cut the stained cuff from my robe to avoid cross-contamination. Daniel made a strangled noise, as though pleading. I lifted a half-burned cigarette butt from my pocket, one of many I gathered during evening walks, evidence of toxins he insists on bringing inside my walls. I lit it, waited until the tip glowed orange, then pressed it to his thigh, just above a pattern of old burns. He jerked, a hoarse whimper behind the gag. Smoking does this to your arteries, I thought. Arterial damage, oxidation, cancer. This demonstration might help him quit, if he ever gets off the floor. The shed had everything I required to restore balance. I set a small saline 4 into the crook of Daniel's elbow. He was dehydrated and pale, and mixed a tincture of ginseng, epimedium, and damiana to keep his energy stable. A separate vial held pure valerian to stop him from thrashing while he rested. Each injection slid beneath the skin with precision. He trembled but did not fight. The herbs took effect. On the worktable stood 3 sterile hypodermic syringes, each labeled with date and volume. Young, healthy blood is rich in growth factors. Medical journals now explore transfusions to slow dementia and repair tissue. Semen carries proteins and minerals that protect cells. I slid the fine needle into a small scar below Daniel's navel and drew until the barrel filled with warm ivory fluid. I whispered an apology he could not hear. The cat watched, pupils dilated to dark pools. Her breath came quick and shallow. I would treat her infection tomorrow, for now she could wait. I locked the shed, leaving both of them safe in the dark, and walked back to the house. Every step felt lighter. The tub was calling me. I filled it with steaming water, added a swirl of rose, jasmine, and sandalwood oils, and massaged a blend of macadamia and olive oil into my scalp. I emptied the syringes into a ceramic bowl, stirred the mixture with my fingers, and spread it across my arms, chest, legs, even the tender skin behind my ears. A warmth spread wherever it touched. I slipped into the bath and let the heat curl around my bones. Minutes passed, maybe an hour. I dozed, woke when the water cooled, stood and rinsed beneath the showerhead. The mirror was fogged. I wiped it clear and stared. My skin was smooth, color even, not a single pink dot. The rash had vanished as though it had never existed. I smiled, slow, satisfied. Tomorrow I would disinfect every doorway, scrub floors, wash curtains, and brush the cat until her white fur shone. Daniel would learn better habits, or he would stay in the shed until he did. The world outside might call my measures extreme, but the world outside does not know how fragile health is, how easily contamination seeps in. I know, and I act. That difference is everything. I dried myself, slipped into a fresh robe, and padded to the kitchen for a new glass of wine. Exactly 8 ounces, no more, no less. The night was silent except for the soft ticking of the clock and the distant hum of the refrigerator. In that quiet I raised the glass, let the deep red swirl, and thought of the morning when I would open the blinds to bright, pure sun. It was 1992, a winter that arrived carrying 2 storms at once. The bitter wind that swept through the newly renamed streets of St. Petersburg, and the quieter, stranger wind of change that followed the collapse of the Soviet Union. Peter Ivankov was only 10, yet even he sensed that nothing around him, or inside him, would ever be quite the same. Shops that once displayed identical gray tins now advertised bright packages with names from places he had never heard of. Bus routes were redrawn overnight. Neighbors whispered about lost jobs, about relatives vanishing beyond new borders, about futures that felt suddenly slippery in their hands. Peter listened to every word, storing each fragment the way children do, half understood but fully felt, like cold air caught behind the ribs. His mother tried to shield him from the worry that sat in the grown UPS voices, but the worry seeped through the walls of their apartment the way winter drafts slipped around the window frames. Still, she found ways to give his days shape and meaning. When snow lay thick on the courtyard, she sent him out on errands: potatoes from the market, coal for the stove, jars of pickles for old Mrs. Kuznetsov next door. Each trip felt enormous to Peter, as if the cracked pavement beneath his boots were as wide as the Nevsky Prospect itself. Carrying a sack of tubers down 3 flights of stairs became, in his mind, an expedition worthy of the cosmonauts, whose photographs still hung in his school hallway. His pride glowed each time his mother ruffled his hair and called him her strong young man. One house on their street, though, remained forever out of bounds. If the neighborhood were a row of storybooks, that house was the one whose pages were glued shut. Its windows never opened, its curtains, thick and opaque, never stirred. No wood smoke curled from its chimney, no voices drifted through its walls. Yet every morning, faithfully as the church bells that tolled across the frozen roofs, Peter's mother carried a wide porcelain bowl to its door. She would vanish inside for several minutes and emerge with the empty bowl pressed to her chest, her face thoughtful in a way Peter could not read. He had asked once, who lived there? A woman who needs her breakfast. His mother had answered, and nothing more. Curiosity grew inside him like a sprout pushing through frost. He imagined countless possibilities: a silent ballerina recovering from a fall, a lonely soldier haunted by his memories, perhaps even a forgotten princess who had slept through the end of the empire and did not yet know that palaces had become museums. Sometimes, daring himself, he would approach the house after school, stare at the drawn curtains, and strain to hear footsteps or laughter. Nothing. Not even the creak of a floorboard. Late in February his mother woke coughing, her forehead hot, her breath shallow. The doctor called it a stubborn winter fever and ordered rest. That morning she beckoned Peter close, her voice weak but urgent, and pointed to the same broad porcelain bowl now filled to its brim with a glistening white porridge. Take this to Mrs. Popov," she whispered, naming the occupant at last. 2 houses to the left. Knock gently. Do not linger in the cold." Peter's heart hammered. The sealed storybook would finally open. Outside, snowflakes drifted thick as feathers, silencing the usual rattle of trams. Peter's breath rose in bright clouds as he cradled the bowl, surprised by its heft. The porridge looked nothing like the grey kasha he ate each morning. It was almost shining, an impossible ivory with no hint of grain. If a painter had asked him to name the color, Peter would have said it was the color of freshly fallen snow under a full moon, the sort of snow that absorbs every other shade until nothing remains but pure light. He climbed the stoop of Mrs. Popov's house and pressed the bell once, twice, 3 times. No answer. A sensible child might have left the bowl on the rail and fled back to warmth, but curiosity tugged harder than caution. The latch yielded beneath his mittened hand. He slipped inside. Instantly he felt swallowed by brightness. Walls, floorboards, ceiling beams, even the narrow stairs, everything blazed the same bleached white as the porridge. No picture frames, no rugs, no brass knobs broke the monotony. It was like standing inside a sky where all clouds had fused into one endless sheet. Peter blinked until tears pricked his eyes, half expecting that once they adjusted he would discover pale versions of color hidden in the corners. He did not. A faint shuffling sounded overhead. Hugging the bowl, he ascended the staircase, one careful foot at a time, his free hand reaching for the next step that blended so perfectly with the one below that each felt indistinguishable. Near the landing a door stood ajar. "Peter?" croaked a voice from within, raspy, low, yet unmistakably female. He jerked, slopping a ribbon of porridge across the boards. The spill vanished against the paint. "H here, ma'am," he called back. "Come in, dear. You have nothing to fear in this house. He who must not be named cannot follow us across this threshold." The words were strange, but the tone reminded him of lullabies sung in kitchens long after bedtime. Trust nudged him forward. The room beyond was as white as the rest, but emptier somehow, as if sound itself hesitated to enter. In the far corner, seated on a low stool, was a woman so thin her limbs seemed carved from twigs. Bandages the same shade as the walls swaddled her from ankle to throat. White gloves hid her hands. A loose white dress pulled around her feet. Only her face remained uncovered, and that, too, was pale, almost translucent, the veins beneath her skin faint as pencil lines. To Peter she looked like a photograph left soaking too long in developer fluid, edges faded, features barely anchored to reality. "I've brought your breakfast," he managed, stepping closer. She did not turn. Instead she reached backward, arms bending at angles that made his stomach tighten, and lifted the bowl over her shoulder. The spoon had vanished, so she brought the rim to her lips and drank, thick slurps echoing in the stillness. Peter waited, glare from the walls stinging his eyes. "Tell me," she said between mouthfuls, "how fare the winds outside our small sanctuary?" "It's cold, ma'am, and windy enough to rattle the tram wires," he answered. He wondered if she could taste the cold in the porridge, or if cold itself had been painted out of her life. "Cold, yes. The world beyond these boards has changed so many times that I choose not to step into it anymore. Your mother is kind to keep me informed. She said the Union has shattered at last." "It has," Peter confirmed. "Flags look different now. Letters and banners," she murmured, "fonts and crests, all dangerous if one looks too closely. The devil is in the details, my young friend. Do you understand?" She gulped, white liquid dribbling down bandaged wrists. "Every little stripe of color, every curve of a number, tiny doors through which his eyes peer. Too late most people realize they've invited him in." Peter, who still pictured devils as horned imps from Sunday posters, shifted awkwardly. He told himself this was the rambling of an old woman whose mind wandered the way smoke wandered up chimneys. Yet her certainty pressed on him like the depth of snow against a windowpane. "The devil is in the details," she repeated, wiping her mouth with gloved fingers that left no mark. "Never forget, Peter." When the bowl was empty she extended it behind her. He took it, nodded goodbye though she could not see, and descended the stairs. Outside, grey daylight felt muted now, as if color itself had thinned in the time he'd been away. That evening his mother's fever had eased enough for her to cook borscht. The soup steamed ruby red in their chipped bowls. Peter, spoon poised, recalled Mrs. Popov's words and tried to laugh them off. Yet as he stirred, fat globules drifted across the surface and arranged themselves into shapes: a crooked boat, a sleeping cat, an ear. He blinked. The boat dissolved, but two pale circles remained, floating side by side. Eyes, their pupils slits of hard black. The grease eyes blinked. A mouth formed beneath them, a wound-thin grin wide as the ladle. Peter's pulse thudded in his ears. He jerked his head away, but the grin slid with him, imprinting itself on the folds of the tablecloth where threads crossed like miniature roads. There the mouth opened, revealing teeth so fine and numerous they looked spun from glass. The eyes narrowed, pleased. "Darling, you're trembling," his mother said, laying a damp hand on his arm. "Is the soup too hot? I need the bathroom," he stammered, chair scraping back. Upstairs, the small bathroom greeted him with merciless brightness. White tiles veined with gray stretched across the walls, each line twisting into another. Before he could turn on the light, a shape congealed in the marble. The same slit-pupilled stare, the same widening maw. Only now the throat beyond those teeth opened like a tunnel without an end. Peter saw rows upon rows of fangs spiraling downwards, infinite as reflections between mirrors. A whine escaped his throat. Desperation welled, raw and undeniable. If sight invited the creature, then there was one sure refuge: blindness. He seized the scissors left on the sink, cold steel biting his fingers. Tears blurred the tiles, blurred the face, but he still sensed it swelling, eager. With a sob he drove the points toward his open eyes. Pain shattered him into fragments: white light, crimson stars, his mother's scream echoing from the landing, the crash of the door as she lunged inside. Someone, maybe himself, maybe his mother, wrenched the scissors away. Darkness flooded, thick and absolute. Hands pressed cloth to his bleeding cheeks. Voices tumbled overhead. Then sirens wailed, distant at first, racing closer. Days blurred on a hospital ward that smelled of iodine and wilted carnations. Bandages cupped the ruins where his eyes had been. Doctors murmured long Latin names, spoke of damage beyond repair, of shocks too deep for even modern surgery. Peter answered none of them. He lay motionless, listening for any hint of slithering porcelain, any scratch of claws, any whisper that might slip through trembling details. None came. Vision had been the price. Silence, at last, was the reward. Months later he returned to the apartment, moving through rooms by memory and echo. His mother wept often, though she tried to hide it behind gentle stories read aloud in the evenings. When summer clouds rolled over the Neva, she led him to the open window so he could feel their shadows cool his skin. He missed colors he could no longer name, yet somewhere deep he also felt a hush, as if an endless chorus of hidden murmurs had fallen quiet. Word reached them that Mrs. Popov had died in her chair, her white house already slated for demolition to make way for a modern cafe. Workers reported the interior entirely blank: no furniture, no dishes, only a single porcelain bowl lying shattered on the floor, its shards dull against the dust. Peter's mother crossed herself and said a prayer. Peter listened, hands folded, seeing the prayer in patterns of heat on his fingertips. Years drifted forward, slow but sure. Peter learned to walk with a cane, to read raised dots, to navigate tram steps by counting each vibration. Sometimes people asked if blindness frightened him. He would smile, polite, saying only that darkness could be kinder than bright things full of edges. What he never shared, even with his mother, was that in blindness he had found a vast room painted deeper than white, a place where no patterns stirred unless he called them, where laughter and footfalls and cat-eyed devils could not slip through unnoticed. He remembered the old woman's warning: the devil is in the details. Perhaps she had been mad, or perhaps she had simply looked too closely. Either way, Peter understood now that sight was not the same as safety, and that sometimes, to escape what hides in plain view, one must close the book of the world and trust the quiet between its pages. And so, from that winter onward, Peter lived in the hush he had carved for himself, no longer a child, no longer afraid, wrapped in a darkness as seamless and serene as freshly fallen snow. I have always been the sort of person who notices the little things. but I learned early in life that noticing does not always mean understanding. As a child, I would sit on the second-floor windowsill of my parents' townhouse, cheek pressed to cool glass, and watch the neighborhood settle into night. At first I believed I could feel time pass the way other children felt summer breezes, soft, steady, unremarkable. Then I grew older and discovered that time, like wind, sometimes changes direction so gradually that only leaves know it has turned. My leaves were my thoughts, every restless spiral, every shiver of anxiety that tugged me awake when the rest of the world slept. I was certain, even then, that if I stared long enough into darkness I would find something looking back. I just never expected darkness to wear a human shape. Insomnia shaped everything I became. School mornings began with sagging eyelids and half-finished homework, because I had spent the night cataloging car headlights sliding along distant walls. Weekends dissolved into bleary afternoons, the television murmuring to no one in particular while I waited for exhaustion to flatten me. Doctors called it anxiety, sprinkled words like generalized and chronic over a childhood already tender with worry. They offered quiet rooms, soft music, breathing exercises. But how can you breathe away a certainty you cannot name? I practiced their tricks anyway, each new ritual of calm sewn into the quilt of routines that kept me upright. Fold the blankets twice, check the lock 3 times, line the shoes by the door in perfect ascending order. Ritual was safety, or so I believed. When an accident in my teens left my spine fragile and my knees unreliable, routine became more than comfort. It became structure, the ladder that let me climb shaky days without slipping. By 25 I knew exactly how many steps led from my bedroom to the front door, exactly which cupboard held the chipped green mug that made soup taste better, exactly how long it took for my laptop to boot before the next YouTube essay droned about history I would forget by dawn. I knew because I measured everything, counted everything, arranged everything so no surprise could ambush me. That is how the mind tries to outsmart fear, with numbers, lists, predictable loops. Only later did I learn that fear, when patient enough, can crawl inside those loops and wear them like skin. My apartment was not much, 2 rooms, a closet bath, and a living area just wide enough for a mattress I could slide beside the space heater on bitter nights. The hallway that split the kitchen from the living room was narrow and unlit, more of a passage than a corridor, ending in a second-hand bookshelf crammed with paperbacks. I walked that hallway dozens of times each day, brushing the same peeling paint, stepping over the same warped floorboard that squeaked a polite greeting at my cane. Most evenings followed identical patterns. Microwave dinner, cue a video, prop my phone against a stack of comics, settle cross-legged with bowl and lap. The glow of the screen painted ceiling shadows. The narrator's steady voice coached my eyelids downward. Predictable. Safe. Until the night routine failed to hide what lived between the beats. That night carried no hint of omen. Outside, traffic hummed, rain whispered against the fire escape, and somewhere down the block a neighbor's television laughed at a joke I could not hear. Inside, noodles cooled in their broth while I scrolled absent-mindedly through social media. The first prick of dread was so small I might have missed it, a single heartbeat drumming too loudly in my ear, the faint taste of metal blooming under my tongue. I swallowed, convinced anxiety had flared for no reason, and continued scrolling. Yet a voice beneath thought, a stubborn animal sense, insisted something was wrong. Deep wrong. My gaze, loyal to habit, clung to the phone. I refused to glance toward the hallway because there was no logical reason to do so. And still the feeling grew, thick and humming, as though static had filled the room. At the edge of sight a shape condensed, darker than shadow, taller than any coat rack, motionless yet bristling with intent. My pulse leapt. Terror should have forced my head to whip around, but the machinery of routine held me fast. Hand lifts spoon. Eyes follow screen. Neck stays still. The brain is a kind jailer when horror stands just outside the cell bars. Time stuttered. Videos passed from one to the next. The bowl emptied. Some part of me must have slept, because the next thing I remember was morning light leaking through blinds, and the memory of night hung in my skull like smoke. A headache throbbed behind my eyes. Muscles ached as if I had run miles. I shuffled to the bathroom, stared into the mirror, and searched for bruises that did not exist. What had happened? Had anything happened? I could have dismissed it as a nightmare, but nightmares fade when coffee brews. This memory waited, sharpening. I forced myself to reconstruct the hours. Dinner. Video. The hallway. The figure. I tested each piece, turning it like glass in light, until one fragment cut deep. Its eyes were on me. The phrase returned, cold and definite, the way you recall a password you did not know you knew. Its eyes were on me. Had they been? Yes, though I never saw eyes, I felt them, as you feel heat through glass. And with that certainty came another. The hallway had never been empty at all. My rational mind rebelled. It argued about sleep deprivation and pareidolia. It reminded me I had lived in this apartment 3 years without seeing phantoms. But anxiety is a clever storyteller, and now it spun every creak of the ceiling, every flicker of bulb, into fresh script. I barricaded the hallway bookcase with a chair. I left the kitchen light shining through the night. I convinced myself those small acts would banish dread. They did not. The second night arrived, indifferent to my fear. Rain drummed harder. Streetlights smeared their halos across wet asphalt. I reheated leftovers and tried to read instead of watch videos, yet silence only magnified my heartbeat until pages shook in my fingers. So I fell back on routine: food, phone, headphones, screen. Let the voice of some stranger drown the hush. It worked for a while. Minutes, maybe? Then the static feeling returned, crawling over skin. I knew if I turned, I would see the shape again, closer, maybe along the threshold where hallway met living room. Yet I did not turn. I could not. My body was a puppet commanded by a script it had rehearsed 25 years. Keep your eyes forward, because to break the line of routine is to shatter every fragile defense the mind builds against raw chaos. Somewhere between 2 a.m. and dawn I must have drifted into uneasy sleep. Again the day greeted me with sore limbs and fractured recall, but this time more of the night remained. I remembered a sound, lumbering steps dragging wood against wood, a wet croak stretching from a mouth that seemed too large for the human throat. I remembered a smell, faint yet rancid, like milk turned in summer heat. And I remembered tension, a magnetic force pulling my eyes upward while habit chained them down. Why could I not simply look and be done with it? Cowardice, perhaps. Intuition, perhaps. Some horrors are better glimpsed than seen. The mind understands this on an instinctual level, the way animals sense storms hours before clouds form. Looking might splinter sanity, might invite something permanent. Or maybe that dread was the last barrier protecting me from knowledge I lacked the tools to survive. Days grew watery, flowing without edges. I slept in short bursts, dreamed of yawning doorways and teeth glinting in halls of endless paint. I avoided friends, ignored messages, forgot to eat until hunger pinched behind my ribs. The body becomes clumsy when starved of rest. Twice I stumbled in the kitchen and bruised my hip on the counter. Still I did not leave the apartment. Where could I go? Out there routines were thinner, more fragile, and what haunted me might follow into any untended space. On the fourth night a new detail emerged. I felt pressure on the mattress, as if someone knelt behind me. Threads of hair brushed my shoulder. Imaginary, I told myself, yet the chill they spread down my spine was real enough. Sound rose, a breath dragging through what could have been waterclogged lungs. I tightened my focus on the glowing rectangle of the phone until words blurred, hoping to trap my mind inside that narrow tunnel of light. It worked until I blinked, and in that blink I felt the space beside my ear pulse with presence, like heat from an open furnace. I flinched so hard noodles splashed onto the sheet. Then morning. My apartment smelled of damp cloth and cold broth. I stripped bedding, scrubbed dishes, opened windows to November air. Neighbors passed in the hall, laughing about a new cafe down the block, planning weekend concerts, their lives stitched to other rhythms. For a heartbeat envy flashed. How easily they walked through days I could not share. Then the static memory flared, and envy melted to warning. Did they sense any of it? Did shapes watch them too, cloaked by routine's blindfold? If so, ignorance kept them safe. as nightshade berries remain safe so long as no one names them food. I tried research, articles on sleep paralysis, manifestations of hypnagogic dread. Each explanation fits sideways, like keys for a lock carved in a different century. Paralysis did not account for morning bruises. Ordinary nightmares left no rancid scent lingering beyond dawn. Folk legends hinted at watchers who crept along the edges of sight, feeding on awareness itself. You were safe, they claimed, until the moment you noticed them. Then each glance opened you wider, until their world seeped into yours through every crack of consciousness. It sounded ridiculous. Yet, in those silent hours between midnight and 5 a.m., ridiculous carried the weight of gospel. The next time the feeling came, I whispered into the darkness without turning my head. "Why are you here?" No answer, but the air seemed to thicken, humming like high-voltage wires. I risked a second question. "What do you want?" Again silence, and yet I felt amusement ripple unseen. A child questioning thunder. I stopped speaking, chilled by the idea that words themselves granted it footing. Afternoons blurred with half-remembered phone calls, case managers reminding me of disability paperwork, landlords asking about rent, distant cousins inviting me to gatherings I would never attend. I answered all of them with vague assurances, promising I was fine, promising I would sleep. They accepted the lies easily. Routine made them comfortable, too. People believe what fits their schedule. Night fell. I turned on every lamp. Yet fear knows how to slip beneath light, wearing shadow like water wears depth. Movement flickered at the corner of my eye, the hallway bookshelf shuddering as though shouldered aside. I froze, phone halfway to my ear, but kept my gaze pinned to the screen. A commercial jingle looped cheerful nonsense words. Behind the jingle rose the croak I remembered, low at first, then swelling until it drowned all other sound. The floorboards popped under weight that seemed to shift and writhe instead of step. Suddenly a hand, long, white, jointed wrong, reached into my peripheral vision, fingers brushing the carpet near my foot. A sob clawed at my throat. I bit my lip hard enough to taste blood and did not look. Hours later dawn yawned across the window. The hand was gone. My ankle throbbed where cold flesh had grazed it. I lifted my pant leg and found 4 thin scratches, shallow but bloodless. Even as I stared they blanched, paling until only faint impressions remained. By evening they would vanish completely. Evidence dissolving, reality rewriting itself. Routine trying to smooth the wrinkle I kept refusing to ignore. I could not tell anyone. How do you describe horror you can see only through the corner of your eye? If I admitted it aloud, I feared it would gain solidity, step fully into view, claim every angle of vision as its own. So I remained silent, prisoner of half-turns and not quite glances, measuring survival one heartbeat at a time. 7 nights in, something changed. The croak that usually swelled vanished, replaced by a hush so profound it felt carved from stone. Cold sank across the room, not the honest cold of winter wind but a dead damp that smelled like cellars and old graves. I realized then that each previous visit had begun at the hallway's end. Now routine had been broken from its side as well. It no longer needed the hallway. I did not sense it approach. I sensed it already here, coiled in air inches from my face. A curious calm arrived, thin and brittle yet real. Perhaps terror had burned itself out, leaving only embers too tired to flare. Perhaps my mind, cornered, chose clarity over madness. I set the bowl aside. I lowered the phone. For the first time I asked myself whether I wanted to look. Answering was simple. I did not want to, but I had reached the cliff edge and behind me the ground was crumbling. Either step off or wait to be pushed. Slowly, deliberately, I turned my head. Nothing. The space beside me was empty, door closed, lamp unwavering. Heartbeat drummed. I exhaled, confused, certain I had felt breath on my cheek a moment before. Then I noticed it. The lamp's glow stopped a fraction short of the far wall, as though absorbed by something dense and invisible. I squinted. Darkness rippled, forming the loose outline of a torso, shoulders hunched at an impossible angle, head canted sideways. Where a face should be there was only an absence, a gap in perception, the mind refusing data it could not parse. But there were eyes, two slits of gray faintly glowing, focused with an intensity that pierced marrow. The figure shivered, joints creaking like ice underfoot, and leaned forward. Sound returned, low and wet. I wanted to scream. I wanted to close my eyes. Instead, I whispered one word. Stop. Shock rippled across the form, or maybe across my nerves. Either way, the thing stilled. Eyes narrowed. Silence pressed so tight my ears rang. Please, I said, voice trembling. I haven't done anything. Leave me alone. A beat passed. Another. Then the figure straightened, not bending so much as rearranging itself into a taller shape. It retreated, one hesitant step after another, into the hallway. Eyes never left mine. At the threshold it paused. I waited, lungs burning, until dawn light seeped around curtains. Only then did the eyes wink out, as if dawn had erased them. Sleep claimed me without dreams. When I woke hours later, I half believed the encounter had been hallucination. Yet the lamp's bulb lay shattered on the carpet, though no glass clink had woken me. My throat ached from whispered pleas. And inside my skull new understanding waited like rock beneath floorboards. Acknowledging the impossible does not banish it but invites negotiation. The figure had obeyed a direct request, if only for a night. Power, then, flowed both ways. That realization terrified me more than helplessness ever had. Days rolled on. I spoke less to family, abandoned social feeds, let dishes mound until sour smell turned the air. I was conserving strength, though I could not say for what. Each dusk I felt the apartment thrum, as if a tide turned under its foundation. The figure returned on the 10th night, waited at the hall mouth without stepping closer. I did not look directly but felt its attention settle like frost. I said nothing. Eventually it faded, and morning arrived. Night 11 closer. Night 12 closer. By night 15 it stood at the foot of the mattress, croaks seething between rows of unseen teeth. I pressed my palms together, whispered stop again. It paused. I said, please. The eyes, if eyes they were, softened to dull ash. For a terrible heartbeat I believed it pitied me. Then the mouth tore wider, and a sound like laughter but thicker swelled, rattling picture frames. It withdrew, melted into floorboards. Sleep did not come again until sunrise. I realized then that pleading would not hold forever. Curiosity gnawed stronger than mercy. Sooner or later it would finish whatever slow ritual drove it forward. Awareness had invited it. Awareness, perhaps, could dismiss it. But ignorance could not be regained like lost keys. Once routine's blindfold slips, stitching it back is impossible. So I write this account, because words are the only mirrors I have left. Writing organizes fear, sets it between margins where it cannot sprawl across the mind unchecked. If you read these pages while a part of you still moves through life untouched by wrong angles and silent watchers, hold fast to your habits. If an unease pricks you while you tie your shoes or lock your door, do not pivot in search of its cause. Let your brain's gentle sensor continue its work. Trust routine to blur what stands beyond comprehension. Do not, as I did, linger on anomalies or test the edges of sight. That path leads to nights counted by heartbeats and dawns measured by broken bulbs. I can hear it now, footsteps muffled, deliberate, within a breath of my pillow. My phone lies face down, screen dark. I will not reach for it. I will keep writing though fingers shake, though the air reeks like wet earth. If the shape bends close enough I might feel its breath again, but I will not look. I have learned the final rule in this game we never agreed to play. Recognition is invitation, and invitation is surrender. I do not intend to surrender, not yet. If you ever sense something amiss in the familiar pattern of your room, if a coat stand seems taller, if a hallway feels longer, keep moving. Duck where you always duck, step where you always step. Whistle the tune your brain has learned to follow through fog. Routine can be a shield stronger than steel, because the mind built it for exactly this purpose. Break the shield and you might see what waits behind the veil, but seeing will not save you. It will only teach you how sharp a grin can be when carved out of darkness. The hallway was never empty. I know that now. And each night, soundless as deforming on glass, something crosses the distance routine once kept intact. Tonight I will lie down, eyes fixed on the page until sleep drags them shut. Whether I wake again is not my choice. Whether I look is. For as long as choice remains, I will choose the comfort of not seeing. If your turn comes, I hope you make the same choice, because once you wake up, as they call it, the darkness that watches learns your name, and names, like mirrors in stories, are doors that cannot easily be closed. The wind moved like a slow river across the yellow prairie, brushing every blade of grass until the field looked alive, yet the young hunters barely noticed. These men, only a season or two past their first battles, were learning the lay of Oklahoma's cross timbers, the land to which their people had been driven. Each morning they woke to the scent of cedar smoke and the distant murmur of their elders' prayers. Then they ventured out with bows and short spears, hoping to bring back deer or rabbit. Most days the ground offered nothing more unusual than a strange footprint, or the call of a bird they did not yet know by name. On that day, though, the hunters found something they had never seen, something that should have warned them, yet did not. At first glance it looked like a snag of root washed out by rain, but its shape held the eye. Twists and bends crisscrossed the length until no one could tell where one curve ended and the next began. Its colors, a mottled green and brown, clashed with the golden grass. One young hunter prodded the surface with his spear. The bark felt both dry and damp, as though fresh sap lay just under the skin. Another hunter joked that it would make a fine bough if they could cut it loose. All of them laughed except the chieftain's son, who knew the old stories of plants that were not simply plants. He felt unease settle in his chest like sand in a cup, and he spoke the caution that rose to his lips. Yet the others, eager to impress both their bellies and their elders, ignored him. Together the five squat beside the root, searching for the best handholds, slipping fingers between curls, bracing bare heels against the earth. The chieftain's son reached out, then stopped, for the wind had shifted. The grass around them fell quiet. It was as if the prairie itself held its breath. He opened his mouth to warn the others again, but in that instant they heaved, and the ground responded with violence that none of them could have imagined. Roots, thick, knotted, living, burst outward like arrows shot upward from a buried bough. Dirt sprayed, stinging faces, blinding eyes. A shout leapt from every throat, yet no human ears heard it over the ripping thunder of earth. The chieftain's son felt the blow before he understood it, the force lifting him clear off his feet. He struck the ground hard, everything turning black in a single thunderclap of pain. When cold air finally tugged him back to waking, silence pressed around him. It was the silence that follows storm or battle, when the world itself waits to decide what has been lost. He forced bleary eyes to open and blinked away grit. The strange root still stood, but it looked somehow fuller, as though it had absorbed fresh life. Now he could see no sign of his companions, only a tangled cage of roots that slowly tightened, then loosened, like a beast savoring a meal. Terror broke over him. Yet his mind, fogged by the blow, slipped into darkness once more. Back at camp the chieftain, an older man with watchful eyes, paced the fire circle long into the night. Every hunter was expected home by sundown. When the stars climbed past the height of the treetops, and still his son did not return, the worry in his chest hardened from cold to stone. At dawn he gathered elders and warriors and followed the faint tracks southward. They walked in solemn silence, trailing across rough soil where oak and prairie mingled. As the sun leaned past midday, a sound drifted to them, a sound so out of place that every man stopped. It was a scream, sharp and panicked, the sort that belongs only in the last moments of life. Then came another, and another, until the forest rang like a field hospital. The warriors charged forward, weapons drawn, but the screaming shifted as they neared, thinning to echo, then into a whispered mutter that traveled behind them no matter which way they turned. They searched every clearing and creek bed, yet no trail of blood, no broken spear, no sign of struggle met their eyes. The muttering followed them like breath, words too soft to grasp but filled with pleading. By dusk even the oldest among them feared the rising dark. The chief ordered the group home. It was then, on the path back, that they found a lone figure collapsed against a tree. A torch revealed the face of the chieftain's son, his body shaking as though caught between waking and nightmare. Relief slammed into the chief, but joy fled an instant later when the young man shrieked so fiercely that birds broke from branches overhead. "Not you too, father! Not you too!" he cried, thrashing when gentle hands reached for him. They bound the warrior for his own safety and carried him to camp. Though he fought the ropes, eventually exhaustion tamed him, and he lay trembling in his father's arms. Under the soft light of the council fire he spoke, voice hoarse, eyes wide at horrors only he could see. He told how he had woken among bent trees and open sky, the air thick with coppery smell. His friends lay around him, 6 young bodies gutted by an unseen blade, mouths agape in wordless screams. Blood sheeted down chins, pouring from throats, as though every tongue had been ripped out. He staggered away, choking, and then he saw the root, only now a single red flower perched on top. Curiosity overrode terror for one heartbeat, and he stepped closer. The petals glistened. Their texture was not silk but flesh. He realized they were tongues, 6 human tongues draped like crimson leaves. The stem that held them wriggled with its own life, a braid of twisted cords that looked horribly like vocal cords stolen from a fresh corpse. At his gasp the petals rustled, as though fanned by invisible wind. He turned to flee, but a spray of black liquid hissed from between the petals, spattering his eyes, nose, mouth. It tasted like burning iron. Pain blinded him. His last sense before darkness was that awful droning sound, part roar, part chant, chasing him into the trees. No sooner had the story left his cracked lips than the earth beneath him convulsed. Roots speared upward faster than knives unsheathed. The campfire toppled, sparks flying, as men lunged to pull the chieftain's son free. Too late. The tendrils looped like ropes thrown by an unseen warrior, cinching his arms, his chest, his ankles. He screamed again, a short, sharp wail that cut off as soil swallowed him. Within breaths nothing remained but churned dirt and the echo of despair. The tribe stared, frozen. They named the roots then and there, calling them death devils, promising never again to set foot south of the Cedar Ridge. Generations passed. The memory faded into whispered legend, told by fireside to warn children away from certain clearings. Yet land remembers, even when people do not. 200 years later, officers from the Seminole County Sheriff's Office gathered under a gray autumn sky at Oakwood Cemetery near Woka, called there by a judge's order. They were to exhume the body of one Leonard Hess, recently deceased, because a family dispute questioned the will's authenticity. Routine work, though unpleasant. The officers pried the lid with practiced ease, yet what lay inside stilled them. Hess's corpse lacked a tongue, the throat looked torn, as if something had wrenched the organ out. Splinters jutted inward from both sides of the coffin, as though something had forced entry from the earth itself. Per procedure they opened 2 more graves for comparison. Both showed the same grisly theft. No valuables disturbed, only tongues and what the medical examiner called the speech cords. That would have been enough to chill any seasoned professional, but it was what happened next that destroyed routine. As they packed tools, a tremor rustled through dry leaves. The hush of morning shattered beneath a chorus of sound, desperate cries, frantic prayers, angry curses, all rising from every direction. Animal voices joined, dogs bayed, birds shrieked, coyotes wailed, until the cacophony tangled into one vast, pleading roar. Officers bolted for the gate, boots clattering on gravel. Only Deputy Ramirez remembered the evidence bag still lying beside Hess's open grave. She spun back, then froze. Where tombstones had stood moments ago, a field of flowers swayed, blooms the color of fresh blood, each perched upon a sinuous, dark root. At first they looked beautiful, but the beauty died when a gust lifted petals and she realized they were tongues, moist and red, drooling thick black sap. The stems writhed, twisting vocal cords braided together, pulsing as though drawing breath. Roots spread underfoot, cracking graves, splitting stone. Ramirez backed away, spine iced, and as she did every flower turned toward her, their fleshy petals flexing and silent him. Somewhere beyond the gate her partners yelled for her to run. she ran. Later the officers tried to return with cameras and shovels, but the cemetery looked untouched. No flowers, no broken markers, no sign of the field that had blossomed in the dawn light. Only the disturbed coffin still waited, Hess's body still missing its tongue. They filed their report, but without photos it became local gossip, a campfire yarn for rookie deputies posted to night patrols. Yet rumors drift even when official paper remains blank. Groundskeepers whisper of mornings when dew glitters crimson along certain grave rows. Visitors claim to hear muffled chants rising from soil, voices reciting painful psalms. The oldest caretaker says he once saw petals curl outward, mouths forming words he could not understand. He left the grounds that day and never returned. When they asked him what he feared most, he said it was the quiet between the sounds, because in that hush he felt the choir counting, tallying how many voices still remained before the song would be complete. Some people, hungry for thrill, hunt these legends. They walk the crossed timbers at dusk, looking for twisted roots that might bloom at night. They step over broken stones and forgotten cemeteries, hoping for proof. Most find only empty fields and the normal noises of wind. A few find something else. Those are the ones who come home pale, tongues thick, voices hoarse as though bitten. They refuse to speak of what they witnessed. Instead they stare at the ground, as though expecting it to open. If you choose to search, remember the warning carried down 2 centuries. The death devils wait, patient as stone, drinking every sound the world offers. Each tongue, each vocal cord, each last scream of a hunter or a mourner feeds the strange flower on the prairie. They are, perhaps, only a handful of voices away from the grand chorus they seek. Should the choir ever be complete, one can only wonder what song will rise, what prayer of agony will roll across the plains, bending every tree and silencing every bird until the land itself learns new words for terror. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I've lost count of how many times people at book fairs and interviews lean forward and ask, "So what first pulled you into true crime?" They expect a single lightning bolt moment, the way movie characters point to one perfect scene that changes everything. The honest answer is simpler and duller. I just liked it. Gruesome police files felt more real to me than TV detectives and tidy courtroom finales. As a teenager in the 1970s I watched endless reruns of Columbo and Hawaii Five-0, but the yarn-spinning plots, raging chefs, feuding stamp collectors, murderous knitting clubs, finally wore thin. True crime, though, showed how ordinary streets and quiet kitchens can hide terrible acts, how public smiles can mask private cruelty, and how blind society can be to the people who game its rules. My curiosity grew into a hobby during college. I was a rich kid from Mount Lebanon, a leafy suburb south of Pittsburgh, cushioned by a trust fund large enough to postpone adult decisions. Most weekends my friends and I loaded into my steel blue 1975 Cadillac DeVille, drove the back roads of Pennsylvania and western New York, and played junior detective. We ate in greasy spoons, slept in roadside motels, and pretended we were an R-rated Scooby-Doo gang. We poked through county archives, asked nervous questions in town bars, and hiked to lonely crime scenes long gone cold. In hindsight it was childish and risky. We never carried a gun or told our parents where we were, but it felt like freedom. That careless freedom ended in late summer 1989, and everything that followed, my career, my caution, my nightmares, grew from those few August days. The case was only a rumor at first. Strange disappearances around a patch of woodland called Dutchman's Hollow in Susquehannock State Forest, north-central Pennsylvania. From 1910 to 1980, 136 people vanished inside a circle of timber barely 6 miles across. Search teams combed every ravine and ridgeline and found nothing, not bones, not clothing, not a dropped canteen. Only one victim ever came back alive, a 26-year-old drifter from Altoona named Raymond Hess, missing for 2 weeks in 1977 and discovered wandering half-naked on the roadside. He claimed he remembered nothing. Years later, this will matter. I would learn that Hess resurfaced in South America, was convicted of 12 murders, and blamed his crimes on the hunger. Back in '89 I knew none of that. I only knew the forest was remote, the legend was old, and hardly anyone had dug past the folklore. That felt like my chance to make a mark. I drove 3.5 hours to the little river town of Renovo, population 1,500, where Clarissa, one of my old college crew, planned to join me later. First stop, the local diner. 2 white-haired regulars, Ernest and Jed, nursed bottomless mugs of coffee and eyed me over the rim. I bought lunch and listened. Yes, they said, folks used to whisper about that stretch of woods. Yes, people went missing. No, you couldn't pay them $1 million to step off the trail. Their warning made me uneasy, but curiosity won. Next morning I parked on a lonely shoulder, tied on a day pack, and stepped beneath the canopy. The change was instant. Outside, morning sunlight warmed the blacktop. Inside, the trail lay in a dim green dusk. 30 yards in any direction the world ended in tangled brush. I walked a mile uphill to the faint junction that led into Dutchman's Hollow, then stopped. Ahead, the trees pressed closer, and the path vanished into a tunnel of leaves. The hush felt wrong, no birdsong, no insect drone, only the faint rush of blood in my ears. I turned back. 2 days later Clarissa arrived, bright, fearless, always game. I told her about the silence, the sense of eyes in the dark. She was thrilled. We agreed to return together. I bought a big hunting knife for courage. Clarissa brought her camera and boundless enthusiasm. Next morning the forest was darker than before, clouds blotting the sun. At the trail fork Clarissa pushed ahead, and I followed. The closer we walked, the stronger the watching feeling grew. Wind slid through the treetops with a low chant that sounded like distant voices. Past a bend the hollow itself opened, a shallow bowl between 2 hills, its floor littered with the stone foundations of 2 long-rotted cabins and the moss-choked rim of a well. Cairns, little piles of rocks, marked the entrance like gateposts. We stared, half awed, half terrified. We crept to the skeleton of the first cabin. Its cellar had collapsed, leaving only roots and spiders. The second ruin still had a low doorway into a sod-walled basement strung with cobwebs. Against the back wall sat a neat cairn. Clarissa pulled it apart, uncovering a narrow shaft hardly wider than my fist. I dug out a bundle and froze. It was a rag doll, burlap skin, straw hair, stuffed not with rags but with bone chips. Human or animal, I couldn't tell. Clarissa's face drained pale. We backed outside. Wind died. The chant stopped. A stench, musky and sour, drifted across the clearing. I thought of grave dirt and rotting hides. Clarissa pointed to brush behind the second cabin where a low cave mouth yawned. Against all sense she wormed inside, flashlight bobbing. I swore, followed, and crawled through a tight tunnel into a round chamber black as ink. A natural chimney pierced the roof far above. Faint day-glow trickled down. In the center lay a shallow fire pit filled with greasy ash. Another passage led deeper. Clarissa wriggled first. The second chamber was smaller and stank so fiercely it burned my throat. Carrion, awful, sweat. In the floor gaped a masonry basin brimming with fresh blood, still tacky, uncooked. Beside it, blackened hooks dangled from a rough-hewn beam. Clarissa backed away gagging. That moment I understood. Someone used this place. Still used it. We bolted. Outside, wind returned, whipping leaves in circles. Something hissed through the underbrush. I smelled that rank body odor again. We ran. Despite the thorns clawing our arms, we kept the faint track in sight until a blur flickered among the trunks. Clarissa screamed. A towering man stepped from the trees, 7 feet if an inch, gaunt as bone, skin smeared with soil, hair and beard pale blonde like straw. He wore ragged pelts, no shoes, and clutched a stone-tipped spear. We fled. The hunter followed, silent except for the crash of branches. A stone dart sliced my ear and buried in a trunk. Another punched through Clarissa's backpack and spun her to the dirt. I hauled her up, knife ready. He crouched, hissed, and loped into the brush. We crashed off trail, desperate for daylight. Then Clarissa shrieked again. The spear wielder sprang, slashed my neck with talon-long nails, and knocked me flat. As he loomed, Clarissa's panic scream pulled his attention. He bounded after her. I stabbed his leg, drew blood, and he leaped away. I chased their sounds until they vanished. Guilt sickened me. I should have helped her, but fear nailed my feet. Minutes crawled. Clarissa's cries reappeared across a steep gully. I saw her burst from cover, spot me, then drop as if yanked by a rope. Her body tumbled out of sight. The hunter stepped to the slope's edge, staring at me with dead blue eyes. I ran. At the trailhead my car still waited. I drove to Renovo's sheriff's office, babbling about a giant wild man and a cave of blood. Deputies formed a search team, but they returned empty-handed. 4 days later they found Clarissa's remains near the gully bottom, skull fractured, flesh stripped as if by scavengers. Official verdict: accidental fall followed by animal predation. They dismissed my story as stress and shock. I buried my friend's memory, abandoned amateur sleuthing, and eventually used my research skills to write instead of roam. Over the years I kept one private file thick with every rumor about Dutchman's Hollow. I dug up land deeds, missionary letters, missing person charts, anything. I traced the Van der Heide settlers who arrived in 1674 and the Macduff family who joined them in 1700. 2 clans, isolated, marrying only each other until 1806, when they supposedly vanished during a brutal winter. Yet for centuries travelers still met tall, pale, rag-garbed strangers on the forest fringe. Then came the lost video. A Colombian psychiatrist named Dr. Heriberto Zayas interviewed Raymond Hess in a Chilean prison in 1988, just months before Hess was murdered by an inmate. In the tape Hess describes being kidnapped near Dutchman's Hollow by a filthy giant who starved him, force-fed him raw meat cut from a living teenage hostage, and abandoned him with a craving Hess called the hunger. Hess compared himself to a coyote eating a baby rabbit, monstrous, yes, but obeying an appetite stronger than shame. After his release he tried pork, beef, even smuggled monkey meat, but nothing eased the hunger. Eventually he killed to feed it. Hess's tale might sound like madness, except I remember the cave pit of fresh blood, the rag doll of bones, the enormous man with dead eyes and crooked teeth. I remember Clarissa dropping wordless beside the gully. And I still wake some nights to the phantom smell of rancid sweat and raw iron. I do not know if the hunter in the forest was the last Van der Heide Macduff descendant, or merely one of many. I do not know whether the hunger is a superstition or a sickness carved into flesh by centuries of isolation. I do know the disappearances have not stopped. Highway patrol logs list new missing motorists every few years. Hikers still vanish without a trace. And local deputies still shrug, file the paperwork, and warn outsiders to stay on the main road. I am older now, slower, but no longer reckless. One day, perhaps, a proper expedition, with archaeologists, forensic techs, armed rangers, and enough bright lights to banish every shadow, will march into Dutchman's Hollow and answer every question. Until then I keep writing, keep warning, and keep the memory of Clarissa alive in ink. If you ever drive Route 872 past Renovo and feel the trees watching, resist the urge to explore. Legends thrive for a reason, and some hungers should never be fed. Craig Brockwell lay face up on the white carpet of his suburban living room, a black trash bag cinched around his neck with a strip of duct tape. In the kitchen, an empty prescription bottle and a single sheet of stationery waited beside a half-drunk glass of water. Anyone who walked through the front door that night could have followed the clues in seconds: pills, plastic, final note, an obvious suicide. I was the county medical examiner on call when the patrol officers radioed in the discovery. I arrived just after midnight, my assistant rolling our gurney over the frost-coated flagstones while Detective David Franklin crouched by the body, muttering to himself. The man on the floor was 46, Jim Lean, impeccably groomed even in death. An Apple Watch still blinked on his limp wrist. I ran the usual tests for lividity, rigor, core temperature. Everything supported the simple story we thought we were reading, but the detective looked unconvinced. David and I had worked together for almost 15 years, long enough for me to read the tiny tells in his expression. Elsewhere he joked like a class clown. Here he moved like someone tiptoeing through a minefield. "Jim," he whispered after I zipped the body bag, "do me a favor. Don't call this an open and shut until you've opened him properly." "An autopsy? On this?" I kept my voice low so the widow, who sat sobbing into a tissue in the next room, wouldn't overhear. "Every sign says suicide. You see something I don't?" He rubbed the gray stubble on his chin. "That's the problem. I don't know what I saw. Maybe nothing. But the whole place, it feels wrong. If it turns out I dragged you down here for nothing, I'll buy supper for the rest of the year." I hesitated. Autopsies cost the county thousands, extra staff, lab work, overtime paperwork. Our guidelines said I could wave the knife when physical evidence already pointed to a single cause. Still, David seldom asked for favors, and when he did it usually paid to listen. "Fine," I said. "But you're buying something better than burgers." He tried to grin. "Whiskey sours at Fitzgerald's." "Wait, you don't drink? Then you'll owe me a year of cheesecake." Back at the morgue I laid Craig Brockwell's body on the steel table under the cold ring of the examination light. My assistant Laura helped me swab residue at the nostrils and mouth. No bruises on the arms, no defense wounds on the knuckles. Everything matched the story. Swallow enough Xanax to fog your brain, pull a bag over your head, breathe until you can't. Sad but straightforward. I logged the external findings, signed the chain of custody tag, and sent Laura home. She flipped the radio on in the break room. Classic rock murmured through the doorway, then left for the night, locking the outer hall behind her. I stood alone with the corpse, scribbling the final note for the preliminary report. If I had turned off the lamp then and called the case, life might have spun very differently. Instead I sighed, undid my gown, and reached for a scalpel. The Y incision began at each shoulder, met at the sternum, and traced a straight line down to the pubic bone, the same motion I performed thousands of times. I folded back the triangular flaps of skin to reveal the chest cavity. Ordinarily ribs gleam pale beneath the lamp, spongy lung tissue rising and falling as air escapes. This time I saw nothing. Nothing unusual. Nothing suspicious. Actual nothing. A mad black emptiness, as if the inside of the body had been painted over with the night sky. My first thought was blackout, the bulbs failing, or my headlamp losing power, but the light still glared on the stainless steel table. The void beneath the skin swallowed illumination like a prison yard spotlight plummeting into the ocean. I leaned closer, wondering if my eyes were playing tricks. The edge of the darkness did not shimmer or pulse. It looked as flat and final as a chalkboard. I touched the surrounding tissue, solid, warm, normal. But when I inched my finger over the black, it disappeared from view, and a stabbing chill raced into my knuckle, like plunging into dry ice. I jerked back, breath rattling loud in the quiet room, then laughed under my mask. Stress hallucination, I thought. Long week, too little sleep. I walked to the supply cabinet, rummaged for my head-worn flashlight, and clipped it over my surgeon's cap. Bright LED beams penetrated lumber and tile and glass, but not the abyss inside the cadaver. The light died in there as quick as a match in a vacuum. A ripple of dread slid down my spine. Years in pathology had trained me to expect gore, gunshot splatter, bloated drownings, maggot slush in July, but never this. I set the light on the counter and took a steadying breath. Perhaps a chemical spill inside the thorax? Impossible. No chemical coat could hide bone. I paced away to clear my head and opened a drawer to fetch fresh gloves. The drawer rails squeaked, then fell silent. Absolute silent. The hum of the ventilation fans, the buzz of fluorescents, even the faint tinnitus whine I carried after decades with bone saws, all gone. My hand moved like molasses when I turned toward the exam table. Time itself felt sticky. You are panicking, I told myself. Panic causes sensory distortion. Check vitals. But instead of hooking leads, I found my gaze glued to the wound. The darkness waited, unchanging, patient. Only when the overhead door banged in the service corridor did sound return, metal on metal, echoing like thunder. I flinched, and just like that the world's tempo snapped back to normal. My pulse hammered in my ears. Shaking, I closed the chest flaps and stepped away. The knife rested heavy in my palm. I forced professional habit to override fear. More data, I thought. Cut somewhere else. I slid a clean line along the right thigh, reflexively expecting pink fascia and pale muscle. More blackness poured out, a hole where flesh should be. I cut the left leg same. Sweat prickled beneath my plastic face shield. Something brushed the hallway floor beyond the morgue door. Footsteps. My imagination? I shouted Laura's name. No answer. I barely recognized my own voice. For the first time since medical school I considered abandoning a body on the table. But curiosity, that desperate human urge to understand, anchored me. If the limbs were void, what about the skull? I circled behind Craig's head, scalpel trembling as I made a circular incision through scalp and periosteum. I peeled back the flap. No bone, no meninges, no brain, only the same endless dark. The overhead fluorescent hummed louder, or maybe the quiet amplified it. I stood frozen, transfixed by the single most impossible sight of my career, until a rattle at the back entrance broke the spell. Detective Franklin stepped through the doorway. "How's it going, Jim?" I couldn't sleep. His voice dropped as he saw my face. "You look like you've seen." He stopped, stared at the corpse. "What in holy hell?" "I don't know," I whispered. "Don't touch it." He ignored me, typical cop curiosity overwhelming caution, and reached for the gaping skull. The instant his fingertips crossed the edge of the darkness his arm halted, as if the void gripped it. His jaw clenched, his eyes bulged, a muffled grunt cracked from his throat. I lunged, grabbed his free hand, and braced my feet, but the force inside that cavity pulled harder. In his panic he clawed at me, desperate. Training took over. I dropped his hand, sprinted to the side cabinet, yanked the bone saw from its hook, and thumbed the trigger. The diamond blade shrieked. I fitted the guard against his upper arm, shouted an apology he barely heard, and cut. Blood sprayed my goggles. The saw bit through humerus in seconds. His severed limb vanished into the skull cavity, swallowed like a noodle. The spell broke. Detective Franklin tumbled backward, screaming. I grabbed gauze, clamped the artery, wrapped a tourniquet, called 911 with shaking fingers. Ambulance sirens echoed down the industrial block. After the gurney doors shut behind him I returned to the morgue, resolved to burn the corpse, equipment be damned. But the metal table was empty. In the minute between paramedics arriving and me walking back, Craig Brockwell's body had vanished. Only a smear of blood and the spent saw blade marked where it lay. I lost my job when hospital administrators reviewed the footage. Grainy security cameras showed my solo surgery, the unexplained loss of a cadaver, and no official would sign an insurance form after that. I spent a year drinking to drown the memory. Detective Franklin, now minus his dominant arm and half his composure, shot himself with his service pistol 7 months after the incident. I remarried, moved across state lines, built a new career lecturing anatomy to nursing students, and I avoided morgues the way burnt skin avoids flame. 10 years passed. Nightmares dulled, though never vanished. Yesterday, everything returned. 5 o'clock, empty faculty lot, sunset glazing the windows orange. I started my sedan, checked the rear mirror, and saw David Franklin standing 10 feet behind the bumper. Pale, gaunt, hair unwashed, sleeve of his missing arm pinned flat against his side. His remaining hand lifted to his face. He opened his mouth. The darkness inside was deeper than any I'd seen at the morgue, a tunnel that ate the light around his head. The world went mute again. He pointed at me, index finger shaking like a compass needle. Then he turned, limped toward the trees at the edge of campus, and dissolved into dust. Sound rushed back, engine hum, air conditioner fan, my pulse like rolling stones. I left rubber on the asphalt fleeing that lot. Now I sit at my kitchen table at 2 in the morning, typing this confession for anyone who might read it after I'm gone. I need the record clear. I do not intend harm, yet the void may use me the way it used Craig Brockwell, the way it dragged David Franklin back from death to serve whatever hunger waits on the other side. If you find me with pills at my elbow or a rope at my neck, look closer. If you open me and discover the same impossible emptiness, seal me in concrete, and drop me in the deepest trench you can find. Do not let the darkness point its finger at someone else. I open my eyes in the soft gray of early morning and feel the small rise and fall of a body beside me. For a few seconds my mind is blank, floating in that peaceful haze that exists between dreams and daylight, but the peace never lasts. An old truth rolls back like a black tide, and I remember that whoever shares this mattress with me now will not be the person who shared it yesterday, and she will not last to see tomorrow. The knowledge shivers through me the way cold metal shivers in the hand. 112 times I have woken in a bed that should feel familiar, only to discover a stranger breathing quietly beside me. 112 times I have stumbled through the same hours, watched the same curve of road tear apart my life again, and felt the same fire eat the air from my lungs. I have carved 112 small grooves into the wooden bed frame with the tip of my car key to keep count, the way a castaway scratches days on the wall of a cave, to prove that each nightmare was real. I try not to move yet. Whoever she is, she deserves a little more rest before everything twists. The lamp on the nightstand stays off. The cheap curtains droop across the window of room 502, lumpy where they were washed too hot or too long, letting in a narrow blade of light. I stare at the ceiling instead. The plaster is pale yellow, cracked in the corners. By now I have memorized every hairline fissure, every thumbtacked postcard left by some earlier guest. Over the past 4 months I have studied those flakes of peeling paint the way some people study constellations, trying to find a map into tomorrow. Nothing changes in that ceiling no matter how many mornings pass. The cracks do not spread, the paint does not darken or fall. Only the woman changes. The woman and the date on my phone. I never meant to live my life in scraps this way. The first 25 years were mostly ordinary, or so I used to think when I described them to friends over coffee. College classes, sports games, late-night pizza slices. My parents owned a quiet house on a quiet street where the loudest things were wind chimes and lawn mowers. I thought my story was as average as grass. Looking back I noticed moments that should have warned me. A near miss with an out-of-control van when I was 9. A fall from the high school theater catwalk that left me bruised but unbroken. Each time I laughed it off. Maybe the universe laughed back. The only steady thing across those 25 years was Cassie. We met in first grade, 2 kids with matching lunchboxes who learned, by accident, that they shared the same birthday. From that day we were glued together. We played tag and traded stickers, built castles and sandboxes. When we hit middle school, teachers separated us in group projects because we made the others feel left out. In freshman year of high school we decided to drift apart on purpose. We both thought the same thing, that teenage romance might ruin a friendship most adults would envy. Cassie picked Mark Hayes, captain of the JV football team, loud, fast to laugh, faster to anger. I found myself with Katie Morgan, quiet, thoughtful, so tall I had to stretch my neck just to meet her eyes. Katie had a single dimple in her right cheek that I could see from across the hall. Her laugh was low, like the murmur of cello strings. For a while the plan worked. Cassie and I waved across the cafeteria, texted silly memes, and pretended everything was perfect. But Mark was temper and jealousy beneath a blonde haircut, and Cassie wore long sleeves to hide bruises. The day Mark cursed her in the parking lot because she spoke to an old friend, I stepped in. He puffed up like a rooster. No punches landed, yet I understood he could hurt her, and she understood I would not let him. Over the next 2 months Cassie and I detangled her from him. On the night she ended it, an icy January night, I waited with her in a coffee shop until the relief settled in her face. Then I walked her home. She looked at me under the porch light, hair tucked behind her ear, breath a white cloud in the dark. I wanted to kiss her, but Katie's face jumped in my mind, Katie twirling a pen, Katie scrawling my name on a notebook in bubble letters. I squeezed Cassie's gloved hand and said good night. Katie kept my life gentle. We saw movies, hiked trails, tasted every milkshake at the diner near school. We shared college brochures and daydreams about dorm rooms with string lights. The middle of senior year arrived like an iron spear. Katie's father, Dr. William Morgan, psychiatrist, volunteer choir bass, proof that kindness can be practiced like a craft, left his office late on a Wednesday. A red Ford pickup, old as rust, wove across the center line on State Road 7 and herded his sedan off the pavement. The patrolman on scene said it looked like the truck driver never saw him. Dr. Morgan struck a cottonwood trunk head-on. The medical examiner claimed he died before the engine folded, instantaneous, painless, facts meant to comfort. The driver tried to run but left paint flakes that matched the truck parked behind Mark Hayes' house. Mark failed the breath test, went to jail, lost football, lost graduation. Cassie never spoke to him again. Grief hollowed Katie. She smiled in photographs for scholarships, nodded to teachers, but her world had ruptured. She and I tried to hold the pieces. After 3 months we decided to stop dating and tried to save the friendship underneath. Sometimes two people cannot carry the same sadness together, no matter how much they want to. Cassie and I drifted back to each other. We shared notes, coffee, old jokes. At graduation rehearsal I found her in the aisle between folding chairs, asked if she would give us a chance now. She asked if I was sure. I said I had never been more sure. She hugged me, tassels swinging against my face, and the world clicked into place. College passed like 4 seasons in a greenhouse. We studied late, kissed between library stacks, fought about nothing, made up, promised never to let go. We married on a windy June afternoon under an oak tree strung with lights. Cassie wore lilies in her hair and said vows she wrote on the back of a grocery receipt because she left her perfect copy in the dressing room. When she laughed, the audience laughed. I tasted salt and sun. Our parents hugged. Katie sent a bouquet with a handwritten card, and even Mark wrote an apology from prison. We believed that meant the story was finished, pain resolved, 2 lovers allowed a happily ever after. 4 years of marriage proved the point. We bought a townhouse halfway between my job at a software firm and hers at an elementary school. We saved coins in a jar labeled Baby Fund. We spent every July somewhere west of the Mississippi, chasing sky as wide as water. This particular trip took us to a bed and breakfast tucked in Pine Hills. A lace sign out front read, Whispering Pines. The old woman who ran it pressed lemon muffins into our hands and called us children though we were almost 30. On the 3rd day we woke to clear sky and decided on a drive. Cassie wanted to see the lookout where people said you could spot eagles riding warm air pockets. Noon sun painted the asphalt silver. Our rental sedan hummed through switchbacks. We sang along with the radio, changing the words, laughing because the notes were too high. I saw the bend ahead, a blind curve hugging the cliff face. I eased the wheel left, expecting empty road on the far side. The red Ford pickup barreled around the corner, center of the lane, grill high as a wall. Cassie gasped. Tires screeched. I jerked the wheel right. Metal screamed on guardrail. Sparks showered the windshield. The rail folded like paper. The weight of the car shifted, nose dipped, gravity grabbed. We went over. Time snapped into still images, Cassie's hair floating, her hand reaching toward me, pine trees rushing upward, the sky spinning. The first impact crushed the bumper, the second rolled us, the third stopped everything against the cedar trunk. My head struck the window. Vertigo crumpled my hearing into raw static. Airbags hissed. Smoke crawled under the hood. Cassie's seatbelt had ripped. She lay twisted against the passenger door. A branch as thick as my wrist speared her throat. Blood bubbled around wood grain. I screamed her name, voice hoarse, lungs bruised. My legs were pinned by metal. I clawed at my jeans, tried to tear fabric to wiggle free, but steel had closed over my shins. Gasoline dripped onto the ground. Flames licked dried needles. Cassie's eyes stared past me. I wanted to see her face, memorize it before heat took us. I reached, but my vision blurred. Her features melted into static, censored like a television wound. The branch in her throat pulsed. Then the fire burst, bright and blinding, and I knew nothing else. Consciousness snapped on in darkness, in a bed, sweat cool on my neck. Panic rose. Cassie, Cassie! I turned, expecting either charred ruin or empty sheets. I saw a woman I did not know, sleeping flat on her back, arms at her sides, chest rising gently. Her hair was short, gold in the faint light. Her face did not resemble Cassie's. For one stunned second I wondered if rescue workers had drugged me, relocated me. Then I noticed the bedspread, burgundy floral print, same as the B&B. I noticed the wall art, watercolor deer. The carpet, thin beige, rippled at the corners. This was our room, but not our life. I grabbed my phone from the nightstand. No missed calls. I opened contacts. Cassie was gone. Panic sharpened. I dialed the number I had called 1,000 times in college, the digits printed in my mind like sacred scripture. A robotic voice informed me the line was not in service. I dialed again, maybe fat-fingered. Same result. My breath stuttered. I opened social media. My profile picture showed me arm in arm with the blonde woman. We wore wedding clothes, smiling at an altar I did not recognize. Every tagged photo, every post, every comment referred to this blonde as my wife. Checks of other platforms told the same lie. Where once I remembered Cassie's laughter and the scrape of her shoes and the curve of her lips, I could conjure no image now, only gray fog. I pressed my back to the hallway wall, slid to the floor, knees shaking. A door hinge creaked. The blonde stepped out, sleepy smile fixed, asked if I felt like a drive along the mountain. Her voice was warm, as though we had shared coffee 1,000 mornings. Muscle memory made me follow. She handed me keys to the rental, the same car, unmarked. My hands trembled around the steering wheel. Yet I drove. My mouth opened to warn her, to beg her to turn around, but words caught like fish hooks. My foot pressed the gas, the road unwound, the same curve appeared. The same red truck knifed forward. Metal screamed, sparks flew, the world somersaulted. She died on the cedar trunk, her face erased by static. Fire took us both. I woke in the bed again. The groove I had carved with my key yesterday remained. 2 grooves became 3, then 10, then 30. Each dawn a new woman lay beside me, a redhead with cinnamon curls, a freckled brunette, a tall woman with coal-black braids, a shy woman with glasses thick as coin jars. No pattern linked them except their fate. Each invited me to drive. Each died. Each time the truck arrived, unchanged, cherry paint dulled by decades, grill pitted, engine roaring like a storm. Sometimes I tried to refuse the drive. The woman's smile would falter, confusion clouding her eyes. But eventually something, curiosity, guilt, resignation, dragged me behind the wheel. The road never forgave hesitation. The guardrail always failed. The flames were always hot. I stopped trying to save them when I realized I could not save myself. Instead, I started to talk while we drove, desperate to learn anything. At first the questions were casual. Where are you from? What is your favorite book? The answers varied. These women were real, textured, impossible to predict. Then I asked the question that haunted me. What is your name? Each time the woman would give the same small smile, tilt her face so a single perfect dimple dented her right cheek, and say one word. Katie. Not Katie Morgan as I remembered her. These strangers had different eyes, different skin, different voices, yet always the name, always the dimple on the right. I asked follow-up questions. They never found them odd. They lived in different towns, held different jobs, preferred different music, yet the name remained constant. I thought of Katie's dimple, how it appeared when she laughed, and shivered. Day 90 I carved the number deep enough to crack wood. Day 100 I tried to abandon the B&B. I sprinted down the gravel drive before sunrise, but the world tilted, horizon folding inward. I blinked and stood beside the sedan with the new Katie asking if I forgot something. Day 105 I refused to start the engine. An icy wind rose from nowhere. blew us backward until the tires rolled themselves to the highway. Day 110. I closed my eyes the entire drive. The curve found us anyway. Now the count reads 112. The woman beside me stirs. Her hair is black, cut in a sharp bob. In 20 minutes she will suggest the drive. In 40 she will die. I will mark another line tonight unless I tell the story here, unless someone reads and believes. I sit at the tiny desk, tapping words into my phone because pen and paper vanish each new day. I write every detail I can still remember about Cassie in the hope that memory survives where photographs do not. Her eyes were sea glass green. She hated the taste of mint but loved mint scent. She hummed show tunes while grading papers. She wore mismatched socks for luck. She wanted 3 children and 2 dogs. She got carsick on winding roads but thought views were worth it. She cried when she adopted our shelter kitten and named him Kiwi. Her laughter sounded like water hitting hot griddle. When she hugged me she tucked her chin against my shoulder and whispered silly nicknames. She never learned to whistle. She squeezed lemon over every salad and called it sunshine. She hated red trucks because they reminded her of Mark. She trusted me to drive because I was careful, because I promised nothing would hurt her when she was beside me. I broke that promise. Or the world broke it for me. I do not know which is worse. If anyone finds this message, tomorrow, next year, at the edge of the internet, remember Cassie. Remember that somewhere a man keeps carving lines into wood, searching for the face of the woman he loves through the static of 1,000 strangers. Remember that a truck red as fresh blood waits around a bend, an engine that feeds on futures. If you ever see it, stop, turn, find another road. And if you meet a woman with a single dimple in her right cheek who answers to the name Katie, tell her I am sorry, tell her she was kind, tell her I am still driving the loop, carving the marks, trying not to forget. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I had the whole house to myself because my parents were spending the weekend in Toronto. For a 20-year-old who rarely got privacy, that felt like winning a small lottery. My only real plan, once I dropped my girlfriend off, was to spend the night in our finished basement, watch a stack of movies I kept meaning to rewatch, and keep Charlie, the anxious little beagle mix that belongs to my brother, company. Charlie loves people, and when the house is empty he gets nervous. I was happy to have him as a movie buddy. The day itself was almost perfect. My girlfriend and I had wandered the mall, played an old arcade shooter until our wrists ached, grabbed street tacos, and laughed about the dumbest things. Around 8 in the evening I drove her home. We said good night on her porch, kissed once or twice, promised to text, and then I headed back. The air was cold enough to make my breath visible. All I could think about was changing into sweats, heating leftover pizza, and letting Charlie curl up against my side while explosions flashed across the TV. The moment I crossed the threshold, Charlie sprinted over, tail wagging as if he hadn't seen me in weeks even though I'd been gone only 6 hours. Dogs are dramatic that way. I knelt, let him sniff my hands, scratched behind his ears, and said the usual nonsense people say to dogs. He whined at the back door, nails clicking on the hardwood. I took the hint, grabbed my coat from a peg, and opened the door to let him charge into the backyard. Snow covered everything in a crusty white sheet. A freezing rainstorm 2 nights earlier had glazed the top layer so it shone like glass in the porch light. Charlie bounded off the steps, slid, and trotted toward the far fence to investigate whatever interesting scent had blown in. I figured he would do his business, run a few helicopter circles, then hurry back once he remembered how cold his paws were. That was his usual pattern. I stood in the open doorway for a moment, waiting. My breath fogged out of me. The wind rattled the dead grapevine wrapped around the porch railing. 5 minutes passed. Then 6. I told myself not to be impatient. Dogs sometimes need extra time. After 8 or 9 minutes I leaned out and called his name. Nothing. Just the muffled hum of distant traffic and my own voice hanging in the icy air. I stepped onto the top stair, tried again, still no answer. He was a small dog. His bark was soft, but he always answered when called. A chill crawled up my neck that wasn't caused by the weather. The backyard lamps lit the center of the snow, leaving the boundaries dim. I squinted, searching for movement. Finally, in the very back corner near the shed, I spotted him, or what I first assumed was him. The shape was right, head held high, body low to the ground, facing me. But something felt wrong. It took my eyes a few seconds to adjust. The porch light didn't reach that far. Moonlight painted everything in shades of pewter. Charlie appeared, distorted. He wasn't wagging. He wasn't pacing. He wasn't even shivering, and he always shivered if he stood still longer than a heartbeat in winter. He simply stared at me across the ice. I called again, louder, voice echoing off the neighbor's fence. No response. The shape never twitched. Maybe he'd found an old bone half buried under the shed and was guarding it. Still, I'd never seen him ignore a command, especially when the command promised warmth inside. I stepped back into the kitchen, grabbed a flashlight from a drawer, and returned to the porch, snapping it on. The beam sliced across the yard, skipping over glittering snowdrifts, until it rested on Charlie. I almost dropped the light. The dog's body lay on its side, legs stretched at an unnatural angle as if frozen mid-run. His black coat blended with the shadows, which was why I didn't see the separation at first. But the flashlight's sharp white glare erased the illusion. Charlie's head was not attached to his body. It stood upright, several inches in front of the torso, pinned to a rough stake that protruded from the snow. No, not a stake, a snapped tree branch, bark peeled, end shaved into a wicked point. The branch had been rammed through the base of his skull and speared into the earth like a morbid flagpole, leaving his blank eyes aimed directly at the door. Blood had seeped out, frozen into dark icicles beneath the severed neck. My stomach lurched. Reflex told me to look away, but something else held my gaze, afraid that if I blinked the nightmare might crawl closer. That was when I heard the gazebo frame groan. The summer before, my father had built a flimsy gazebo on the deck for barbecues, a simple aluminum structure draped in mosquito netting. Before winter he and I had stripped off the cloth, leaving a bare skeleton of metal tubes arching like ribs over the planks. Ice now coated every bar. From the corner of my eye I saw one of those bars bend, then another, as if something heavy settled onto them. The metal popped. I raised the flashlight. The creature crouched on the gazebo roof, less than 10 feet away, weight making the whole frame sag. It balanced on elongated limbs that looked too thin to support its height. It was all angles, shoulder blades like spikes, elbows bent backwards, knees jutting higher than its hip bones. Its skin, or hide, or whatever covered it, was the color of ash, stretched so tight over bone that I could see the gaps between ribs. The head was oval, larger than seemed reasonable, topped with ragged hair or perhaps torn skin, the details blurred together. What held me, what paralyzed every part of me, were the eyes, wide, lidless, gleaming like wet glass in the flashlight beam, fixed on me with bottomless focus. A slit of a mouth pulled back in what humans would call a smile, though that word felt inadequate to describe such a curved line of mismatched teeth. It didn't speak. Its chest expanded with a shallow breath that rattled. Then it dropped. The metal bars scattered sparks as the thing launched itself toward me. I reacted on adrenaline, scrambling backward across the slick porch boards. My heels lost traction, sliding me into the door jamb. The creature landed where I had stood, claws clicking on wood, head tilting like a bird deciding whether a crumb is worth pecking. It blocked the doorway. I was trapped against the glass door. Pure luck saved me. When it stepped forward, a patch of ice beneath its left foot shattered. The limb slipped. In that single stagger, I yanked the door handle and threw my weight back. The glass panel swung inward. I fell through, hit the kitchen tiles, and flailed to slam the door. The creature snarled, an awful, wet gargle, just as the latch clicked. I slammed the deadbolt. My pulse thundered in my ears. Through the door glass, now fogging from my breath, I saw the thing straighten. The angle of its spine seemed all wrong. Its mask-like face pressed close. It studied me. I braced for it to smash the pane, but it only stared, as if amused. I dared to believe the barrier might be enough. Then it turned, its jerky movements weirdly graceful, and crept toward Charlie's ruined body. What followed was a silent, revolting horror show. The creature crouched, scooped the little body up in one skeletal hand, and began to feed. It didn't tear flesh with fangs. It used its fingers, pinching meat, pulling it away in small bites, all while keeping those eyes locked on mine. It wanted me to see every detail. My vision blurred with tears, rage, fear, and the ringing memory of Charlie's bark. I fumbled my phone out of my pocket and called 911. Despite the trembling in my voice, I forced out a story the operator might accept: aggressive animal in my yard, possibly a rabid coyote or feral dog. Send help. Please hurry. I left the line open. The dispatcher asked me to stay calm, stay inside, keep eyes on the animal. I whispered that I would. I knelt on the kitchen floor, phone in one hand, a chef's knife from the counter in the other, absurd protection against something that had just impaled a dog like a marshmallow. But the weapon made me feel less helpless. Sirens wailed faint across the neighborhood streets, growing. The creature's head snapped toward the sound. It bared those teeth in that knot smile, lifted Charlie's corpse, and began dragging it across the snow, leaving a smeared trail. Red and blue lights flashed against the fence as a patrol car pulled up. 2 officers stepped out, silhouettes against headlights. One moved toward the gate, the other continued up the driveway toward the house. I expected the monster to flee. Instead it ascended. With a graceful, almost lazy leap, it vaulted onto the roof. I heard shingles crack. I lost sight of it. The nearer officer approached the back door, hand resting on his holster. Before he could knock, I cracked the door an inch, chains still in place, and hissed that the animal was on the roof. His eyes flicked toward the eaves. At that instant a strangled scream tore across the yard. His partner. The officer spun, drew his gun, and sprinted around the house. I scurried to the window facing the side path. His flashlight beam whipped back and forth. Snowflakes drifted in the cone of light. Then the beam fixed on a scene too awful to process quickly. The second officer lay twisted, neck bending at an impossible angle, crimson spraying across white ground. He wasn't moving. Over him stood the creature, taller than any man, arms hanging long enough that talons brushed the snow. The living officer fired twice. The first shot missed. The second hit. The creature recoiled. A puff of frozen mist burst where the bullet landed, but it didn't fall. It hissed, a sound like steam escaping a kettle. Then it launched upward again, claws finding grip on the pitched roof, scuttling out of sight beyond the peak. The surviving officer backed away, slipped on ice, caught himself, stumbled toward his car. He yelled something into his radio, words snatched by wind. He never saw the creature drop behind him. I did. It unfolded from shadow, seized him around the waist, and yanked him behind the garage. His scream died so fast I doubted I'd really heard it. The radio kept crackling on the ground, repeating his code. After that a hollow stillness settled. Even the wind held its breath. I crouched on the kitchen tile, phone burning in my hand, dispatcher's voice asking if officers had arrived, asking if everything was okay. I couldn't answer. My eyes stayed locked on the darkness beyond the porch light, waiting for the inhuman silhouette. Backup came 10 minutes later, an eternity. 4 cruisers, lights painting the neighborhood red. Officers shouted, weapons raised, swept yards. They found nothing but snow prints that led nowhere and 2 bodies mutilated beyond quick recognition. A pair of paramedics in thick coats zipped what was left of Charlie into a small black bag. An investigator took my statement, while my whole body shook. I could see in his eyes that he didn't believe the half of it. How could he? He chalked my description up to shock. He'd probably write, "Large unknown canine," in his report. I refused to stay alone in the house another second. One officer drove me to a roadside motel. The room smelled of bleach and stale coffee. I locked the door, wedged a chair under the handle, checked the bathroom window twice, then collapsed on the bed still wearing my coat. Around 3 in the morning I finally drifted into an uneasy half-sleep. A tap woke me, faint, click, click, click. At first I thought it was on the door. Then I heard it again, above me. Nails, testing the roof shingles. I haven't opened the curtains to figure out if the creature followed me. For all I know it's crouched where the light from the highway can't reach, smiling that icy grin, waiting for me to step outside. I write this now in the motel notepad because I'm scared my phone might die or disappear the way other evidence seems to vanish. I need someone to understand what lurks in our nice suburban yards when the temperature drops and the moon hangs low. I need someone to believe me. If you hear nails against your window, or if your dog stares at you from a corner of the yard without blinking, do not go outside. Lock your doors, bar the windows, and pray it decides to leave. I'm lying on my bed with my back against the wall, phone in one hand, the other hand tracing circles over the comforter. Outside my window the neighborhood is silent, the streetlights throwing pale yellow pools across dark lawns, and the clock on my desk tells me it's past midnight. Someone I call my mother is asleep down the hall, but tomorrow night she'll be gone, and I may be gone too. I know that because I've planned it, the way other people plan a family vacation or a birthday surprise. Before we talk about that plan, I want to tell you where it started and how I reached the edge I'm standing on. My name is Abby. I'm 20-something, old enough to vote and drink but young enough that people still call me a kid when they want to make my feelings sound small. For most of my life depression was my shadow. It followed me into classrooms, restaurants, band practice, even into dreams. If you've ever carried that weight you know how it drags across every minute, how even the easiest chore feels like lifting stone. I took my pills the way a faithful person takes communion, counted them out of their bottles morning and night, added new ones when the doctor said, subtracted a few when the side effects got loud. I filled notebooks with symptoms and calendar squares with therapy appointments. By senior year of high school I had swallowed too many pills that weren't prescriptions, bled into too many towels in the middle of the night, and frightened my parents into emptying a saving account on hospitals that looked like resorts. That's not an exaggeration. One place had Persian carpets in the lobby and a fountain that ran over glass rocks. Another had a pool shaped like a piano key. The staff said fresh air and sunshine could lift mood, so they held group therapy beside ornamental ponds full of koi. When it rained, we moved inside to bright classrooms where they handed out color copies of worksheets with wide cartoon borders and titles in bubble letters. I remember one sheet called 5 Ways to Beat the Blues. Under a smiling stick figure sun it told us to stretch for 10 minutes. List 3 things we loved about ourselves, snack on dark chocolate, take a short walk, and repeat a mantra. They passed a basket of brand new pencils with pink erasers shaped like stars. I watched people half my age write, I love my hair, and I love my kindness, on the little lines under the cartoon. I filled my blank line with, I love nothing, because I wanted them to see what their instructions looked like next to real despair. Still, I tried. I sat cross-legged in yoga class until my hips ached. I practiced breathing exercises until the therapist told me I was hyperventilating incorrectly. I filled out mood charts that used emojis instead of words. My folder was always neat and complete. By the end of each day the staff called me their model patient. Inside I was emptying out faster than they could fill me. I told myself if I just kept cooperating, eventually one of these techniques would click and I'd wake up whole. The clicking never came. I went from ward to ward the way a college kid goes from dorm to dorm, each one promising new perspective, each one reminding me that depression could rewrite every promise into another form of pain. Between stays I moved back home. My parents turned the guest room into a small studio for me so I could paint and do guided meditation videos under a skylight. They scheduled my mornings and evenings, made my tea, tracked my pills, carried me across every hour the way paramedics carry a gurney. The guilt of it pressed on my sternum. Every smile I faked for them snapped the tiny muscles around my mouth. One night, after another day spent scrolling online forums about SSRI success stories, I found a link to a self-help ebook I had never heard of. The website looked half-finished, a plain gray background, a single thumbnail image of a book cover, and 2 buttons, preview and purchase. The book was called Mental Health by someone named A. Lusek. On the cover, a black electric guitar leaned against an amp. A prescription bottle lay on its side, green and white capsules spilling across the stage. A blurb at the bottom said, "An irreverent romp through the hellfires of mental illness. Lusek's words will strike a chord and save your soul." I loved metal music in the way you can love a thunderstorm from your porch. It scared me a little, thrilled me more, made my bones vibrate. I'd never seen a self-help title that used heavy riffs instead of pastel mindfulness. So I paid extra for 2 days shipping, expecting a glossy paperback filled with band photos and motivational quotes. The book arrived in a plain brown envelope with no return address. No publisher, no barcode, no ISBN. The pages smelled faintly of smoke, like someone had dried them above a campfire. When I opened the cover, there was no copyright page, only a dedication scrawled in block letters. For every throat sore from screaming alone in the dark. The first chapter read like a late-night text from a friend who's too honest to keep friends. Lusek crashed through formal grammar, dropped F-bombs like cymbal hits, told jokes so vicious I laughed out loud, then felt sick for laughing. He said depression had 2 parts. First, the soulful core, the raw, black electricity that buzzed in the brain of every true sufferer. Second, the shackles, therapy scripts, pastel worksheets, pill bottles with safety caps, family phone calls, helpful reminders, trending hashtags. He swore the shackles were worse than the darkness. The darkness, he claimed, could be forged into armor. The shackles only teach you to crawl. He quoted lyrics I'd never heard but immediately understood. My back hasn't healed from last week's whipping. Valium and lithium got my senses slipping. They keep me bound and gagged and say it's for my health. But I'd rather die than let them cure me of myself. He argued that metal vocalists were modern prophets, angry, blasphemous, unashamed. Each album was a scripture in which the protagonist begins as prey, becomes predator, and ends half ruined but fully awake. If we followed their arc, we could weaponize pain instead of numbing it. The book wasn't all theory. Halfway through, the pages turned into a workbook. Questions in bold, blank spaces for answers. Name the person who first taught you shame. Describe what you would do if all laws fell silent for a day. Then, list the ways you will break your shackles in the next 30 days. I filled margins with small, shaky handwriting. I wrote about a girl from 7th grade I'll call M. She invited me to share lunch at her table, then ridiculed every sandwich I brought, every shirt I wore. The laughter of her friends rolled over me like fire ants. On days she ignored me entirely, I felt as desperate as the days she mocked me. Looking back, I realized my first urge to die began that spring, beneath cafeteria fluorescents. The workbook prompted, who else suffered because of that bully? I remembered Jay, a quiet classmate who sat behind me in English. She smiled at me when Em looked away. Sometimes she slipped me notes with jokes about the teacher's sweaters. But I chased Em's attention like a starving dog chases scraps, and I let Jay fade into the background. By high school, Jay walked alone, eyes always down. One fall morning her desk was empty. Rumors said she'd moved or maybe gotten sick. I never found out which. Writing Jay's name felt like dragging a knife across scar tissue. My chest burned. The next prompt asked what actions would balance that scale. I stared at the page until dawn. When birds began singing outside my window, I realized the ache in my chest wasn't guilt anymore. It was rage, pure, clean, electric. Rage at M, at the therapy centers, at the pills that turned emotions into syrup, at my mother's daily emails with job postings titled "Just Trying to Help." Lusek called this transformation blame over shame. Stop stabbing yourself and point the blade outward. He said the world loves a mute victim but fears a loud one. Be the fear, he wrote. Trade your daily dose for a daily target. I underlined that twice. I searched online for the bands he referenced. Morning Wood, American Roulette, Bodily Fluids, X Marks, names so over the top I figured they had to exist. Nothing. No website, no Spotify page, no bootleg video from a dingy bar. It was as if the bands were phantoms or had been scrubbed out of existence. The order site for the book vanished too. My browser history showed a dead link. Only the physical copy in my lap proved I hadn't dreamed it. I began living with earbuds in. Blast beats rattled my eardrums, even if the songs were random tracks I found online. Between songs I reread the workbook, adding action steps. One directive echoed in my skull: why polish the cage when you can break it? I quit my meds cold turkey. The first week my hands shook, my stomach cramped, my dreams splintered into violent flashes. I poured every symptom into volume dials. Louder music, faster riffs, harsher vocals, until the tremors felt like rhythm, the nausea like stage lights spinning. My parents noticed the change. My mother's texts grew frantic. Are you taking your prescriptions? Did you call Dr. Patel? I answered with thumbs up emojis, turned my phone off, and scribbled plans on scrap paper. Therapists call it ideation, when someone dreams of violence. I called it rehearsal. Yesterday I finished Mental Health for the third time. The last page held only one paragraph, printed in red ink. You have learned the riffs. You have sharpened the blade. If you won't use what you've forged, die a slave. If you dare to live, unleash your core. Let the world hear the metal in your pulse. I closed the book. My hands were calm. I knew what I had to do. Tonight my mother sleeps under this roof, her laptop open on the kitchen table, a new batch of job listings ready to greet me at breakfast. She calls them opportunities. I see more shackles. I've packed a backpack, duct tape, my father's forgotten handgun, the workbook pages folded in the front pocket. The plan unfolds quiet as snow. First her, then maybe me, or maybe the next name on my blame list. The ending depends on how loud the core roars once it's loose. But before the noise starts, I needed to leave a record. If tomorrow's headlines paint me a monster, remember I tried every gentle cure they sell. Remember the fountains, the koi, the worksheets and Comic Sans. Remember that somewhere a book with smoky pages taught me a different hymn, one that turns screams into power. If you find that book, if you see the name A. Lusek, send it to someone like me, someone drowning in pastel advice. Or burn it before someone else reads the last page. I can hear the floor creak as my mother shifts in her sleep. The metal inside me hums like an amp warming up. I'm done polishing cages. It's time to play loud. When Bill Tanner left the post office for good, he promised himself he would never settle for a quiet retirement. Sorting letters and packages day after day had paid the bills, but Halloween had always been his real passion. Even during the busiest mailing seasons he doodled blueprints for burial, chamber hallways, jotted down ideas for disembodied whispers, and dreamt about running his own haunted attraction. At 58 he finally had the savings and the freedom to build it. He bought an abandoned furniture warehouse on the edge of town, hired a contractor to reinforce the skeleton of the building, and spent 2 summers collecting props from yard sales, costume shops, and out-of-business amusement parks. By autumn of his second year, Tanner's House of Horrors opened its crooked black doors to the public. People loved it. Students from the community college flocked to it every October weekend. Parents in minivans drove an hour just to watch their tweens stagger out the exit, gulping air and swearing they'd never sleep again. Local reporters ran yearly features, calling Bill the King of Screams, the Maestro of Fear, the Keeper of Nightmares. Bill soaked up every compliment, but what mattered most was the way guests stumbled into the parking lot laughing and clutching each other's sleeves. His maze jolted them out of their everyday lives and reminded them that hearts can still pound like jackhammers, that lungs can still burn with astonishment. For nearly a decade things went this way. Bill redesigned half the route each summer, hired a handful of seasonal actors, and pocketed enough money each October to keep the doors open. Then, halfway through the 9th season, while he was adjusting fog machines after closing, he met the clown. It happened near the werewolf tableau, rags of synthetic fog drifting across the floor, the wolf frozen in mid-lunge, yellow plastic eyes shining in the darkness. Bill crouched beside the control box, screwdriver in hand, when a faint squeak echoed down the hallway. He assumed it was the rubber sole of one of the employees doubling back to collect forgotten props. "Greg, that you?" he called, but the echo swallowed his voice. He rose, wiped dust off his knees, and peered around the corner. Nothing. Only that hush that makes every old wall creak louder than usual. He told himself not to be jumpy. He'd spent thousands turning quiet corners into nightmares, so why be surprised when they gave him chills after hours? Yet a minute later the squeak returned, definitely nearer. He spun. Someone, or something, stood 10 yards away. A clown. The costume was wrong for Tanner's house. Bill never used traditional circus imagery. He leaned on classic monsters, mad scientists, and a towering animatronic Wendigo. This figure didn't fit the set. Its clothes were cheap red and blue harlequin diamonds, the fabric worn thin at the elbows. Its face was grease paint white except for 2 blue diamonds drawn around eyes that seemed to glow lavender. Most unsettling of all, the clown carried no prop. No plastic scythe, no rubber cleaver, no squeaky horn. It only pointed at Bill with a long white finger, puffed its cheeks, and blew him a kiss. Bill drew a shaky breath. "Hey, buddy, employees only. Exits that way." The clown said nothing, smiled wider, and produced a balloon twisted into the shape of a human figure. With slow ceremony it lifted an unseen knife and popped the balloon. The gunshot crack sent Bill's heart skittering. When the last shred of rubber slapped the floor, the clown vanished. No puff of smoke, no sprinting footsteps, one blink, and the hallway was empty. Bill spent 40 minutes checking every corner before he admitted defeat. No intruder, no hiding place, no proof. Just his pulse pounding in his ears. He told no one. What was the point? He'd see the clown, staff would arrive seconds later, and the hallway would look normal. They teased the boss about working too many hours alone in the dark. So Bill tightened security, new deadbolts on the fire doors, heavier chains on the emergency exits. He added motion sensors by the loading dock and carried a flashlight and a steel-handled hammer on his nightly rounds. A week passed. No squeaks, no lavender eyes. Bill convinced himself it had been a prank, some teenager in thrift store clothes who slipped in during operating hours and watched from the shadows until Bill locked up. Fine, Bill thought. Every maze occasionally breeds a thrill-seeker more daring than the rest. But they don't come back once the mystery fades. Except this one did. 2 nights later Bill heard the squeak again, 3 measured steps, and saw the clown at the end of a different corridor. Same costume, same balloon, same silent mockery. He chased it, flashlight sweeping walls, his hammer raised. Stone silence, no footprints in the dust. After the 4th appearance Bill's confidence soured into fear. He called the police, walked them through every blind corner, even replayed surveillance footage in the ticket office. Nothing. Motion sensors had never tripped, doors had never opened. Maybe, Bill thought, the clown never left. Maybe it materialized and melted like fog. Halloween crept closer. Bill's phone rang constantly with reservation requests. The local news begged for an interview. Radio DJs joked about packing adult diapers for the trip. Bill feigned excitement, but under his smile lay dread. He knew he'd see the clown again, and next time the balloon might be shaped like Bill Tanner himself. He needed advice. Over burgers at their favorite diner Bill confided in Sam Willis, his oldest friend. Sam listened, eyebrows raised, until Bill whispered, "I'm closing the maze." Sam fought a laugh. "Over a clown costume?" Bill shook his head. No costume, no prankster, something worse. Something only Bill could see. The cook refilled their coffees. Dishes clattered. Bill's sandwich cooled on the plate. Sam stopped smiling. Halloween morning Bill gathered his 3 employees, Kevin, Natalie, and Gregory, in the parking lot. He fumbled with the truth, replaced it with a construction story. The roof sagged, inspectors flagged the corridor, repairs start tomorrow, season's over. Kevin's clipboard drooped, Natalie's tattooed arms crossed tight. Gregory's Michael Myers mask looked as baffled as the face behind it. Bill handed each a crisp 100, promised 2 more weeks' pay, and walked them to their cars. Alone, he stapled clothes for maintenance signs across the front. He hauled skeletons and zombies indoors. Each time he slid a prop aside, he expected lavender eyes to wink from the darkness. He muttered a mantra, just one more trip, just one more lock, until the only thing left outside was the plywood admissions booth and the final cardboard greeter. He grabbed the werewolf's shoulders to drag it inside. Something brushed his back. He turned. The clown blocked the doorway. Up close, its makeup looked cracked, as if painted on decades-old plaster. Indigo wigs lurched from its scalp in wild tufts. It smelled like damp earth and penny candy. Its shoes squeaked even as it stood still, a faint heartbeat squeal. Bill raised the fiberglass axe prop still clutched in his sweaty fist. "Leave!" The clown smiled. From its pocket it drew a Rio butcher knife, edge shining in the dim light. Then it pressed backward and slammed the steel door. The latch clacked. Darkness swallowed Bill. He fumbled for the light switch. Nothing. Emergency lamps, floor LEDs, even the battery strobes, dead. Somewhere ahead the clown's squeak echoed. Bill's breath scraped his throat. He remembered every twist of the maze, but it felt unfamiliar without lights. Hands outstretched, he crept toward the central corridor. The squeak shadowed him, sometimes behind, sometimes beside, impossible to place. At the werewolf set the fog machine hissed, though Bill knew he'd unplugged it. He hurried, tripped on a loose board, landed hard. The fiberglass wolf crashed across his shins, pinning him. He yelped, kicked, heard the clown laugh. The laugh stopped. A new sound rose, high, lilting, almost musical, a woman's giggle. Bill froze. The clown gurgled in surprise, stuttered backward, squeaks frantic. Something wet slapped the floor. A moan, then tearing flesh. Bill squeezed his eyes shut. The giggle grew louder, closer, until breath tickled his ear. When he dared look, pale light glimmered. A second clown bent over the first, not a partner, a predator. Her curls were blood-red ringlets. Blue-green satin clung to her slender frame, stripes spiraled down her legs, and her gloves dripped crimson. She lifted her face, mouth smeared, eyes shining like garnets. She saw Bill beneath the wolf. Smiled. Skipped toward him, clasping hands behind her back. "Found you." Her voice chimed like a carousel tune slowed down. Bill shoved the prop wolf, muscles straining. It rolled off his legs. He scrambled, stumbled, pressed against the plywood tree backdrop. The clowness pressed a finger to her candy-red lips. "SHHHH. More might come." Bill's voice cracked. "What are you?" She tilted her head. "Thought you knew. You made him." She nudged the butchered clown with her boot. "And me and the rest. Your house, your fears, our birth." Bill shook his head, sweat stinging his eyes. "I didn't build this. You did." Her smile widened until the corners nearly tore. "Every heartbeat of panicked guests, every shriek you coaxed out of children, fed us. Your passion painted our faces. Your secret fear of clowns gave us souls." Bill's chest tightened. "Why kill him? I don't share meals." She giggled, a sound like bells breaking. The hallway light died. In pitch black, Bill felt her gloves close around his neck, cool and slick. Teeth, serrated, endless, pierced his throat. His scream gargled, then stopped. Silence settled over Tanner's house of horrors, broken only by a soft, childlike laugh drifting through the maze. 2 days later, Sam Willis stood outside the warehouse beside 2 police cruisers and a fire engine. Inside, officers found doors chained, props toppled, but no sign of Bill Tanner, or anyone else. A faint odor of copper hung in the air, yet every surface was spotless. Sam stared at the closed for maintenance sign, heart thudding. Behind him the chief muttered about filing a missing person report. From somewhere deep in the dark maze, too faint for human ears, a single squeak echoed, followed by a ripple of giggles that faded into the walls, waiting for the next heartbeat of fear. I was 22 years old with a bachelor's degree in French literature that nobody seemed to want. While I sent out half-hearted resumes and waited for something to happen, I worked afternoon shifts at the little bookshop my mother owned. The afternoons were always slow. 3 or 4 high school girls drifted through the aisles, tried on oversized glasses in the display mirror, took pictures of each other holding hardbacks, and finally went home to order the titles online for a few dollars less. Most days I sat behind the counter, half reading, half dozing, listening to the ceiling fan rattle. That was exactly what I was doing the day she walked in. She looked, and there is really no other way to say this, exhausted and glamorous at the same time. She might have been 55, with the sort of bone structure film stars had in the 1960s. She wore a tailored coat in a shade of cream so clean it seemed to glow. Her dark hair fell in a perfect wave over one eye. She paused by the threshold long enough for the bell above the door to finish ringing, then crossed the shop in 3 smooth steps and stopped right in front of me. "Don't you think life has to be more than that?" she asked. She flicked her fingers toward the display window where the girls were taking selfies. Her voice was low but completely certain, like an actress who knows every line in the script. I stared back at her. Nobody had ever opened a conversation with me in that way. Yet the very first second I heard her words, I felt the answer slip out before I could measure it. "Yes," I said. "I do." "Good. I thought so." She placed one gloved hand on the edge of the counter. "When do you finish your shift?" "In about half an hour," I said, glancing at the clock without thinking. It was absurd, but it felt the most natural thing in the world to be honest with her. "I'll wait." She turned toward the stacks, not to browse but simply to give me time. After a moment she looked back. "My name is Icos, and I would like to walk you somewhere, Selena." I hadn't given her my name. Still, it didn't frighten me. It felt the way déjà vu feels, as if I had lived through this moment once already and was only catching up with the memory. Exactly 30 minutes later my mother appeared from the storeroom to replace me at the till. I slipped my coat on, feeling strangely weightless, and stepped outside. The creamy-coated woman was waiting, one hand outstretched. I took it, and we set off side by side along the street. She set a brisk pace, saying almost nothing, only now and then naming a corner so we would turn without breaking stride. The afternoon light slid over brick walls and power lines. We went down the wide steps into the subway station, passed through the turnstiles with a single tap of her hand on the barrier. There was no card reader, and no one stopped us. We kept going, deeper and deeper. Then we were no longer in the subway. The change was silent, like a scene splice in a film. One moment fluorescent bulbs and wind from the tunnel, the next a long corridor of pure white, lined with doors. The air was neither cool nor warm. It simply was, like the air in a first-class airliner or a museum display case. Sound seemed to stop at a certain distance, the way thick curtains swallow noise. "This is one of the libraries," my guide said. Her heels tapped softly on the floor. "And I want you to work here." She opened a pair of tall wooden doors. The panels were carved with grape leaves. The knobs were gold, real gold, glowing as though they had stored the light of every sunrise they had ever seen. Beyond lay a hall that stretched farther than any warehouse in the city. Tier upon tier of mahogany shelves climbed into a pale ceiling. Every shelf held books bound in leather. The only colors were black, dark blue, and deep red. Each book was identical in size, about the length of my forearm and as thick as a family Bible. At the room's center stood a desk of polished walnut, wide enough to seat 3 people, and behind it a high-backed chair padded in crimson velvet. "Sit," the woman said. I did, half expecting the velvet to sigh under my weight. She introduced herself again, this time with precision. "I am Iacos, keeper of the keys of Hades. You have heard my name, I think." I thought of Greek myths, Aeacus, judge of the dead. I nodded, too surprised to speak. "You will be my clerk," she went on. "The Greeks called such a servant moirai. It is an old title, and you will carry it from this moment. There were 3 fates, Clotho who spun life, Lachesis who measured it, and Atropos who cut it. Remember the 3rd, do not become Atropos." I found my voice. What would this job be? What would I actually do? Guard these volumes. Each one is a life. Each one unfolds from birth to last breath. When a thread is cut, when a person dies, the book will glide from its shelf. You will read it, so that its tale is witnessed. Then you will place it on your desk and wait. The book will fade by itself. That is all. You do not age while you serve. You will not hunger nor tire. Every month you may ascend to the surface for a day, if you like, and we will provide money. But never remove a book yourself, because that would be cutting the thread. I whispered. Yes, she said. If you pull it from the shelf, the life ends on the instant, and you would feel every remaining second of it inside your own skin. That pain is the mark of Atropos, and it never fades. Do not let curiosity tempt you. I thought of my mother's shop, the dusty rows, the listless afternoons. I looked at the endless shelves of lives waiting to be read. I accept. She nodded once. Then you are more I. She left, and the door shut behind her with a hush like velvet curtains falling. I texted my mother, I've taken a translation job in another city. Great chance, leaving today. Love you? She replied with 6 exclamation points and a row of heart emojis. I did not feel hunger. I did not yawn. I sat in my velvet throne, listening to the silence. It might have been 10 minutes or a week when I heard a faint hiss overhead. A red-bound volume slid from a shelf, drifted like a feather, and landed on the carpet upright, already open to the first page. I read. Abraham Martin, born in a small town, married a woman he respected, worked as a machinist. 3 children, steady pay, weekend fishing, 35 straight Christmases with the same 5 relatives. He drank 3 beers every Sunday evening, never 4. He watched meteor showers. He died at 85 when a valve in his heart failed quietly during a nap. I placed the book on the blotter. It faded, leaving a darker square where it had rested. Another fell hours later, or days. Time was a flat sea. Many were red. Some were blue. Those belonged to people of kindness, teachers who emptied their pockets to buy crayons, nurses who stayed late, old men who coaxed gardens from rotten soil and gave tomatoes to neighbors. Others were black, and the stories inside were troubling. A man who paid off his debts with arson, a woman who smiled at funerals, a soldier who taught himself to forget every child's name. I began to see patterns. The red book people vanished from history except for a clutch of family photographs. Blue books left ripples, scholarships and songs, tales told across kitchen tables. Black books left stains. A month passed. I rose from the desk and found Iakos waiting in the hall. She handed me an envelope of currency, enough to buy a silk dress or a plane ticket. On the surface world I hugged my mother and treated her to dinner. She told me I looked thin and weary. I looked in a mirror and saw shadows under my eyes that had not been there before. I returned to the corridor of quiet shelves. On a night like any other I heard a thump. A boy stood in front of the desk. 16 at the most, skinny, eyes bright with sleepless hope. Please, he begged, show me a book. I need to know if it's golden. I asked how he had come. He stammered something about forums, witchboard tricks, an old Latin manual. I touched a silver button on the desk. The air shimmered, and the boy vanished, cleanly as smoke in the wind. Golden? The word clung to me. After the boy was gone I walked the aisles with a ladder and a lantern, hunting. Hours later I found one. The spine shone as if forged from sunrise. I climbed, heart rattling, and held the weight of it in my palms. My hands shook too badly to open it. I turned away, and just then another golden book slipped free on its own and wafted to the floor. I carried it to the desk. I wanted to place it down and wait, as Iakos had taught me, but curiosity pried my fingers apart. I read. A girl born in a city slum taught herself algebra by lamplight. She juggled in subway cars for coins, bought medicine for her mother from a street vendor, ate supper once every 2 days. One afternoon she found a lottery ticket in a grocery bag. It was worth $12 million. She started a scholarship fund. She built free clinics. At 30 she argued a civil rights case before the Supreme Court. At 42, a drunk driver killed her on a highway exit. I read again. Each pass revealed a new detail. The smell of chalk in her childhood classroom, the way she recited poetry while tying her shoes, the moment she realized she loved a woman who loved her back. I read 36 times before the book disappeared. I slept for the first time in months, folded over the desk. The next shift I drifted through red and blue and black tales, but they tasted like dust after the gold. Loneliness crawled into me. I carried on until the second month's day off. My mother smiled over coffee, told me my sister had been accepted to university. I tried to feel happy, but everything felt shallow. I rode the subway underground and walked through the invisible door. Back at the desk I remembered the ladder. I remembered the glow of gold on leather. I tried to resist. I lasted 10 months. I climbed in silence and drew a golden volume. A young boy, heir to a fortune, watched a magician on his 4th birthday and decided to become a surgeon so he could perform miracles on living bodies. He did. He saved burn victims, transplanted hearts, invented a needle that melted gently at body temperature so no one ever felt it break under the skin. He married, adopted 3 children, aged into a silver-haired patriarch who flew to outbreaks in war zones and stitched strangers back together. Halfway through the book I felt heat at my fingertips. I smelled hospital disinfectant, heard metal trays ring. A tall man in a surgical mask guided my hands. I was him. His steady breath pumped in my chest. His calf ached from standing. His joy filled me like wine. Then the joy wrenched. Asphalt screeched, glass burst, steering wheel crushed ribs. Blood filled the throat. The heart faltered, not from trauma but from absence. That organ would never invent miracles now, never teach the eldest daughter how to drive, never hold the wife's hand in the theater. I dropped the book. It hit the floor like a bell. Somewhere beyond the door I thought I heard a sound, thin as wire, a life thread snapping. I tried to scream and found I could not move. The surgeon's memories flooded me, unfinished. For hours, or years, I knelt, half alive, half dead, seeing 2 childhoods, 2 first kisses, 2 last breaths. When the pain dulled to embers I crawled back to the desk. I hid the golden book beneath ledgers. I sat, hands folded, shaking. I did not rise for the monthly furlough. The surface world felt about as real as a postcard. I read the fallen books each day but felt nothing but a raw ache for gold. Once every week I stood under the highest shelves, hand hovering, fighting the urge to choose. Sometimes I won. Sometimes I lost. I noticed changes in the mirror behind the desk. Gray etched my hair. Lines scored the corners of my mouth. When I visited my family again, my mother hugged me then held me at arm's length. "You look so tired, Selena." I said I was fine, only very busy. I heard my voice and hardly recognized it. Years or minutes later a gold cover shone from a gap down the aisle, thin as a diary. My name glimmered on the spine. I carried it to the desk. The leather was warm. When I laid it flat I saw it had almost no width, like a pocket calendar. I opened to the first page. Blank. Every sheet blank. On the final leaf someone had written one word in scarlet ink, the color of arterial blood, killer. The word faded, then rose, bleeding through the paper, sliding across my palms, curling up my wrists. I tried to fling the book away, but the letters stuck. They seeped over my nails, raced under my skin, poured into my eyes. Fire split my throat. I felt my body fall. I felt nothing. I am Icos, guardian of the keys. I have watched many stewards tend these shelves. Most learned to bear the temptation. Selena did not. When her screams ended, I entered to find her motionless beside a spray of bright blood. The thin golden volume lay ripped to tatters, its pages blank. I interred her corpse beyond the last door. Her soul cannot join the living or the dead. It drifts between shelves, a shadow among shadows, forever pursued by the stories she stole. I seal these events in the ledger, so the next clerk may read and understand. Guard the books, witness the tales, do not pluck what is not yours. You are a guardian, not Atropos. Remember that, if you ever feel your fingers itch for gold. I parked across the street from the place where Perry and I had grown up and sat holding the steering wheel until the plastic felt hot under my palms. Sunlight slid over the peeling clapboards like water, showing every crack, every blister of old paint. From a distance the house resembled driftwood that had washed up after a bonfire, gray and fragile, yet still recognizably the same shelter that once held our entire world. The smell of charred pine seemed to float out of memory and into my lungs. I whispered that it felt like yesterday, though my voice shook hard enough to betray the lie. Perry stepped beside me, taller and broader than the boy who had scrambled through those front bushes years ago, yet still wearing the same steady calm that had always balanced my restless energy. He draped one arm over my shoulders, tugging me in close. When he said the house had hardly changed but we had, I almost corrected him. For years I believed that nothing inside me had changed at all, that I stayed fixed to the moment everything burned down. Two teenagers in pajamas, standing in frozen grass, listening to our mother shout instructions before she ran back into smoke. Time kept sliding forward. I kept clinging to the second before the roof collapsed. I had managed nearly 2 full years without a drink. 730 days, counting both leap year Februaries, every last one spent reminding myself that I was lucky to be alive. Luckier still that Perry had forgiven me for putting him in that car the night I wrapped it around a tree. My sobriety chip pressed against my palm in my jacket pocket, and seemed to grow heavier each hour we spent here. Perry had insisted we drive in together, a built-in sponsor, an older sibling in spirit even if I had been born 4 minutes first. He nudged the splintered front door with a shoulder, and it swung inward on hinges that whined like wounded animals. Light from the porch spilled across warped floorboards. Inside was colder than I expected. The air smelled of damp paper and decay. Perry motioned for me to go ahead, ever the gentleman, and I inched across the threshold. My foot tapped a loose board. Dust rose and drifted in bright shafts. Downstairs walls were heaped with flaking wallpaper I half remembered picking at during movie nights. Our father used to spread pillows in front of the fireplace and call it the Wade Family Theater, bribing us to sit still with chocolate and microwaved popcorn. Now the mantel was bare. Pale outlines marked where photographs once hung. For a heartbeat I saw them as they had been, Mom laughing, smoke curling from her cigarette, Dad holding a mug of apple cider and whiskey he dubbed Appelschnappel, his cheeks already flushed. I blinked and the vision disappeared, leaving only dust. Perry said the hearth was in better shape than he expected and knelt to test the brick. I crouched opposite him. My hands trembled, so I tucked them under my thighs. He asked if I remembered Esmore's nights. I said yes and felt sugar on my tongue, marshmallow pulling into threads. He teased me about demanding Beauty and the Beast every weekend, imitating my childhood nasal squeak. The joke hit its target. I punched his arm, then laughed until my stomach ached, because for 1 minute the house did not feel haunted. When he turned his head I caught the faint white scar that cut through the stubble on his cheek, my nightly reminder that apologies can't erase metal and bark and blood. He followed my gaze and shrugged as if to say it was nothing. We both knew it was everything. 2 winters ago I had let a fifth of rum convince me I could drive. He had yelled at me to stop. I kept my foot down. The tree trunk folded the hood, deployed the airbags, split my forehead. Perry's face met the passenger window. Surgery saved his eyesight but left that slender wound. A few centimeters and I would have buried him next to our parents. That fact burrowed inside me, a tick too deep to remove. I pushed up from the hearth and walked toward what I remembered as the doorway to the kitchen, only it wasn't there anymore. An empty rectangle gaped on the opposite wall. I frowned, touched peeling paint. Had the fire destroyed a doorway? Had builders after us filled it in? The floor seemed to heave beneath my shoes. Suddenly I caught a scent. Lavender polish, Mom's Saturday cleaning smell, and saw through the opening a moving picture. Our mother placing mugs on the table, our father slumped over empty glasses, the tip of her cigarette glowing bright as she shooed us into the living room. The memory flickered like an old reel, then vanished. Perry approached quietly, asking whether I was remembering the truth. His voice lacked teasing. It was flat, clinical. I told him to quit joking like a therapist, but the hallway darkened. pressing cold fingers against my neck. He asked if I recalled Dad pouring me that first sip of beer, selling it as special father-daughter time. I pictured the slick bottle, the murmur of, "Just one taste," the guilty thrill of belonging. My chest clenched so tight I thought I might break a rib. The fireplace behind us no longer existed. In its place stood a wall of dull wallpaper. The floor tilted. My head spun. I demanded to know where we were. Perry said we had always come here to watch movies and gestured to the stairwell. His face seemed to glitch, an electronic jump, then return to normal. He promised there was something I needed to see. I followed, half hypnotized, stepping over splintered boards and along a corridor lined with empty frames. At the last door, specks floated in projector light. A film clacked through a dusty machine. Perry stood inside, half of him bright, half shadowed, like a stage actor awaiting applause. He called me Jackie. Nobody had done that since the accident, and said I was ready for the ending. On the screen, my old sedan on a rain-slick road, my drunk arms gripping the wheel, Perry beside me screaming to pull over. The impact replayed in silence, metal twisting slow as taffy, glass breaking like falling ice. I tried to back away but the hallway melted. Beams swung overhead. I could smell gasoline and wet leaves. I bolted past frames that dissolved into the walls, and when I reached the stained glass window at the landing I did the same thing I did every night in dreams, crashed through the colored panes. Falling felt endless until it stopped. I bolted upright in a hospital cot, electrodes peeling from my skin, the taste of antiseptic in my throat. White lights, monitor beeps, a migraine drilling behind my eyes. Across the room, Dr. Lasko removed similar sensors from his temples and exhaled. He looked tired. In the simulation he had worn Perry's face so I would trust him. It took me seconds to separate the two figures. My doctor said I had gone deeper than ever, uncovered more of the truth buried under layers of shame. I barked that I never wanted to do it again. He gave me the patient smile that always made me want to scream, reminding me that if I kept confronting these memories I might not have to spend the rest of my sentence in this psychiatric ward. I didn't care about freedom. In the projection room I had touched Perry's hand again, smelled his aftershave again, felt him alive. Out here he stayed dead. Out here all I had was sobriety chips and permanent regret. I promised I would show up tomorrow anyway because in those machine dreams I could watch him breathe. And even if it split my heart open every time, it was worth it. Dr. Lasko squeezed my hand, warm, real, steady. I closed my eyes, let exhaustion pull me under, and for a final second tasted bourbon on my tongue, sweet and dark, before the memory ebbed and darkness filled in behind it, silent as snow. I pulled the rig onto the shoulder, shut off the engine, and let my hands shake on the wheel until the frenzy inside me slowed to a tired tremor. June heat shimmered above the old country road, but under my flannel the sweat ran cold. From here the hill looked harmless, just a lazy dip between two stands of pine, but I already knew what waited near the bottom. A light that wouldn't change. A line of cars that couldn't move. Two choices, either good. Put a 60,000-pound sledgehammer through a row of commuters or steer into the trees and pray the forest didn't mind becoming a graveyard. That morning had started the way most mornings did in 2015, which is to say it started in pieces. I woke in the guest room. Guest quarters, my wife called it, though she hadn't invited me back to the main bedroom in months. The twin-size mattress squeaked when I rolled off it, a polite reminder that even foam can judge a man. 5 a.m., still dark, the whole house smelling like damp laundry. I clicked off my phone alarm before it barked out classic rock and stood there trying to remember why I should bother showering. 30 seconds later I was under lukewarm water washing grit from my beard, staring at the tiles, counting every crack like tally marks on a cell wall. By summer I knew my marriage was almost done. My wife, Liz, wasn't shouting or throwing plates. She was done with the energy that takes. She went silent instead, the kind of silence you get on a winter morning after freezing rain, where the world looks clear but every branch is stiff and waiting to snap. We still shared a roof because splitting costs felt easier than paying 2 rents, and we told ourselves the arrangement was for our son, a toddler who had yet to receive the autism diagnosis we suspected. He barely slept. When he did, he slept like the dead. When he cried, it was the keening of an old wound long neglected. Both of us were too raw to soothe him, though we tried. Into all that came payday Friday. Dump truck money isn't Wall Street money, but it's enough to keep lights on and cereal in the kitchen. 10, sometimes 12-hour shifts, double-clutching a worn-out tandem axle Mack, hauling plates of steel and piles of broken asphalt. The roar under the hood made music unnecessary. The muscle memory of shifting through 13 gears made conversation dangerous. Driving paid the mortgage, even if the house inside that mortgage was splitting at the foundation. Mike, my foreman, handed me the last manifest of the day a little after 3. One more run, easy miles, flat road, back to the yard before 5. "Favor, Jake," he said, rubbing a grease-smeared hand over his shaved head. "We're behind. Can you grab the flatbed and drag that gear to the next site? Save the guys a Saturday start." I could have said no. Should have. The paver alone weighed more than the trailer's legal limit, and they'd already added a skid steer and a tandem roller on top. But this was Mike asking, not the new guy or the boss's nephew. Mike had vouched for me when I'd been late 3 days running raising a sick kid. Mike had slipped me $20 once when the foreman's Christmas party ended, and I'd burned every last paycheck dollar buying toy trucks I hoped my boy would recognize. One favor felt small. The crew chained the equipment quick and sloppy. The chains clanked against the decking when I tested the binders. I shrugged, climbed into the cab, and rolled out of the yard as clouds thickened to the west. First light at the mouth of summer, but the sky already looked tired. The Mack groaned in first gear. One glance at the boost gauge and I knew the engine hated me. The truck was designed for 26 tons. We were pushing 33, maybe more. At the first traffic light I braked so early the compact car in front of me must have thought I'd forgotten something at home. I inched into the intersection when the green returned, the clutch pedal complaining under my boot. 10 miles an hour under the posted limit felt like mercy. Back behind the wheel, I had no illusions. If a cop with portable scales saw me, I'd be replacing half a paycheck with fines. A Department of Transportation inspector would run my CDL through the shredder and blow the pieces in my face. Oddly, none of that scared me. Fines you can pay. Licenses you can earn back. Killing someone, though? You never crawl out from under that. Rain came sudden and hard. In the side mirror it looked like the blacktop dissolved into the air. 1 second the asphalt was dry, the next it had vanished in a silver haze. Wipers slapped full speed, doing next to nothing. I tightened my grip on the wheel and kept the speed where it was. I'd forgotten the seat belt. I reached for it at the next red but the belt wouldn't extend. Jammed in the recoil spool, probably rusted shut. Trucks don't get new belts until safety week. And even then someone writes a note that somebody else forgets to check. Drive careful, I muttered to myself, like that could change physics. Half a mile later I passed the quarry. Gravel dust on the roadside mixed with rainwater until the puddles looked like wet cement. From there the lane tipped down a grade I knew too well, half a mile long, one tight curve halfway down, no shoulder, trees crowding close like desperate fans. I eased into 6th. Let engine brake hold me under 30. Halfway down I saw brake lights blooming red in the drizzle. A line of cars waited at the bottom, boxed by another red that wouldn't cycle quick enough. I pressed the service brake gently, the way they teach you, and felt nothing. The pedal dropped under my boot, and the truck kept rolling. I pumped again, slower this time. The tractor jolted, ABS chattering, wheels skating on rain-slick pavement. The trailer began to swing wide, creeping over the yellow line toward oncoming traffic I couldn't even see yet. I eased off, countersteered, felt the trailer pull obediently back into line. Seconds later I tried another stab, same thing. Panic stirred but hadn't yet matured into action. I told myself I'd stop. I told myself I had room. Then the grade steepened. Speedometer climbed, 25, 28, 30. The cars waiting below grew larger, details sharpening. A white sedan with a baby mirror stuck to the rear glass. A pickup hauling lawn equipment. A blue minivan with soccer magnet on the hatch. No place to ditch on the right. Just a wall of pine thick enough to earn a logger overtime. I pictured the rig folding like a soda can. Pictured the cab crushing my ribs. Pictured rescue crews prying my jaw open to ID the body by dental records. Better me than strangers, but I knew the odds. Trucks don't stop quick. They don't swerve pretty. They crash like gone gods. One wrong angle and the trailer comes over the tractor, flattening everything in between like batter under a rolling pin. I jerked the parking brake. Air hissed, valves slammed, rear wheels locked. Tires howled a note that set my teeth vibrating. The tractor lurched sideways, trailer beginning another jackknife. I kicked the pedal again and again, stabbing, trying to build friction. Nothing. 12 tons of asphalt machine back there and more momentum than a freight train. In that instant the world narrowed to one question. Which death do you choose? You or them? Answer quick. There is no third option. I thought of Liz. I thought of the day we met in art class, her hair tied up with paint-streaked ribbon. I thought of the times we planned to run away to someplace warm, long before we forgot how to talk without fighting. I thought of my son, the way he pressed his forehead against my chest when the rest of the world overloaded his senses. I thought of families in those cars. Someone's toddler strapped in a rear-facing seat. Someone's grandma heading home from the pharmacy. People who had not chosen this gamble. No way in hell. The steering wheel turned beneath my hands. Not a choice anymore, simply a fact, metal into forest. The front bumper left the pavement with a bounce. Branches whipped the windshield. The cab shook like a paint can under pneumatic hammer. My head punched the ceiling. Hot wetness sprayed across my forehead, blood. I couldn't feel it. Couldn't feel anything but impact after impact. Dashboard to ribs, seat frame to spine, knuckles hammering steel. Somewhere behind, the trailer ripped loose, crashing into shadows, but I never saw where it went. The truck slammed a hidden stump, reared like a spooked horse, then buried its nose in earth, and stopped so fast the world went white. Silence. Rain tapping leaves. Engine ticking as metal cooled. My heart punched at my sternum so violently I thought the bone might give way. For a moment I believed the pressure in my chest was a final message from organs too bruised to continue. Then I coughed and air came, pain came, vision focused. I was alive. Glass lay in a glittering fan across the cracked dash. Wires dangled from the roof lining like jungle vines. My seatbelt, stubborn a minute ago, draped across my lap as though it had always been buckled. I touched it dazed, unspooled, intact. Somehow it must have freed at the last second and caught when the truck hit the forest floor. Either that or something else had reached from nowhere to hold me down. I pushed the door. It groaned protest but swung. Rain slapped my cheeks as I stumbled into ferns hip high. One hand rose to my scalp. Flap of skin. Warm blood slick over my ear. Plastic? No, just flesh peeled, hanging. My vision tunneled. I bent double, retched muddy water and bile. Blue lights flashed through the trunks, sirens faint but closing. When EMTs found me, I was on hands and knees groping for my sobriety chip, convinced it had flown from my pocket. They strapped me to a board, slipped a collar round my throat, sawed my favorite Blitz t-shirt down the middle. As the ambulance rocked toward the hospital, they kept sneaking looks at my chest. I heard whispered measurements, words like contusion and pattern bruise, but morphine fog drowned details. I cracked a joke. Am I still pretty? And one medic smiled with pity because half my hair clung by staples alone. Hours later, bedded in a white room under fluorescent buzz, I asked a nurse for a mirror. She tried to stall, said I should rest, but I needed to see. She handed over a small square polished plastic. I lifted my gown. Across the breadth of my sternum, shoulder to shoulder, bloomed a deep purple bruise shaped unmistakably like a human hand. Fingers splayed, palm broad, thumb pressed under my collarbone. Too large for Liz. Too wide for any medic. It looked aged, ancient, etched in bone beneath skin. I ran trembling fingertips over the outline. No pain. Just warmth, as though the bruise wasn't forming but fading, as if the grip that had left it was letting go. In the weeks after the crash, I tried to reason it away. Maybe I'd slammed against the steering wheel. Maybe the seatbelt had twisted. Doctors shrugged. Not a typical belt mark, they agreed. Steering wheel impact would match the wheel's rim, not a giant palm. Friends offered stories of guardian angels. Liz scoffed but brought lavender soap and clean socks. My son visited once, pressed his head to my bandaged chest, right over the bruise, and breathed slow until nurses smiled. The mark lightened, turned yellow, vanished. It never returned, but sometimes at night I wake with the sensation that someone's hand rests gently against my heart, steady and enormous, waiting for the next hill. Months later I quit the construction company, sold the Mac dream for good. I took work at a warehouse and spent nights sketching designs for tattoo art. Turns out people pay for ideas drawn by shaky truckers turned sober fathers. I'm not rich, but I don't double-clutch in nightmares anymore. Liz and I divorced civil but distant. We shuffle our boy between two small apartments, learning patience one meltdown at a time. When I drive the old road, I stop at the top of that grade, stare through the trees, and whisper thanks, though I never say to whom. Maybe to the phantom driver I asked to make it quick. Maybe to the hand that answered. Or maybe to the bruised stone of my own stubborn heart that finally chose someone else over itself. I was still unpacking boxes in my new place when the first envelope showed up. My name wasn't on it, just the words "current resident," so I figured it was another coupon pack. Inside I found a single USB drive and nothing else. Curiosity won, but I had enough sense not to stick an unknown drive into my own laptop. I walked to the public library, found an old computer nobody was using, and plugged it in. The device held one video file. I slipped on headphones, looked around to be sure no one was watching, and pressed play. The screen stayed black for a few seconds, then a harsh, distorted voice began to speak. It congratulated me for being chosen as one of 64 contestants in something called the Serial Killer Showdown. According to the voice, I had been placed in a lower seed. That meant someone else, my hunter, already had my name, face, and address. He had 1 week to kill me. If he failed or if he died first, I would move to the next round. The rules ended with a simple wish: good luck. A face flashed on screen long enough for me to notice a crooked smile and a scarred cheek. Text beneath the image read, "Your hunter." Then the video shut itself off and the drive erased. Lines of code flickered on the monitor, and when they vanished the USB folder was empty. I walked straight to the police station with the drive in my pocket. I admitted the file was gone, but I described what I'd seen. The officer at the desk stared as if I'd spent the morning drinking, yet he logged the item as evidence and promised to pass it to their tech team. There wasn't much more they could do. Paranoid but not convinced the threat was real, I packed a few clothes, grabbed some cash, and checked into a cheap motel. I planned to hide for the promised week. The killer, if he existed, would be looking for the previous tenant, not me, so I should have been safe. That's what I kept telling myself. 3 days passed. Bored and restless, I drove by my house at dusk. A car with out-of-state plates was parked half a block away. Maybe it belonged to guests visiting the neighbors. Maybe it didn't. I kept driving. At the motel that night somebody knocked on my door. I called, asking who it was. Silence. Through the peephole the hall looked empty. I opened the door, saw no one, and locked up again. Hours later the sound woke me a second time, steady, deliberate tapping near the lock. My heart thumped. I hurried into the bathroom, locking that door too. Metal creaked as the main bolt broke. Footsteps crossed the musty carpet. I hadn't grabbed my phone. Screaming for help wouldn't do much good in a place like this. I filled the coffee pot with water from the sink, set it to boil, and grabbed the plastic plunger lurking in the corner. The intruder walked around, pausing by the bed. Boards groaned outside the bathroom. A shoulder hit the door once, twice, and on the third blow the cheap lock snapped. A stranger in dark clothes lunged inside, weapon raised. I threw the near boiling water at his face. Steam burst. He howled. I swung the plunger. The first hit staggered him. The next few dropped him to the tile. Police arrived minutes later. They handcuffed the half-conscious man, collected statements, and drove me to the station. The attacker came from several states away, had no record, and carried a silenced pistol. I told detectives about the USB. They didn't believe the contest part, but they couldn't explain his motive either. Eventually they let me go. I returned home, hoping it was finished. As soon as I stepped inside, my phone chimed with a ringtone I'd never set. A text from a random string of letters said, "Your opponent has failed. Welcome to the next round." I lasted 2 weeks before the next envelope appeared. This time, along with the USB, a smaller packet was marked Motivation. Inside was a photograph of my parents tied to chairs, fear on their faces. A digital clock in the background showed the date, only 24 hours earlier. I flipped the photo over. A short message warned me not to involve police again. Shaking, I plugged the drive into my own computer. The same voice announced that only 31 contestants remained. In the new round the roles were reversed. I would hunt. I had a 12-hour head start and 7 days total to kill a man whose details flashed on screen. Name, address, workplace, vehicle. When my 30 seconds were up, the file deleted. I threw clothes, a replica samurai sword, and several kitchen knives into a bag, filled a few cans with gasoline at a truck stop, and drove all night. 15 hours later I reached a quiet neighborhood in the next state and parked down the street from my target's house. Lights were off. I hoped he was at work. After dark I slipped over his fence. Picking the back door lock took longer than the online video had promised, but it finally clicked. I searched the main rooms, nothing unusual. On the second floor I saw no sign of kids. Relief washed through me. Then I noticed the door leading downward. A vile smell drifted up. Every instinct told me to leave, but I had to look. The basement was small. In one corner stood a chest freezer. I eased the lid open. Inside lay a woman in her 30s, skin turning gray. On a shelf a camera whirred and pointed at me. The killer was watching. I bolted. Hours later, back at my motel, I decided hiding was pointless. Killing my parents or me, either outcome satisfied whoever ran this nightmare. I filled a bottle with gasoline, stuffed in a rag, and waited for night. The house lights were off when I returned. I crept through the same back door, tossed my Molotov down the basement steps, and stepped aside. Glass shattered, flames roared. Footsteps pounded up the stairs. I raised the sword. He leapt at me, gun in hand. My swing severed his arm at the shoulder. The weapon fell. He stared at the stump, shocked. A second strike took off his head. I wiped the blade, staggered outside, and drove all night, ditching the sword in a field and burning my clothes. A new text awaited me at home. Outstanding work. Welcome to the Sweet 16. 2 weeks of silence followed. I stitched my leg, drank too much, and avoided mirrors. The next envelope announced a new twist. No more hunter and prey roles. Each contestant received an address and 24 hours to get there. I parked behind an abandoned warehouse, identical to the one on the tablet's countdown. When the hour expired, another video explained the rules: find and kill the opponent inside. No outside weapons allowed. Bonus points for creativity. Inside, on the 5th floor, I grabbed a rusty pipe. On the 7th, I spotted a wooden bat wrapped in a ribbon, an ugly gift, but I took it. The 10th floor held a bow with 2 arrows. I pocketed one, notched the other. The stairwell door clanged open. A huge man in a hockey mask and wielding a machete lumbered toward me. My first arrow flew wide. I turned to run and pain exploded in my calf. He had thrown a metal star into my leg. I limped deeper into the room. Drew the second arrow, and, by luck, hit him in the chest. He kept coming. I blocked his overhead swing with the bat. The machete buried itself in the wood. Using my good leg, I kicked him between the legs. He dropped. With the bat pinned against his weapon, I climbed onto his back and stabbed him again and again with a knife from a satchel I'd found. Blood pooled. He stopped moving. I dragged myself downstairs, changed my flat tire, someone had slashed it during the fight, and drove to the motel. The tablet congratulated me and welcomed me to the final 8. Round 5 arrived after my leg half healed. The rules: each of us would be hunted by professionals hired by the organizers. Survive and advance. Killing the hunter earned an automatic buy. Phones were required for contact but supposedly no longer tracked. I doubted that. I left town with cash only, driving random country roads. On the 3rd day I pulled onto a dirt lane, stretched, and wandered into a cornfield. Moments later an unfamiliar car rumbled up beside my own. I froze. A door opened. A man pierced the spare tire to keep me from escaping and then called out, inviting me to surrender so he could finish me quickly. I stayed silent. He set the field on fire. Flames raced toward me. I limped toward the road, the injury still tender, and burst from the stalks, gun drawn. No one stood there. Something slammed into my skull. Darkness swallowed me. I woke tied hand and foot in a dim room. The hunter, masked and calm, tested a knife's edge. He spoke softly, almost regretful, about how the game was nearly over and he planned to savor his work. He sliced into my wounded leg, peeling skin. Pain blinded me. When he began sawing at my shoulder, a phone rang. He listened, grunted, and cut my bonds instead. "You're lucky," he said. "Someone else died first. Final 4 starts now. Patch yourself up." Then he left. I crawled to a bathroom, found a kit, and glued my leg closed with Gorilla Glue. Gauze bound my shoulder. I changed the slash tire outside and drove away, shaking. A message flashed on my phone. "Welcome to the Final 4. The next envelope arrived 2 weeks later. It offered a team round, 2 men versus 2 women. We would meet a partner, then hunt the other pair. Only survivors advanced. I met my teammate at an abandoned gas station on the prairie. He was tall, muscular, and arrogant. Without greeting, he ordered me into his pickup and drove through empty streets until we spotted an SUV speeding away. He gave chase. The passenger leaned out and fired a pistol. Bullets pinged off the truck. My partner called her an amateur and rammed their rear bumper. The SUV flipped. The driver was unconscious. The passenger crawled out, limping. While I watched, my partner dragged the driver from the wreck, straddled her, and began tearing at her clothes. Realizing his intent, I drew my gun and shot him in the head. The wounded passenger looked at me, terrified. I shot her too. My phone vibrated. "Welcome to the championship round." Within minutes, directions arrived for the final location. I drove 3 hours to a lonely warehouse, inserted my phone into a slot by the door, and went inside. A single table stood under fluorescent lights. My final opponent, a woman, was strapped naked to the surface, barely conscious. Beside her lay knives, pliers, hammers, needles, matches. An intercom crackled. The organizers told me she had surrendered to save her children. They offered me the same deal: lie down in her place, and they would release her and my parents unharmed. Or kill her in a memorable way, claim the championship, and receive money, freedom from prosecution, and an invitation to join them. I stepped to the tools. Her eyes pleaded behind the tape. I broke her toenails with pliers, smashed her knees with a hammer, burned off her hair, pushed needles through her eyelids, and finally drove a blade through her heart. Blood soaked the table. My hands shook, but from exhaustion or thrill, I couldn't tell. "Congratulations," the intercom said. "You are our first champion. Your parents will be released. Your crimes are erased. Expect a generous deposit and a formal offer to join our organization. Until then, rest and enjoy your victory." The speaker clicked off. I stared at the woman's body. I thought about my parents sitting somewhere in the dark, waiting. I wondered what kind of man would open the next envelope. and whether, when it arrived, he'd find the courage to burn it unopened. I had never wanted to remember the night of the rosebud fight, yet that memory clings to me like gun oil under a fingernail. I write now only because the adjutant says I must leave a record before Monday's hanging. A written confession, he calls it. What I can give is no confession, only the plain truth of how Private Oswald Arthur Crane vanished, and why they believe I murdered him. The day before the ambush, autumn had already drained the Wyoming sky of its blue. Dry leaves skated across the cavalry tents, and the Crow scouts said winter would arrive early. I was sitting in our shelter with Oswald. Everybody called him Ozzy, and a young Crow interpreter we liked to call Snowbird. Snowbird was slender, no more than 16, always keeping a small carved-out tied at his throat. Ozzy had a way of filling any silence. That morning he was blowing great clouds from his father's Kentucky tobacco while teasing me about my breakfast. He liked to hold the pipe so the smoke drifted into my eyes, then laugh when I blinked. His laugh whistled through his nose, shrill, unmistakable, and funny the first 100 times. He loved telling tall tales, too. One week he swore an opossum bit off half his middle finger. The next week, a snapping turtle had done the same job. I was trying to eat a bowl of oats while he waved the scar of his missing fingertip over the steam. "See, Arthur," he said. He never called me by rank. "Your mush don't look half so bad when it's stirred with good Kentucky seasoning." I told him it was nonsense, but that only made him laugh harder. Snowbird watched us, smiling yet quiet. He had been uneasy since we forded Goose River, rubbing dirt between his palms and whispering crow prayers to himself. Finally Ozzy flopped onto his bedroll and stared up at the canvas. "You two smell that?" he asked. Snowbird and I sniffed. Wood smoke, grease, wet canvas. Ozzy sat up, eyes wide. "I know that smell," he said, voice serious. He took another long sniff, then grinned. "Smells like a barrel of horse manure." He rolled over laughing, knocked his pipe onto his blanket, and nearly set himself aflame. Snowbird did not laugh. He said the Cheyennes spoke of a haunted stretch of forest near Rosebud Creek where restless spirits, Baxby, wandered without a home. "People go in," he told us, "but they do not come out." He clutched a little wooden owl on his chest. Ozzy whistled through his nose in that mocking laugh. "A man can wear a bird round his neck if it pleases him," he said, "but he ought not preach ghost stories at breakfast." Snowbird rose and left our tent. I watched his shadow slip through the trees, silent as a deer. I remember thinking he moved like smoke, there then gone. Nothing else happened that day until the Cheyenne attacked at dusk. Cannon thunder shook the earth, arrows hissed through the tents. Fire rolled across the grass. Men screamed. Someone thrust a powder bag into my hands. I saw war-painted faces and heard Snowbird shouting in Crow and English. When the fight reached our street of tents, I found 2 bodies already on the ground. One Cheyenne warrior dead with a tomahawk buried in his skull, and another wrapped in a wool bag with arrows in his back. That bundled shape was kicking, and I realized it was Oswald. Snowbird lay nearby, chest bleeding from a long gash, right arm dangling useless. "Help me!" he rasped. Together we snapped the arrow shafts sticking from Oswald. "Couldn't pull them," Snowbird said, "or he would bleed to death faster." Bullets and arrows still whistled overhead. We dragged Ozzy toward a dry streambed that cut into the woods. Snowbird winced every time he pulled. I saw blood soak his shirt. In the gully we laid Ozzy on broken slate. He wheezed like air leaking through a split bellows. Snowbird told me to keep him quiet. The Cheyenne were still searching. I knelt, hand over Ozzy's mouth. His cracked lips sucked against my palm. His eyes rolled. Snowbird climbed the bank with his knife in his good hand. He disappeared into the fog. Minutes later I heard a grunt, then silence. Snowbird did not return. Night fell. The cannon fire stopped, replaced by distant shouts. I could not risk hauling Oswald back to camp, so I dragged him deeper into the forest. My muscles burned. I felt his blood seep through the sleeping bag onto my leg, hot, sticky, smelling of iron. At last I found a tall maple and hoisted the sleeping bag high with a gun sling, as we would hang a deer from wolves. Ozzy's face lolled inside the wool, jaws slack. I sat beneath the tree in dead leaves, back against the trunk, and fell asleep as the bag rocked overhead. I woke before dawn to a cold mist. The bag still hung above, but a single, clean horizontal slit gaped along its side, no ragged claw marks, only a blade's deliberate cut. The sling held fast, the belt was undisturbed, yet the body was gone. Below the bag I saw footprints, bare, not booted, leading into the fog. Then I heard it, a familiar whistle in the mist, the sound of Ozzy's nose laugh. My stomach turned to ice. A shape moved between the trunks, tall, swaying, silent. When it stepped closer I saw one cloudy eye, the other torn loose like a black grape. Blood glistened on its chin. It opened its hands. 9 fingers reached toward me, the middle finger was gone. Fear has an odor, bitter like old coffee. That taste filled my throat. I could not lift my musket, no powder left. The thing lunged. Claws tore my coat. Teeth crushed my shoulder. I remember the forest wheeling, leaves exploded upward. Something slammed me into a rock bed, and darkness flooded my skull. They tell me a patrol found me near Rosebud Creek at sunrise, half frozen, coat shredded, gibbering about a dead man walking. They hanged 3 Cheyenne scouts for the attack. They blamed me for Oswald's murder and the desertion that followed. On Monday the army will hang me too. Yet I know what I saw, Oswald Arthur Crane, risen in fog, laughing through a torn face with a fingerless hand. Snowbird vanished that night. His little owl totem rests now in my pocket, smooth and cold as river stone. I feel it when the wind sighs through my cell bars, and I smell that bitter coffee scent of fear. Maybe the Cheyenne spirits do roam those woods, lost between worlds, wearing the skins of the dead. I did not kill Oswald. When the trapdoor drops beneath my boots, let the record show, the true murderer still walks under the autumn trees of Wyoming, laughing through a broken nose, dragging hungry spirits behind him in the cold wind and the cold earth. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. It was the final week of classes before the Christmas holiday at Ridgecrest Christian Preparatory Academy, a private school where the teachers wore ties, the students wore uniforms, and nearly everyone counted the minutes until vacation. By the middle of December most lessons had turned into casual chatter, yet Mr. Winthrop, the senior English teacher, decided his pupils ought to do at least a little work before they vanished for 2 weeks. Early Monday morning he laid out a new assignment. Every student had to write a 2-page paper describing the customs their family followed in December. The moment he finished, a low moan rolled across the classroom. Pens drummed on desks, shoulders sagged, and a handful of students whispered complaints about having homework so close to break. Only one voice rose above the murmurs, a cheerful, almost eager voice belonging to Jeremy Bascom, the boy who never seemed unhappy to do anything that might win praise from an adult. Jeremy looked exactly like the star of a toothpaste commercial. His blonde hair appeared freshly trimmed every week, his eyes were bright blue, and each morning before the bell he flashed a flawless smile at whoever passed his locker. He spoke often, and loudly, about his faith. He thanked Jesus when the basketball team won, quoted scripture when someone cursed, and wore a gold cross pinned to the collar of every pastel polo shirt he owned. At Ridgecrest plenty of teenagers were religious, but Jeremy liked to remind the entire campus that in his mind the world divided neatly into 2 camps, those who believed as he did and those who were wrong. When he spotted classmates who slipped out of chapel early or skipped youth group fundraisers, he shook his head and told them he would pray for their souls. Teachers smiled at his enthusiasm, but other students rolled their eyes whenever he began a sentence with, "The Bible says." After Mr. Winthrop announced the essay assignment, Jeremy raised his hand. He waited until the teacher nodded, then spoke in a voice sweet enough to hide the hint of mockery behind it. "What will the students write?" he asked, "who do not celebrate Christmas at all." The question sounded polite, yet half the class turned to see whom Jeremy meant. Their gazes landed on Emma Campbell, The pale girl who sat near the back corner, black nail polish chipped on her fingers, dark hair brushing her shoulders, emerald eyes staring pointedly at her notebook. Emma looked up, saw the smirk on Jeremy's face, and in answer lifted her middle finger without a word. Some Ridgecrest gossip painted Emma as a witch, though she had never traced a pentagram, sacrificed an animal, or brewed a potion. Her grandmother, born in Scotland, had told her grandchildren old Celtic stories about druids, forest spirits, and forgotten gods. Emma grew up hearing tales of justice granted by oak and birch, of travelers punished for cruelty, of herbs that healed and herbs that cursed. Those bedtime legends sounded no stranger to her than the accounts of angels in Sunday school. Her mother still performed certain harmless rituals, burning sandalwood for calm, hanging small bells to invite good luck, whispering a blessing over the doorway before leaving for work. But the Campbells were practical people, more focused on grades and bills than on hexes. Emma attended the Christian Academy simply because its test scores were high and its graduates landed good college scholarships. Emma thought about Mr. Winthrop's request. She could write a polite description of tree trimming and gift wrapping like everybody else, but she preferred honesty. After a moment she decided to describe the winter solstice as her grandmother had once explained it: the longest night of the year, a turning point when light begins its return, a time to feast, light candles, exchange small gifts, and thank the hidden forces of the earth for keeping families alive through the dark. She bent over her notebook and began drafting. Mr. Winthrop tried to end the grumbling around the room. "Every culture, every household," he said, "has December traditions, whether or not they call them Christmas. I want all of you to write about your own. I look forward to reading every paper." The bell clanged. Desks scraped. Students snatched book bags and hurried for the hallway, laughing about weekend plans. Emma, who disliked crowds, always waited until the rush thinned. When she reached her locker, she found Jeremy leaning against the next door and 3 of his friends, boys who wore the same perfect haircut, forming a half-circle around him. "Move, please," Emma said. Jeremy's smile widened. He stretched out a hand. "Let me see your essay notes. I'm curious how someone celebrates the season without Christ." Emma held her notebook to her chest. "It's none of your business." He plucked it from her arms anyway. The pages fluttered. Jeremy began reading aloud a paragraph about the rebirth of the sun, the lighting of candles, and the legend that early Christians borrowed certain customs, mistletoe, evergreen wreaths, from older faiths. His eyebrows rose. The crowd around him snickered. When he reached the word pagan he stopped, tore one sheet from the spiral spine, then another, their edges fraying like feathers. He ripped both in half, and halves into quarters, until a snow of lined paper drifted to the tile. Emma's jaw locked, her muscles rigid, but she would not let him see tears. A hot knot formed in her throat. Jeremy shoved the mutilated notebook back at her. "God's truth doesn't need your grandmother's fairy tales," he said. Then he and his friends strolled away, trading high-five slaps. Emma gathered the scraps, stuffed them into her bag, and walked, head down, face burning, to the restroom. There, inside a stall, she let her tears fall. She hated the sting in her chest, hated that Jeremy could make her feel ashamed. Quietly, between sobs, she whispered an old word of appeal her grandmother had taught her, a soft rolling sound that called to any listening spirit of justice. She begged for someone, anyone, to help her. That night Emma dreamed. In her dream she wore a pale blue gown that brushed her bare ankles. A crown of lily petals circled her head. She followed a path through silver birch trees whose white trunks gleamed under a honey sun. Eventually the path widened into a clearing carpeted with poppies. In the center sat 2 huge dogs, ghost pale except for their brilliant red ears. Behind them walked an aged woman carrying a crooked stick. She wore a black cloak. Threads of gray hair escaped her hood. When she reached the dogs she pushed back the hood, revealing a face carved with 1,000 wrinkles and eyes clouded like moonstone, as if she were blind. Yet those eyes fixed on Emma with unmistakable warmth. The old woman stepped forward, lifted a brittle hand, and touched Emma's cheek. Her skin smelled of freshly cut grass. "Don't despair," the woman said. her voice as gentle as a lullaby. "We see what he did. Who are you?" Emma asked. "A friend of your family. My grandmother told stories about a sacred birch grove. Is this it?" The woman nodded. "Here, winter wrongs are set right. Believe, and you will witness." She waved her cane. Lights, tiny sparks like fireflies, rose from the poppies, danced around Emma, and formed a glowing spiral. A hush, half song and half breeze, folded over the clearing. Emma sank onto the soft grass, eyes heavy, comforted for the first time in months, and fell asleep where she lay. Tuesday morning she awoke in her own bed smiling. The weariness of weeks had vanished. She bounced from sheets, dressed quickly, and surprised her mother by insisting that today, for once, she would enjoy school. At Ridgecrest the sight of Emma's grin confused nearly everyone. Jeremy felt the confusion as a physical itch. When he passed her in the hallway her green eyes sparkled, though yesterday he had crumpled her work and laughed. He expected anger, or at least fear, but found no hint of either. Instead she seemed lighter, almost floating. His mind lingered on her until English class, where he kept glancing at Emma and forgetting to write notes on Shakespeare. He stared so long that Mr. Winthrop caught him daydreaming. After the bell Jeremy followed Emma to her locker and tried to sound casual. "What's got you so happy?" Emma tucked books into her bag. "Wouldn't you love to know?" she said, not unkindly. He cleared his throat. "Maybe you could tell me over coffee?" The proposal shocked her. She chuckled. "You hate my company." "Not true. Jeremy, yesterday you called my grandmother a liar." He raked one hand through his perfect hair. His cheeks colored. "I overreacted. I'd like to apologize. Face to face. At my locker is face to face." Emma answered and closed the door. She walked toward biology. Jeremy trotted alongside, pleading, 1 hour, one conversation, one chance to show his apology was sincere. She shook her head, pushed through the classroom door, and left him in the hallway where Mrs. Simmons, the biology teacher, reminded him he did not belong in her room. Jeremy stammered an excuse and backed away, swallowing both anger and embarrassment. The rest of that day he could not stop picturing Emma's dreamlit smile. At supper his father asked whether exams were going well. Jeremy nodded, lying plate untouched. After prayers he excused himself early, marched upstairs, and tried to sleep. But every time he closed his eyes Emma appeared wearing a pale blue gown, stepping from birch shadows, lips red as poppy petals. The vision returned again and again. At midnight he paced his carpet begging God to remove whatever wicked spell she had cast over him. Still the image clung. Near dawn Jeremy dreamed he stood in a clearing ringed by birches. Poppies brushed his ankles. Moonlight turned the petals silver. Out of the trees Emma approached, dress floating around her calves. She whispered his name, knelt, and pressed her mouth to his. Jeremy tingled head to toe. Tiny lights rose in a circle. A distant chorus of voices filled the air. Emma climbed onto his lap, her hands sliding under his shirt. He gasped when she touched him. She loosened the ties of her gown until it pulled around her waist, exposing smooth skin and breasts he had never seen outside anatomy diagrams. He knew such thoughts were sinful, knew his parents and pastor would call them lust, yet desire drowned the warnings. Emma guided him inside her and moved in a slow, patient rhythm, eyes half closed, cheeks flushed. Pleasure built, burned, burst. He cried out and he woke soaked in perspiration and shame, sheets tangled around his legs. He rolled out of bed onto his knees and begged forgiveness for the dream's filth. The prayer gave no relief. All day Wednesday he pictured nothing but the moment Emma straddled him. In the cafeteria line he forgot his wallet. He startled during chapel when the minister invoked the Nativity. That afternoon, instead of basketball practice, he drove aimlessly until sunset, fighting images of Emma that grew more vivid with each mile. At home he opened the family Bible looking for verses on temptation, but the letters blurred into visions of Emma's moonlit skin. He slammed the book shut and whispered a plan that felt like inspiration. If the spell were real, he must confront Emma and break it. Only then would God forgive him. Thursday, Jeremy skipped school. He searched websites about curses, gathered rumors from other students by text, and convinced himself Emma had bewitched him. When classes ended, he parked across from her house, switched off his headlights, and watched the window he guessed was her room. He saw her try on a dress, silk the color of early daylight, and saw her mother clasp a silver necklace around her throat. The sight churned longing into rage. He flexed his hands on the steering wheel, waited until the house went dark, then stepped onto the street. Jeremy scooped a handful of pea-sized stones and crept into Emma's yard. One by one he flicked the pebbles at her window. After 3 taps, Emma pushed open the sash. "What in heaven's name are you doing?" she hissed. "Can we talk?" "You have to be kidding." She glanced over her shoulder. "My parents will hear. Meet me out back." 2 minutes. "Then you won't see me again." Emma, half curious, half irritated, shut the window and went downstairs. She unlocked the kitchen door and stepped onto the porch. Moonlight spilled across damp leaves, but she saw no one. "Jeremy, this isn't funny," she whispered. A cloth smelling of chemicals clamped over her mouth. The world spun. Darkness swallowed her. In the blackness a familiar voice whispered, "Remember the birches. Be strong." It was her grandmother's voice, calm and warm, and it guided her back toward waking. She surfaced slowly. Cold air burned her cheeks. Rough fabric gagged her lips. Her wrist throbbed where rope bit into skin. Jeremy's arm locked around her waist as he dragged her through an unfamiliar forest. Owls hooted overhead. When she lifted her head, she saw pale trunks, birches shimmering white in moonlight. Fear flashed, but hope followed. The grove from her dream was real. Jeremy stumbled into a clearing of poppies. He dropped Emma. She landed on damp grass, dress torn, necklace glinting at her throat. Jeremy towered above her, face contorted, bloodshot eyes wild. "What spell did you cast on me?" he demanded. "I can't sleep, can't pray, can't think without seeing you." "Remove it." Emma shook her gagged head. The cut on her lip from his earlier blow stung. She pushed backward on elbows, palms slick with dew. "I won't be your slave," Jeremy yelled. He yanked at his belt buckle. Horror dawned on Emma. If he could not claim her heart, he meant to violate her body. She kicked, clawed, and shrieked behind the cloth. He struck her again. Copper flooded her mouth. He knelt, pinned her shoulders, and fumbled at her underwear. Emma's hand brushed the silver pendant. The memory of light spiraling around her flared in her mind. She gripped the star, swung her arm, and buried one sharp point into Jeremy's brow. Skin split. Blood spilled hot across her fist. Jeremy screamed, reeled backward, stumbled against a birch trunk. He braced his bleeding head with one hand while red droplets spattered bark. "Witch!" he shouted. "I'll—" His words froze. He tried to push off the trunk, but his palms stuck fast as if glued. Blood seeped into the bark, and where red touched white, red faded, replaced by pale wood. His fingers whitened, stiffened, fused with the tree. Panic blazed in his eyes. He tugged, and his arm began to turn the color of birch. Tiny sparks blinked into the air, dozens, then hundreds, forming a circle of glowing motes. A song rose, the same hush Emma had heard in her dream. She watched Jeremy's chest, neck, face change, flesh hardening into smooth bark, hair whitening into lichen, eyes glassing over like sap. His open mouth seemed to plead, but the final word never formed. In seconds he was gone, replaced by a new birch that leaned, almost bowing, toward Emma. She crawled to her knees, ripped the gag free, and stared at the seamless ring of trees around the clearing. Each trunk leaned at a different angle, as though frozen while running. She understood then that many people had stood where Jeremy stood, cruel souls trapped in living wood. At the clearing's edge stood the old woman from Emma's dream, cloak billowing, ivory hounds at her feet. The crone pressed a finger to her lips. "Keep the secret." Emma nodded. The woman smiled and vanished among the birches. Snowflakes the size of moth wings drifted from a cloudless sky. Emma walked home under their silent fall. She crept inside, washed blood from the pendant, and slept without dreams. Winter passed. Police searched for Jeremy Bascom but found no body, no footprints, only his abandoned car down the street from Emma's house. Rumors sprang up. He had run away, joined the military, fled to avoid a scandal. People shrugged, holidays ended, new semesters began. When crocuses pushed through thawed soil, Emma returned to the grove. She wore her grandmother's restored blue dress, the silver star resting on her collarbone. She followed birdsong until the birches appeared, bright against fresh grass. Beneath one leaning trunk, Jeremy's, tiny poppies already bloomed. She knelt, pressed her palm to the cool bark, and whispered thanks to the quiet powers of the place. Overhead a breeze moved through branches, and for an instant she imagined she heard the old crones humming drifting between the leaves. Emma rose, smoothed her skirt, and walked back toward home, leaving the grove in peaceful silence, guarded by rows of white trees that would never again harm a living soul. My name is Christy Abrams. Everything I am about to tell you happened over the stretch of 14 years, yet most nights it feels as if I dreamed it all last week and then woke up in a cold sweat. I need to set it down exactly as it unfolded, because once the words are on paper I plan to make sure I never wake up again. I was born to a mother who tried her best and a father who vanished before I drew my first breath. Mom was young, barely 17. So by the time I turned 16 she had already begun a brand new life with a polite but colorless man named David. He did not drink, did not raise his voice, and treated both of us like fragile dishes he was scared to chip. Mom adored him, and I learned early that adoring someone can be quiet and steady instead of fiery and loud. When I was 18, Mom and David had a child of their own, a boy they named Thomas. From the moment I looked into his eyes I felt the kind of love I imagine some people feel only for their own babies. He arrived with smooth cheeks, round limbs, and a gaze that seemed far older than his minutes on earth. He never howled the way newborns usually do. Instead he studied every face as if memorizing it. I called him Little Tom, and the nickname clung to him even after he outgrew his first pair of shoes. Because I could not stand the thought of missing any part of his childhood, I enrolled at the local university. Days I spent in classrooms and labs, nights at home in the small house my mother and stepfather rented. I changed diapers, washed bottles, and took him on slow walks while cramming for midterms. When he began to toddle across the living room carpet I cried harder than Mom did, so she teased me for being an overdramatic big sister. In truth, I felt more like a second mother, only with none of the exhaustion and all the joy. Loving him that hard was almost painful. I finished a computer science degree right on schedule, and a local security firm hired me before the ink dried on my diploma. Finally I could afford an apartment downtown, but I refused to let distance steal my time with Tom. Mom visited every other day, often bringing a casserole that could feed a platoon. When Mom reached the driveway Tom would break free of her hand and sprint up the steps, yelling for chicken nuggets, Lego sets, and cartoons. I indulged him. He only had to say the word and I would drive to the store for plastic bricks 3 seconds later. I believed nothing could shake that life. Then my company asked me to fly to Denver for a 5-day security conference. I had never left the city overnight. 5 days felt like 5 years. Mom called me foolish. "He'll be all right, Chris." She laughed, balancing Tom on one hip. "Children do survive without their sisters." Tom agreed. He pressed my cheeks between his palms and promised to watch my favorite Saturday morning show while I was gone. I landed late Friday night. Saturday morning, suitcase still by the door, I phoned Mom. She said they were already on their way for our usual visit. Minutes later Tom shuffled across my living room carpet in mismatched socks. I pulled him onto the couch for cartoons, but he sank against me as if every bone were soft. His forehead radiated heat. "Kiddo, you feeling okay?" I brushed loose hair from his eyes. "My head is tired and heavy," he whispered. Mom, rinsing coffee mugs in the kitchenette, heard us and poked her head around the wall. "He's fighting a little cold," she said. Nothing chicken soup can't fix. She meant well, but my pulse spiked. I told her I was taking him to urgent care. She rolled her eyes, amused by my panic. Doctors will say the same thing I do, she insisted, but I was already stuffing Tom's small arms into his jacket. At the clinic I expected a bored physician to hand us antibiotics and lollipops. Instead a technician hurried Tom to radiology. A nurse drew vials of blood. An hour crawled by. The doctor returned, his face pinched. The numbers, he said, were alarming. They would keep Tom overnight for observation. A precautionary measure. Still, his tone carved a hollow in my chest. That night they moved my brother to the pediatric wing. The next morning he was worse, paler, quieter, fever raging. A specialist came. Then another. Each ordered new tests. The language shifted. Unusual markers, unknown etiology, systemic failure. They could not tell us what was wrong, only that his cells were dissolving like sugar in tea. I quit eating. Mom cried beside the bed yet tried to soothe me. David stood by the window, hopelessly polite, a hand on my shoulder. Tom slipped in and out of sleep, apologizing every time he woke. "I'm sorry, Chris," he murmured. "My head is too heavy today." I kissed his knuckles and told him cartoons were waiting at my apartment, so he had to get better. He promised he would. Days bled together. My boss, herself mother of two, refused to let me resign. She reassigned my projects, told me to show up when I could. Even kindness felt like sandpaper on raw skin. The hospital became a warren of blinking monitors and sour coffee. I allowed myself hope each time a new result arrived, each time it shattered. Eventually hope hurt more than dread, so I stopped entertaining it. On a bleak Tuesday my oldest friend, Simone, appeared by Tom's bedside with 2 cappuccinos. I tried to smile, but the corners of my mouth would not lift. "You need an hour outside this building," she said, squeezing my elbow. "You look like you've forgotten what sky is." Mom overheard and ordered me to go. "You won't help him by falling apart," she scolded. I protested, then relented. Simone drove me to a small Italian place with fogged windows and a warm smell of garlic. We barely touched the antipasti. Halfway through a polite conversation about nothing, I felt my hands tremble. "I need air," I muttered and pushed outside into swirling snow. Simone let me go, knowing fragile people sometimes need to break alone. I fished for a cigarette, another habit I had picked up in the last weeks. The wind kept killing my lighter. On the third try a flame rose, though I could not recall striking the wheel. A man stood beside me, his own lighter extended. I thanked him automatically, eyes focused on the street. Then he spoke. "Your baby brother is sick," he said. "You fear he will die soon." I froze, cigarette forgotten. His tone carried no curiosity. It was a statement as firm as brick. I turned. The stranger looked like anybody's senior partner at a law firm. Mid-50s, thick gray hair, round cheeks, eyes so blue they seemed painted. He wore a dark wool coat and held a folded burgundy blanket against his chest as delicately as a waiter carries wine. Inside that blanket slept a newborn girl. "You already know who I am," he continued, voice soft as fresh snow. "Here is my offer. I will cure your brother completely. No gimmicks, no hidden traps. He will live a long, happy life." My pulse thudded in my ears. I wanted to run, yet could not lift a foot. The restaurant door behind me might as well have been a mile away. "In return," the man said, "you will raise my daughter. Her mother failed to honor our agreement. She tried to abandon the child in the snow, so I renegotiated." He shrugged, as if stepping on an ant. "Take my daughter and you may keep your brother. Do we understand one another?" I tried to speak. Words tangled in my throat. He placed the bundle in my arms. The baby opened her eyes, gray, rimmed with storm cloud, unblinking. Her skin was warm despite the cold air. "I will be watching," the man said. Then he turned, walked 3 paces, and vanished like breath on a mirror. The world returned in soundless jolts. Wind stung my cheeks. Snowflakes melted on the baby's blanket. Inside the restaurant I rushed to Simone, babbling about finding an abandoned infant. She insisted we call the police and the hospital. Within hours, social workers filed reports. Nurses examined the child and found her perfectly healthy. The next morning, little Tom's fever broke. By evening he sat up, laughing at cartoons. Doctors trailed in one by one, each studying the chart as though someone had replaced it with a magic trick. 6 days later Tom left the hospital skipping. Meanwhile the infant, soon named Lucy, entered temporary foster care. I could not bear losing her. I claimed I had found her. I told the truth except for the parts no one would believe. With no relatives to contest adoption, and my spotless background, the court granted guardianship. I moved Lucy's cradle into my apartment beside the shelves of Tom's Lego kits. For 4 years life mended itself. Tom grew into a quick, shining child, top of his kindergarten class, champion of backyard hide-and-seek. Lucy too was bright, though her eyes disconcerted strangers. Once, at the grocery store, she stared into a man's cart until the grapes on top rolled out and smashed on the tile. The clerk laughed, calling it a funny accident, but the grapes had leapt as if swatted. I dismissed such incidents until Tom's 7th birthday. The entire family crammed into my living room, Mom, David, Simone, even my boss. Tom blew candles, gifts piled around him. Lucy, for now, watched from the sofa, narrowed gaze flicking between guests. When Simone leaned over to wipe frosting from Tom's chin, the overhead bulb shattered. Glass rained onto the cake, into Simone's hair. Screams. Blood. Power surged back within minutes. Electricians found no reason for the short. Lucy sat motionless, humming, while I herded shocked friends to the door. That night I tucked her into bed and asked if she was frightened. I was happy, she whispered, and turned her face to the wall. 2 weeks later her kindergarten burned. Investigators blamed faulty wiring, yet firefighters swore they saw flames race against the wind, as though searching for fuel. 6 children died. Lucy giggled all the way home. I needed answers. They arrived in the worst form. He visited my office on a drab Thursday. This time he chose a different appearance. Handsome young professional, perfect suit, tasteful tie, confidence meant for boardrooms. He charmed the receptionist, who never smiled at anyone. My manager practically escorted him to my desk, murmuring that I should take a long lunch. The moment we stepped outside I felt the cold prickle of fear. He led me to a quiet cafe, ordered nothing, and folded his hands. Yes, Lucy burned that school, he said before I spoke. No, she will not harm your brother. You have my promise. What is she? I managed. My child, he answered simply. Yours as well for now. Children require practice. He chuckled. Consider the fire her piano recital. I drank ice water and tasted ashes. Years marched on. I stopped counting tragedies. An entire family found drowned in a public pool while Lucy played nearby, though no witness saw her enter the water. A pastor dropped dead at his pulpit after scolding Lucy for coloring on a hymn book. I learned to tidy her tracks, to lie to police, to bury memories. Each time I wondered how guilt could deepen, yet it always found a darker layer. Tom remained untouched. Throughout high school he attracted friends without trying, captivated teachers with quick wit, and shattered athletic records. He never caught a cold. He never saw Lucy's darkness. When something bad happened she invariably stood behind him, eyes glowing like embers, and he felt only the warmth. Last winter the man returned. He wore the shell of a radiant woman in a scarlet coat, hair as black as piano keys, laughing as though she could not stop. You have done well, she announced in the doorway of my apartment, shaking snow from her sleeves. I almost feel guilty about my little prank. Prank. The word crawled across my skin. What prank? My voice sounded like someone else's. She touched my cheek, intimate as a mother. Your brother was never in danger of dying. He cannot die. He is my son as surely as Lucy is my daughter. My knees buckled. The woman caught me. I am not your stepfather, she clarified, though teeth flashed. I have many faces. I was the nurse who swapped babies in the maternity ward 19 years ago. Your mother knew. Long ago she bargained for your life when you were deathly ill, and she promised to raise a child of mine. I collected on that promise. I shook my head, refusing. Memories rearranged themselves. Tom at 6 months staring too intently. Tom at 3 balancing on the porch rail without fear. Tom glowing in every stranger's admiration. Where is my mother? I croaked. Tom and Lucy are with her now, the woman said. They needed a small sacrifice to awaken fully. She offered herself willingly. Atonement is a lovely word, don't you think? The laugh that followed filled every corner of the room. I could not scream. My lungs were empty. Do not despair, she soothed. You won't be alone long. Your brother will visit soon to thank you. Lucy too. They will care for you, as you have so faithfully cared for them. She turned, stepped into the hall, and evaporated like mist. I sank to the floor, dead inside but cursed to keep breathing. So I write this now, because the sun has dropped behind the roofs and the apartment is very quiet. I can almost hear snow melting on the window ledge. Soon Tom and Lucy will open the door. I know I will not stop them. I am hollow, and fear is heavier than resolve. I want one thing from you. If a stranger ever stands beside you in the cold and offers to mend your dearest sorrow, turn away. Lock every door and flee into darkness before you hear another word. Promise me you will never bargain with the smile that wears 1,000 faces. Promise, and maybe I can go calmly into the hanging night. Remember my name if you read about me tomorrow, though the papers will call it suicide. Remember Christy Abrams, who loved her brother so much she raised the devil's children. Remember and promise you will never do the same. Sorry to interrupt. If you're enjoying the story, let me know in the comments and tell me where you're watching from. Don't forget to like and subscribe for more. I climbed the rough slope beside the railroad cutting as the sun was going down, the sky blazing orange-red behind me. When I reached the edge of the trench and looked over the lip, I saw a lone railway signalman standing outside the small hut that served as both his office and his shelter. He held a red danger flag rolled around its short pole. The rails ran far below, trapped between tall, wet walls of dark stone. A single lantern with a red lens burned near the mouth of a black tunnel. Everything down there felt damp, narrow, and cold, as though daylight rarely found the place and fresh air only passed through in unhappy gusts. I called, "Hello? Down there!" The words rang strangely in the cutting. One would expect the man to glance up at once, since my voice clearly came from above, but instead he turned and looked steadily down the line, as if a train might be approaching. Something about that puzzled me. He seemed to sense danger in the very air. After a moment he turned slowly, raised his face, and saw me. I asked if there was a safe path I could use to come down and speak with him. He studied me in silence, then signaled with his rolled-up flag toward a narrow zigzag path cut into the rock a little way off. I shouted, "All right," and followed the rough notches downward. The farther I went the wetter the walls grew, and I noticed rivulets of water oozing from the stone. Reaching the bottom, I stepped onto the railroad ballast and walked toward him. He waited in the middle of the tracks with his left hand resting thoughtfully under his chin, his right arm folded to support the elbow. Even in the fading light I saw his eyes fixed on me in wary expectation. The setting troubled me. Behind him lay the dark tunnel, its brick arch grim like an open mouth. Ahead, the tracks vanished around a bend. Above, only a thin strip of sky was visible. I had never seen a more dismal spot. Standing close now, I greeted him and remarked how lonely his post must be. He answered in a low, measured voice. He had little physical work, he said, mostly changing the signal lamp from red to green, trimming the wicks, and operating an iron lever that moved points far inside the tunnel. But he had to watch the telegraph needles beside the little bell on his desk every moment, day and night. The safety of trains depended on his vigilance. Inside the hut I found a small fire, the telegraph instrument, the signal bell, and a worn ledger in which he recorded each train. A single chair and a narrow shelf for his meal completed the furnishings. He seemed educated, even refined, though he admitted he had once studied books and attended lectures before drifting into railway service. Now he lived by strict routine. Occasionally he climbed the steep path in daylight to breathe freer air, but only when traffic was light, and always listening for the bell that might recall him. While we spoke he was attentive, yet twice he broke off, staring toward the red lantern as though expecting something. Once he opened the door, looked out, and stood listening at the track. Seeing nothing, he returned, but a troubled expression lingered on his face. His eyes, deep set under heavy brows, betrayed some unspoken anxiety. When I rose to leave, I told him he seemed a contented man, safer here, perhaps, than among the restless crowds above. He answered, "I used to be content, sir, but I am troubled." He hesitated, then said he had mistaken me at first for someone else. If I returned another night, he might try to explain. I promised to come again when his shift resumed at 10 the following evening. He walked me to the base of the path. As I started up, he called softly, "When you reach the top, don't shout. And when you come down tomorrow night, don't call out either." His caution felt odd, but I agreed. Then he asked, almost pleading, "Why did you cry hello? Below there, just now?" Surprised, I said I merely wanted his attention. He pressed, had the words been put into my mouth by any mysterious means? I assured him they had not. I reached the high ground, saw his white lantern until I found the path, and made my way back to mine under a clear, cold sky. The next night I returned, descending carefully at 11. He waited outside his hut with the white lantern. We entered, shut the door, and sat by the fire. He wasted no time. He told me that one moonlit night, months before, he had been standing at the door when he heard a hoarse cry. "Hello? Below there!" He rushed out and saw a figure near the red signal lantern, waving an arm in frantic warning. The left sleeve covered its face. The right arm gestured exactly as if pleading for the line to be cleared. Seizing his own lamp, he ran toward it, shouting back questions. As he neared, the figure vanished. He searched inside the tunnel and up the embankment, telegraphed both directions to ask if anything was wrong, but all stations replied, "All well." Nevertheless, within 6 hours a terrible accident occurred on the line, a collision that killed and injured many, and the injured were brought through the tunnel across the very spot where the figure had stood. 6 or 7 months later, at dawn, he saw the same figure again. This time it stood motionless, both hands covering its face, as though in grief. When daylight brightened, it disappeared. He shook off the terror, but later that very morning, a train emerged from the tunnel, and he noticed commotion at a carriage window. He flagged the driver to stop, ran to help, and learned that a young woman inside had died suddenly. Her body was laid in his hut, between him and the fire, until it could be removed. Again the figure's appearance had preceded a tragedy. Now, he said, the spectre had returned a third time. For the past week it had appeared at intervals, sometimes late at night, sometimes near dawn, waving and crying, "Below there! Look out!" It even rang the little bell beside his telegraph, though, he insisted, the bell made a peculiar vibration unlike any caused by electrical messages. Yet whenever he answered the instrument, the adjacent stations reported nothing amiss. Agony clouded his face. He felt doomed to witness another calamity, yet powerless to avert it. If he sent an ungrounded warning, he would be judged insane or dismissed. But if he stayed silent and disaster struck, the guilt would be crushing. What could he do? I tried to calm him. I suggested that the figure might be an illusion of overstrained nerves, a spectral image created by the mind, similar to those reported by physicians. The cry he heard might be natural sounds shaped by imagination. He listened politely but remained unconvinced. I promised to accompany him to a doctor of repute, but first I urged him to test whether the figure would reappear. We stepped outside. The tunnel mouth, the rails, the red lantern, all lay silent under the stars. No ghost troubled the air. He admitted it was not there, but the absence brought no comfort. We planned that I should return the next night, when his shift ended at dawn, and go with him to seek medical advice. I walked away uneasy, thinking of his story and of my own responsibility. Could this conscientious man continue to guard lives with such torment gnawing at him? Should I inform railway authorities? I resolved to speak with him first and decide together. The following evening was calm and lovely. I reached the cutting early and chose to stroll along the field path before descending. The sun had not quite set when I looked down from the spot where I had first seen him. A chill gripped me. Near the tunnel entrance, by the red lantern, stood a figure with its left sleeve across its face and its right arm waving violently. Panic surged through me, for this was exactly as he had described. Yet even while dread seized me, I saw other men near the figure, railway workers in daylight clothing. The lantern was still unlit because dusk was young. A small temporary hut of tarred canvas had been set beside the track. There was no supernatural apparition. It was a man demonstrating an action to his fellows. Fear changed to grim foreboding. Something must have happened. I hurried down the path. As I neared, a worker told me the news. "The signalman was killed this morning, sir." Horror froze me. "Not the man from that box?" "The very same, sir. You'll know him if you saw him before." He lifted the canvas flap, and there lay the signalman, peaceful in death. They explained. It was broad daylight when a goods engine came out of the tunnel. The signalman, carrying his lamp, had apparently crossed onto the track and been struck. The engine driver had warned him, shouting and waving, but the poor man seemed oblivious. He was cut down instantly. The driver, still shaken, demonstrated how he had waved one arm while covering his face with the other to avoid seeing the inevitable impact. His shouted words, he said, were, "Below there! Look out! For God's sake, clear the way!" The words echoed in my brain, for they were the very cries the signalman had repeated in terror, and the gesture matched his description. Events had woven a terrible knot of coincidence. The warning of the spectral figure, the driver's frantic attempt, and the signalman's haunting visions had all foretold his own death. I stood beside the failed red lantern under the gloomy walls, listening to the moan of wind through the telegraph wires. The cutting seemed colder than ever. The pity and mystery of the man's fate weighed on me, unsolved and unsolvable. Whether the spectre had been an omen, an illusion, or a projection of the signalman's mind, I could not tell. I only knew that the unknown danger he feared had come, and he himself had perished beneath the wheels. That is the plain tale of my brief friendship with the man in the cutting. He did his duty faithfully to the last moment. If any mortal could have been warned and saved, perhaps he was that man, yet the shape of fate, or of his own fearful imagination, hung over him until it claimed him. Whether the line is safer now, I cannot say, but whenever I think of lonely posts by dark tunnels, I remember the warning cry. "Hello? Below there! Look out!" I woke up at 4:30, long before the sun, after a night of broken sleep. I slid out of bed feeling heavy and sore, pulled on the pink skirt and black polo that passed for a uniform, tied on my striped apron, and walked out into the steamed-up dawn air. Even before I reached my car, the sticky heat was soaking through my clothes, and the thought of spending another Saturday in the breakfast place filled me with dread. The restaurant sat near the shore, which meant crowds as soon as the doors opened. By 5:30 the fishermen arrived, smelling of brine and stale beer, hungry for piles of bacon and eggs, eager to sweat at me when I bent to clear plates. At 6 the commuters rushed in, eyes on their watches, drumming fingers as they waited for the largest coffees we sold and sandwiches they could eat in 10 steps. By 8 the beach families showed up, parents juggling bags and toys, children scattering crayons, pancakes, and syrup across every surface. On a good day I could laugh and wink my way through the chaos, but for a week I had barely slept, and now every order felt like another weight on shoulders already sagging. 9 hours later I stumbled to my car, soaked in sweat and imitation maple syrup. The temperature inside had crawled past 100. My hands shook as I fit the key into the ignition, the joints in my knees complaining as loudly as the engine. The air conditioner had died years ago. Hot wind blew through the open window like breath from an oven. I pulled my shirt from my skin and tried to think of something, anything, except the next shift. Waiting tables had not been part of the plan. I had spent 14 years working toward a veterinary degree, helping in a clinic, scrubbing kennels, filing records, shadowing surgeries, certain I would go back after graduation to finish my residency. But I made a mistake, failed a key exam, and student debt did not wait. The diner job was supposed to last a few weeks. It had been a year. Traffic crawled. My eyelids sagged though the afternoon sun glared through the windshield. I cranked the radio, some college station playing an upbeat jazz tune in a language I could not place. At a red light I closed my eyes for a second to catch the rhythm. Everything fell silent at once, as if someone had switched the world off. No cars, no music, no hum of the engine. A high hiss rose, like a kettle on the stove, then a loud pop. The car rocked. I slammed the brakes as horns exploded behind me. Someone flew past, cursing and gesturing out the window. My heart hammered, my ears rang, and under it all came a faint, metallic click from the dashboard. I called Sophie. She managed her uncle's garage and rescued my ancient car whenever it coughed. While the phone rang, I pictured her leaning against the brick wall behind the shop, long hair stuck to the mortar, lips around a bubble of mint gum. "What's up, Doc?" she said, her usual joke about my half-earned degree. "The lemon sour again," I answered, using her nickname for my wheezing compact. I described the pop and the silence. "Probably the radio," she said after a pause. "Bring it in, but Uncle Butch is here until Saturday and Mike's off on a motorcycle trip." Mike, her brother, usually did my repairs for parts cost. Butch, the owner, ignored me unless he was feeling bold enough to leer. The idea of facing him alone made my stomach turn. "What's the worst that can happen?" I asked. "Car explodes and ninjas jump out? I'll fight them off." She laughed, but worry edged her voice. We talked about her dog Rex, still wearing the plastic cone after a procedure. When she said she had things under control at home, something in her tone pricked me, like she wanted to keep me away. Anger rose fast and stupid. I snapped, we argued, I hung up, and the car filled with an even hotter silence. I pulled into my driveway, the little house peeling paint like sunburned skin. The lemon clicked as it cooled. Without thinking, I tossed my phone onto the passenger seat and stripped off my apron on the porch. Inside, I opened the refrigerator, day-old pancakes soaked in syrup, half a jug of bargain orange drink, cheap white wine with a screw cap. I mixed the wine and the fake juice in a large glass, swallowed it in 3 pulls, poured another, and filled the bathtub with water that started cool and, almost by accident, became warm. In the medicine cabinet sat a bottle of muscle relaxers Mike had given me after a back strain, 3 pills left. I broke one in half, dropped the crescent on my tongue, washed it down with the wine. The bathwater climbed around me, cooling my skin, soothing the ache in my feet. For the first time in days my muscles loosened and my mind floated. The room dimmed and the buzz of the drug folded over the buzz of the wine. I dreamed I was back in the restaurant kitchen, plates stacked under the heat lamp, bacon gleaming like varnished wood. Sophie perched on the stainless steel counter barefoot, shirt clinging to her, eyes inviting. I tasted mint on her lips. Then I blinked and we were in the animal clinic. A golden dog lay on the table, throat open by a jagged cut. Blood covered my hands. Dr. Morris, my old mentor, shouted. The room tilted, alarms screamed, everything red. Cold water poured over my face. I coughed, sat up, the bathtub overflowing. It was early morning. Outside the window the sky was still black. Someone pounded on the front door. I wrapped a towel around myself, dizzy, and shuffled through the living room. The pounding stopped. I opened the door to emptiness, only the lemon sitting in the drive, ticking. Something snapped inside me. I saw the scissors on the kitchen counter, marched to the car, pried the useless radio from the dashboard, and hurled it onto the gravel. The sudden calm felt like a miracle. I slept 4 solid hours, woke as light crept over the windows, drank the last of the orange drink, painted concealer over the shadows under my eyes, and drove to work. At the first light, I pulled out my phone to text Sophie an apology. The next memory is noise, metal twisting, glass exploding. I was on the pavement, a paramedic shouting questions, sirens screaming. Cars wrecked everywhere. A stroller on its side. A dog in the road. Somebody yelling that my car had caught fire before the collision. Somebody else swearing I had driven straight through the red light while typing on my phone. Another saying the lemon lifted off the asphalt and burst like a grenade. Sophie appeared, eyes wide, hair wild, half-dressed in yesterday's clothes, and pulled me against her. I smelled mint under the smoke. I could not form words. Police lights strobed across our faces. An officer asked for my name, my breath, a sample of blood. I stared at the twisted metal that had been my car. The windshield glittered in the sun like beads of syrup. Rick Norton and James Vance parked their cruiser at the end of the rutted forest road a little after 6 in the evening. Daylight still lingered above the Colorado Front Range, but the lower slopes were already sliding into bluish shadow, and the air carried that sharp chill the mountains like to set loose as soon as the sun begins to droop. By habit, both officers stepped out, stretched tired backs, and checked their gear. They wore the light gray shirts and dark trousers of the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office, and over their uniforms each man had fastened a thick, black, stab-resistant vest. The Kevlar felt heavier than usual after a long day, yet neither complained. They knew the vest was the least of what might slow them down tonight. James, the younger of the pair, slid a fresh magazine into his service pistol, socked it back into his holster, and tugged once more at the Velcro straps across his chest. Rick, who had 10 more years on the force and carried his weight like an old wrestler who still trained every dawn, clicked off the radio at his shoulder. "We'll leave the comms dead until we're finished," he said while the small red light on the handset darkened. "No chance of some dispatcher chirping at the wrong time. Last thing we need is our boy bolting deeper once he hears voices." James nodded but glanced down the dark space between the pine trunks. The forest floor here was a network of fallen needles, granite stones, and knuckled roots. The trees smelled of sap and cold, and in the gaps between branches the last colors of sunset were leaking away. He exhaled, watching his breath twist in front of his face. "So where do we start?" he asked, forcing a casual tone. Rick thumbed the safety straps on the vest, then squinted uphill. "Sheriff said he cut through this block at a dead sprint about 3 hours ago. Should put him somewhere back along that drainage or maybe up on the shoulder of Miller's Ridge. We stick to the wash until it forks, then sweep right." James heard the edge in Rick's voice and couldn't stop himself from answering with irritation of his own. "Search and rescue could make this easy. 1 dog team and a couple of thermal drones. We'd have him in half an hour." Rick's laugh was short. "Sheriff Gray doesn't want backpackers with badges poking at evidence. This is family business. Besides, you think SR wants to hike 5 miles off trail in the dark when the weather could swing to sleet? They'll stay home and hug the stove." James grunted, accepted that reply for what it was, an order wrapped in small talk, and fell in behind Rick as the older deputy started up the first slope. The cruiser's headlights threw long blades of white between the boles of the pines, then winked out when the doors thumped closed. Almost at once, the night settled around the two men like a cold blanket. For the first hour they walked without speaking, each man caught by the noises that snap and echo in a forest when you try hardest not to hear them. A squirrel clattered up a trunk, and James froze, hand on the grip of his Glock until he spotted the small gray body vanish over a limb. Twice they heard elk bugle far off, a wild, panic sound that bounced among the ridges. Somewhere below, water tumbled over a rock face, yet nearer at hand everything was hushed except for their boots scuffing pine needles. James tried to keep track of direction, but the slope twisted and the trees masked the sky. He guessed they were still moving northeast. The ground leaned steeper and the air turned thinner, every breath stinging the throat. He wondered how far the runner, Frank O'Dwyer, small-time meth cook, possible informant, could have managed in plain denim and a t-shirt. The man had panicked after spotting Sheriff Stephen Gray talking with an out-of-state supplier behind the county equipment shed. Gray had chased him, pistol in hand, but O'Dwyer slipped into the ravine, vanished among the trees, and somehow kept running until the sheriff lost him. Sheriff Gray called Rick into the main office, asked for a quiet cleanup. Officially, the search would be labeled "Locating a missing person for welfare check." Unofficially, Rick understood exactly what was needed. He selected James, because the kid kept his mouth shut and owed Rick several favors. James stepped around a deadfall and nearly lost his footing on wet moss. He muttered a curse, steadying himself against a limb. Rick, 6 yards ahead, turned and raised a hand for silence. The older man cocked his head, listening. After a few seconds, James heard it too, a faint hiss, almost like smoke swirling through damp leaves, followed by the unmistakable scent of ammonia. He wrinkled his nose. "You smell that?" Rick whispered. "Smells like someone pissed on a battery," James answered. Rick nodded, crouched, studied the ground with the beam of a small flashlight whose lens he covered with his fingers to dim the glow. The light showed a scuff of mud among the needles and a dark spot on a granite slab. "Fresh," Rick said. "We're close." He straightened, motioned James to his right, and the two began a slow, deliberate approach, sliding each foot to avoid crunching anything brittle. James's heart kicked harder. He wanted this over, wanted to be off the mountain and far away from Sheriff Gray's chores. He thought of the warmth of his apartment, the coffee mug that waited on the kitchen counter, the ordinary radio chatter that would resume once Rick powered up their handsets. Anything but the electric hush of this cold dark. A quarter mile farther they reached a broad bench where the trees thinned briefly, an old lightning scar. Moonlight slanted through ragged clouds and limned the ground in broken silver squares. Against one trunk sat a shape, folded into itself, arms tied across ribs. James saw jeans, pale shoulders under a stained t-shirt, thin skin stretched over bone. The man's head jerked up, eyes two white rings in the night. "Oh God, thank God!" the man rasped, voice shredded by cold and fear. "You gotta help me! There's a crazy deputy trying to kill me!" James felt the plea cut right into his chest, but before he could step forward, Rick's arm shot across his torso like a steel bar. The older deputy pushed James backward a pace, then eased 3 steps toward the huddled figure, left palm raised in a calming gesture, right hand hovering near his belt. "We know," Rick said, tone low, soothing. "You've had a hell of a scare, son. Sheriff's office is here now. Everything's gonna be fine. Stand up slow, keep your hands out where I can see them. We'll get the whole story down at the station. Wrap a blanket around you, warm coffee, the works." The man nodded, tried to gather his legs beneath him. His teeth chattered. "He said he was gonna..." The sentence never finished. James saw the muzzle flash before he heard the gun. It was a blinding bloom of hot white in the corner of his vision. The crack of the shot rolled among the trees like a hammer dropped on sheet metal. The body rocked. A spray of red painted the bark, and then gravity walked the man backward against the trunk. He folded sideways, slid to the ground, legs askew, head twisted at a wrong angle. Silence swept back just as quick, as though the gunshot had torn a hole in the night and the darkness hurried to mend it. James fought the spasm climbing his throat. Rick still held the pistol one-handed, arms straight, breath fogging in small puffs. Slowly he lowered the weapon, thumbed the safety, holstered it with neat precision. Before James could speak, Rick had pulled out his phone. The screen lit his face in a pale rectangle. He angled the camera toward the corpse, snapped 2 pictures. The click sounded very loud. Then Rick pressed a contact marked only with a capital G. "This is Norton," he said when the call connected. "Sending you the confirmation now." He stared at the screen, waited. A breath later he gave 2 curt nods. "Yes, sir. Only witness. No more loose ends." Another pause. "Understood. We'll be home by dawn." Rick ended the call, pocketed the phone, and looked at James. The younger deputy's hands still hovered near his own holstered weapon, but he felt paralyzed, as if drawing now would change nothing and seal everything. Rick's voice returned to that casual drawl he used in the squad room. "You're thinking about what comes next," he said. "Good. Always plan 2 steps ahead." James opened his mouth, closed it, tried again. He was unarmed. He didn't even move. Rick shrugged. Witness said what he saw, and what he saw would bury the sheriff, put you and me in County Orange, maybe worse. If the sheriff goes down, half the command staff goes with him. Good men who provided for their families. This way, no trials, no lawyers, no stories for some Denver newspaper. James felt the taste of bile. So it's over? For you it can be, Rick answered. But I need to be sure we're on the same line. Sheriff doesn't accept weak links. You tell anybody, you won't need to worry about a court date. Moonlight slid behind cloud again, and Rick became a dark outline. James heard the weight of the words, heard the cold finality in them. He glanced at the dead man, eyes now glazed, mouth open in a crooked plea. Blood, black in the dim, pooled and spread slower than it should, soaking the needles, glistening like wet tar. A breeze stirred, lifting the metallic scent toward them. James saw two choices. He could draw, gamble on speed, and maybe join the corpse at the tree. Or he could nod, swallow the sickness, and walk back down the ridge a different man than the one who had climbed it. He imagined the headlines that would never print, the life behind bars that would never happen, the families who would never hear why a son or brother vanished into the system. He thought of Rick's hand on his arm earlier, calm, guiding, protective in its way. The hand of a mentor, a shepherd, a jailer. James inhaled, let the mountain's knife air stab deep, then exhaled. He spoke a single word. Understood. Rick's silhouette seemed to relax, if only by a fraction. All right, he said. Take one last look around for anything he dropped. We'll leave the camera, make it look like a desperate junkie stole a sidearm somewhere, put himself down. No one hunt too hard. James crouched near the body, careful not to step in the spreading blood. The man's eyes reflected starlight. James reached out, paused, then closed the lids with 2 fingers. He found a torn pocket containing nothing. A single bootlace snapped, the sole of one sneaker half peeled from the stitching. Nothing that mattered. He stood, wiped his hand on his trousers. Rick had already started downhill. James followed. The forest swallowed the crime behind them. Above the peaks, the sky darkened to ink. Somewhere distant, the first flakes of early snow began to drift, silent and indifferent, onto an empty clearing and a dead man beneath a pine. I sat in my office long after sunset, leafing through a week-old newspaper just to keep my eyes away from the cracked ceiling. The waiting room beyond the frosted glass door had gone quiet an hour earlier, and the neon sign outside my window buzzed like an exhausted housefly. A private hunter, some people still said assassin, though nobody used the word in front of me, spends most evenings doing nothing but listening to the city breathing on the other side of the blinds. Most nights that's fine with me. Patience saves more blood than any safety catch ever has. At 9:30 the knob turned. A woman slipped in without knocking, as if the door belonged to her. She hesitated under the single yellow bulb, gaze pinning me where I sat. I noticed 3 things right away: the tremor in her hands, the effort behind her makeup, and a diamond bracelet worth more than half the buildings on the block. She closed the door, tugged at her coat collar, and forced a brittle smile. "Are you Mr. Ramsey?" she asked, voice tight. "That's what the name on the glass says," I answered, folding the newspaper. "You must be the last appointment of the night. Have a seat if you like." She perched on the edge of the visitor's chair, knees tight together, purse clenched to her chest. A faint scent of gardenias drifted across the room, barely covering the sharper smell of fear. Outside, traffic on Elm Street had thinned to a whisper, leaving us with only the hum of the old radiator and the brittle tick of the wall clock. "I need someone taken care of," she said. Her gaze went to the shadows behind me as if expecting something to leap out. "Immediately." Requests like that never come wrapped in silk. They're always abrupt, always drenched in urgency. Still, it pays to act unimpressed, so I kept my face neutral and my voice casual. "You'll have to be more specific. Are we talking about protection or permanent removal?" She wet her lips. "Permanent. My husband." That snagged my attention in spite of myself. It always does when a client wants her own flesh and blood removed from the picture. I tilted my chair back and studied her more closely. She was in her mid-30s, though the tension in her shoulders pushed the number higher. Blonde hair curled just past her jaw. Diamonds in both ears, a necklace that matched the bracelet, nails painted the same pale pink as her high-heeled pumps. A woman who lived where money grew on trees wide enough to shade her from the ordinary sun. If you've already settled on murder, I said, why sit here instead of driving over a cliff or spiking his coffee? Folks in your tax bracket can afford subtlety. Because he's trying to kill me first, she whispered, as though the very walls might listen and report back. This is self-defense. I almost laughed, but she looked ready to bolt. You'll have to give me more than a theory. She rummaged through her purse, withdrew a sleek black envelope, and slid 2 papers across my desk, copies of life insurance policies, each naming her husband as sole beneficiary. I scanned the numbers, a $2 million payout on each signature, filed 6 weeks earlier. He convinced me to sign, she said. Told me everybody in his firm does it. I found the policies yesterday in his desk drawer, along with a ledger marked projected proceeds. She produced the phone next, swiped to a photograph, a 9mm pistol resting in a velvet-lined jewelry box. I discovered this hidden in our bedside table. He doesn't hunt. He's never even talked about a gun. Why buy one now? A new gun doesn't translate to premeditated murder, I said. Being cautious and being deadly aren't the same. Her shoulders tensed. Then follow him. Listen to him. I don't care. Just prove to yourself he's planning something, then do what I'm paying for. Every contract I accept has to meet 2 standards, I reminded her. First, clear proof that the target justifies the bullet. Second, payment that justifies the risk. Miss either one and I walk. I slid the photos back. She snatched them, fingers trembling hard enough to crinkle the glossy paper. And how much is enough? She demanded. Name the number. I already withdrew cash. She bent, lifted a handbag the size of a carry-on, and flipped it open. 10 bundles of $100 bills lay inside, each strapped with a crisp bank band. My self-control pinched a little. It's impossible not to appreciate an honest $100,000 when it's waving hello. She plucked the stacks out one by one and laid them on the blotter, like cards in a game nobody wins. 100,000, she said. 20% of 2 life insurance policies. You'll get the other 80% when he's gone. I raised an eyebrow. You want me to believe you'll hand over $800K in the aftermath? You have my word, she said, though the sentence sagged under its own wishful weight. That won't do. I opened my drawer, pulled out the heavy rubber stamp that lived on the left side among the spare clips. The stamp was red, thick, and engraved with a single unforgiving word, denied. A tool I seldom used but kept handy for nights when temptation leaned too close. I set it on the blotter so she could see it, pressed the face into an ink pad, and lifted it halfway toward the contracts on my side. She flinched, one hand shooting toward the cash as though I might snatch it back. My other hand rested on the edge of the desk, fingers drumming. I waited. I'll add more, she blurted. Her eyes darted around the office, searching for a lever to pull. Finally she unclasped her bracelet and placed it beside the money. Even under the dusty bulb the diamonds caught fire. 7 carats at least, perfect clarity, a Southern African fortune clasped with a snap. A shiny bauble doesn't fix a thin story, I told her. He dines with you, buys insurance, purchases a handgun, that's circumstantial. Anyone could paint it innocent. I set dinner plans with him tonight, she said quickly. Lalabella on 5th, 7:30. He insisted. Why? Because it's far from home, the perfect place to stage a mugging. She opened her messages, showed me a thread. Dinner tonight? Lalabella, 7:30? Yes, where's something stunning? There, she said. He's luring me out. It shows he wants linguine and candlelight. I said. If he meant you harm, why pick a crowded restaurant with cameras and wait staff as witnesses? A man who wants his wife dead hires someone invisible, someone like me. He doesn't do the pulling himself. She stared at me, cheeks flooding crimson. Anger, fear, or both. She slammed her palm on the desk, rattling the pen holder. Listen, you mongrel. And there it was. The fury, the entitlement, the expectation that 10 stacks of green paper could bend any spine. I'd seen it before, wealth breeding impatience, impatience turning to venom. I kept the stamp poised and let silence fill the room. I only accept one contract a year, I said, voice quiet enough to force her forward in her seat. It must be worth the price I'll pay in nightmares and investigations. I haven't decided if your husband qualifies. She swallowed, eyes flicking toward the door where the hallway light bled under the frame. When she looked back at me, something colder settled on her features, like a mask that finally fit. I apologize, she said, though the words cracked. I'm desperate. Then prove he's a threat, I repeated. Or prove your payout outweighs his. I rose, pocketed the stamp, and walked into the outer office. My secretary, Cheryl, sat behind a small monitor, gums snapping like a metronome. The overhead tubes hummed. The only other sound was the streetcar rolling 3 levels below. I glanced at Cheryl, whispered, "Send it." She nodded, tapped a key. Most technology these days is wizardry, but our system is smooth, a direct line to a secured server, a numbered file transmitted to a single recipient. A moment later her computer chimed. "Received," she mouthed. I stepped back into the office, found Mrs. Goodrum leaning forward, both hands on the desk. I placed a small gel capsule beside the bracelet. "Take this," I said. "If I'm to proceed, I need your cooperation." "What is it?" she asked. "Proof." Without hesitation she popped it in her mouth, gulped from the water bottle on the stand. The whole movement took 2 seconds, a practiced swallow. Part of me admired her commitment. Most balked at how trust bends when fear pushes. The phone in my pocket buzzed, a message from a contact labeled simply Goodrum. I opened the attachment, a high-resolution image divided in half. On the left, a scanned insurance document listing a single payout of $1 million, my code number typed beside the beneficiary line. On the right, a handwritten note. "Severe peanut allergy. Capsule suggested." Under the note, a transcript, every word the woman and I had exchanged, captured through the bug in my desk lamp, forwarded to the number. Cheryl's efficiency bordered on ruthless. I laid the phone face up so she could read. Confusion flickered, then fear blossomed. She touched her throat, coughed, eyes widening. She was trying to speak, but the words clotted as her airway began to spasm. She grabbed at her purse, my purse now, searching. "EpiPen, inside," she gasped. "Yes," I said, watching her fingers fail to grip the zipper. "The bag you surrendered as collateral. Unfortunately, this is business. The policy you signed pays your husband handsomely. He offered me $250,000 to remove the problem before it embarrassed him. And you just provided the confession." Her eyes bulged, veins rising along her neck. She stumbled, knocking the chair aside, then dropped to her knees. Her lips went blue. 30 seconds later she fell onto her side, dress pulled around her, diamonds glittering against the dusty carpet. I knelt, checked her pulse, found none. The room smelled faintly of almonds. Peanut dust in a capsule dissolves fast when chased by water, faster than fear can course through a heart. Cheryl appeared in the doorway, took in the scene without blinking. She'd cleaned worse. I handed her the bracelet. "Client's funds cleared?" I asked. "250 wired and verified," she replied, slipping the jewelry into her pocket like a receipt. She caught the loose cash on the desk, counted quickly, thumbed one bundle, and passed it to me. "We'll call the anonymous tip in an hour. Domestic dispute, unknown intruder. Husbands at Lalabella. Security cams will show him there all night." "Good," I said, tucking the bundle into my coat. She fetched the gloves and garbage bags. I finished the paperwork, a short file for the safe marked 2023 contract, stamped the cover confirmed, and locked it away. Tomorrow morning someone would find the body. By afternoon, the insurance claim would begin. The husband would grieve, then vanish to a warmer coast. And I would wait another year before deciding who, if anyone, deserved the next capsule. Because business, like fear, is predictable when you know which buttons to press.